think we start with Man City, mate.
Yes.
Like, come on, Pep Guardiola. He's having an absolute nightmare. Can he figure this out? Because he's never had this before. This is unprecedented times for him as a manager. And he looks like he's finding it hard.
No, looks like about it, mate. This reminds me, I've said this for quite a while now, reminds me so much of what Jose went through in 2015, right? Where everything Jose touched turned to gold, one way or another.
Yeah.
Silverware somewhere. He knew how to get out of a mess. That season, we were in a tailspin, all right? This reminds me so much of it. And I'm not sure quite right now that Pep knows how to fix it, or even... I don't know what is wrong. There's so much wrong with City. They defensively, they're so open.
Oh.
Attacking-wise, they're not creating anything.
Jace, they should have been 1-0 down after 15 seconds.
Yes.
Duran's in on goal.
Yeah, and
they're all over the place.
There's so much wrong right now. I know people will point at Rodri, and that's fair. But the reality is, there's so much up the top of the pitch. They're not creating like they used to. The other end, they're so open. Yeah, these are concerning times for City.
Is he sackable?
Every manager's sackable, mate.
I don't think he's sackable.
Well, every man...
I don't think you can sack him, Jace. If he loses every game until the end of the season...
When they get relegated, you can't sack him. Well, if they go down...
Well, they're not going to go down, are they?
No, but you just said that, right?
Okay, well, I think they've got enough points to even stay up. What are they on? How many points they got?
They are on now. Where are they on the table? Can't even see them. 27.
Oh, no, they haven't got enough points. 27. They need a few more wins.
No, I think
Mate, you can't sack him.
No, every manager's sackable, Joe.
No, he's not.
He is.
He's not.
He's
an identity of a football club.
Right, I'm not saying they are or will, but to say that one manager is not sackable, that to me is a dangerous game to play. Because therefore you're saying...
I can sack him. Who'd you get?
No, I'm not saying you can.
Who comes in after Pep Guardiola? Come on, mate.
No, you're right. I agree with that. But no manager is unsackable, mate. No one's unsackable. No one. You're not. No one.
No, you're still here.
Alan Brazil's still here. Maybe there is one man that's unsackable.
Let's go to David. He's a Man City fan. Right, Dave?
Right, Davo.
You okay?
Davo, it's not a happy Christmas, mate, is it?
No, I mean, like, I'm not, I'm pretty easy going about it, really, to be honest with you. Well, I mean, like, I'm just easy going about it. I think for the younger kind of the fan base, the fact, like, there's kind of the newest sort of fans of City, they're obviously, like, losing their heads over it. But, like, for me, like, we are an emotional football club. There's not another club quite like us. There's always something going on. We're either getting relegated, promoted, either trying to get a chairman out, either the manager's getting sacked or appointed him. It's always been like that, City. We are a bit of a zany club like that. So we'll just see. I mean, I think with Pep Guardiola, I just think at the moment he's got to, obviously, the Everton game's huge now, because I think one thing getting a beat away from home, but when you start losing your home games and your home form goes, that is not good. So
he ain't losing to Everton. Come on.
Well, listen, we don't know. I think, me personally, and I hope it doesn't happen, but I think if we do get beat by Everton, and it's the manner of the defeat, James, one thing getting beat, but if it's a bad defeat, I think he may walk, in my opinion. I hope he doesn't. I love the guy. I think he's brilliant. But about...
But if he walks, Dave, that's admitting defeat. That's basically saying, I'm not a world-class manager because I don't know how to get out of it. I don't think any manager walks.
No, well, that's just my opinion. It depends.
But I don't think he's got too much about him as a person.
Yeah, well, hopefully he has. Yeah, I'm hoping he proves me wrong, and he gets us through this, and we get through. But like the sackable thing with Pep, it's a funny one. I think you've got to look at Forest with Brian Clough. He ended up. It was a sad ending for Cloughie in the end, but he's still revered in Nottingham. Brian Clough, they love the guy there, but it was a sad ending in the end. He ended up getting them relegated, didn't he?
Yes, he
and
did.
So I mean, like, if it carries on, I mean, if he got us relegated, Pep, I'd still love the guy for what he's done for us.
Good team in the
genuinely.
Championship, though.
So we'll see. I mean, look,
here's the thing, Dave. Here's the thing. The reason I can relate to this is because of the point I just made about Jose Mourinho, right? I could see that Jose didn't know how to change it, and he admitted as much in the boardroom. He didn't know how to change it. He didn't know. Didn't have the answers. And when someone who has the amount of success of Jose and Pep, this is alien to them. They've never been here. They don't know. Normally, they come up with a solution. They find a way. Then he changes the shape. He might then we've seen him do various different things over the last 4 or 5 years. At the moment, whatever he does turns to a disaster, and they're getting beaten now. You got rolled up.
Got to take the blame, mate. Come on.
Right, fine, fine, but we're talking. We praise him, and we have to at the same time say, right, what is he getting things wrong? How are these things? At the moment, in the middle of the park, mate, there's no legs in there.
No.
Morgan Rogers today. Oh my word! You put him in that Manchester City midfield. You're talking about a different Manchester City team completely.
I was just going to say, are you there, lads?
Yeah, we're there, Macy.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know the things have got Guardiola off. He has actually changed things in previous seasons, and he's found a solution. When the Aguero situation, we started playing this Gundogan as a false nine. I'd never seen that at City before. So what's this we're doing here? And it worked. It did spook teams out. Like City aren't playing with a striker here. So he has done things in the past, like the inverted fullbacks. Yeah. But at the moment, it does feel like it's just obviously the same week in. But when you said then about Mourinho, did he get sacked that season? Yeah. I can't remember.
He got sacked.
Yeah, they sacked him. Before we go to Anthony, who's an Aston Villa fan. All right, Ant.
Up the Villa.
Good evening, young man.
Up the Villa.
I wouldn't say young, Cundy, but...
definitely not talking to me.
How are you, Ant? You must be buzzing with that today. Big performance.
I think they've done very well, I'm not just saying it because I'm an Aston Villa supporter, but I'm really over the moon because I'm in hospital at the moment.
Say that again, sorry, Ant.
I'm in hospital at the moment.
Oh, you're in hospital. Okay, sorry about that, my friend.
Sorry to hear that, mate. Hope you're okay.
Yeah, I had a bad fall about 3 months back.
Right. Okay.
The ankle in, I can't move my toes on me one foot.
Oh, okay.
I have physio.
Right.
Yeah. Did you listen to the game on the radio?
Yeah, I listened to it on the radio.
Good.
Always have your station on.
Good.
Good man. I mean, look, just with Aston Villa at the moment, a little bit inconsistent sometimes, but today, I just didn't feel like there was anything other than an Aston Villa win. I said it before the game, I just can't see anything other than a win.
No, that's true.
I think that's the best performance I've seen from Villa this season. And there's been a number last season under Unai Emery. For this season, best performance I've seen Villa. Yeah, I think so.
Good performance.
Yeah, I mean...
They've had a few. Premier League, I'll go with you.
I thought they were sensational today, all over the pitch. Their midfield...
Were they brilliant, or were Man City just really bad?
Right.
Like Man City at the moment, Jace, I'm watching the game. Yeah. Ali McCoy was commentating, and he picked up on it as well. Passive.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Passive.
They are.
Not even sprinting.
I think what you've got, Jay, is a combination of both. Villa were excellent. City, bang average at best.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Time now to discuss some of the main topics of the day, all thanks to Betfair.
Topic of the day on TalkSport with Bet.
Yeah, topic of the day has to be Man City losing for a 9th time in 12 games, beating 2-1 at Aston Villa. After the game, our man Adam Bridge spoke to Pep Guardiola and asked what's going on.
The future we have in that situation. Oh, this is the click. Okay, we deal with that. We talk on that. It's a little lot of details that one team were consistent for many years. They were able to find always the way to do it, and for different reasons, not particularly one. I said again, it will be easy. If the particular one is just a manager, it will be easy. If the particular is 2 or 3 players, it will be easy. It's not about that. It's always I insist. It's about all of us, our best, and the situation is difficult because we don't have. When we won triples and quadruples and all the records that we broke in this country, it's because we were 90% of the squad ready. Because otherwise you cannot compete in all competition. We won 4 Carabaos in a row because you have all the players available to do that. And in that moment, I'm not saying that is the reason why. It's one of a lot I'm saying, but the reality, we are not winning games, we are losing games, and before we were able to do it, and I have to find a way, I'm not able to do it.
It's the kind of run that you're not used to as a manager, and we've not seen at Manchester City in recent years. Is there a point when you think, I've had enough, I want to walk away, or is the motivation to get it right what challenges you and gets you up every day?
No, motivation is when you win a lot of games. That is where motivation comes from, but I have to stay here. Of course I have to stand, and still stand, and Everton. And Everton and go for it.
it's pretty crazy what they're going through right now. I've never seen anything like this. You know, a team who've been so unbelievably good to have the fall off that they're experiencing. But when I watch them, Jace, I know Rodri gets injured and he's a big loss for them. They look like a completely different team.
Well, they are a completely different team. It's not just Rodri. There's so much that's wrong with Manchester City right now. I'm watching Haaland up top, mate. He's feeding off scraps.
Yeah.
There's nothing. There was one moment in the second half where he's tried to bundle through Konsa. He's then trying to bundle through Pau Torres. He ain't getting through. But you know what? I understand why he did it, because I've got to make something happen here. Normally there's creativity around him. No creativity, mate. The lack of creativity is astonishing. This was a side that could hurt you many different ways. It can't hurt you at all at the moment. Villa were good. I've got to say, tactically, the way they set up, Unai Emery got everything right. They defended well in numbers, frustrated, and they countered with pace. The first goal was an absolute joy to watch. Could have been, as you said there, early on in the game. If City go ahead, who knows what happens? But there's tonight Villa got it right. City didn't. City are struggling. Villa on the up curve.
Let's go to Jackie Knuckles, a Man City fan. Hi, Jackster.
Good evening, Peter.
Oh, Jack. It's every single week, Jack. Jack.
Yes, Jason.
No, I'm feeling your pain.
I'm not.
Well, I've been there, Jack.
No, listen, you don't have to feel my pain. At the end of the day, we were clueless, we were pathetic, gutless, spineless. They deserve what they're getting, Jason. You know, these players are paid millions and millions of pounds of money. We've got millions of pounds of talent, even without the, with the injured players not there. It is unbelievable the way this is going on. I think there's something going on behind the scenes. We're all talking about it all afternoon.
What, though, Jack? What?
I don't know, Jason. If I knew, I'd be able to tell you, but with no clue. I have never, ever seen this with my team since 2006 under Stuart
Jack,
Pearce.
let me ask you this, Jack. Let me ask you this, right? The elephant in the room, obviously, is the charges, okay? And no one knows what's going to happen. But is there a fear, because you are on such a low point score right now, if you were to get 30 points deduction, and I'm using that because that figure's been floated in the past, normally you'd be able to ride that. That'd be comfortable. Are you worried that if you do get that and your points tally right now is so low that it actually could put you in the Championship if that happens?
Well, it's obvious it could, wouldn't it? Because
are you not worried? Do you think your form will turn around, and if you get 30 points, you'll still be able to swallow it?
Well, yeah, I'm hoping the form will turn around, but Jason, how many times have I been on sports, but how many times have I been on with Crookie and everyone saying the squad's aging? There's just nothing in midfield. There's nothing at all in the midfield. There's no service to Haaland. And at the back, we're too wide open. We're defending so high up the pitch. Every team's putting the ball over the top. I mean, that goal from Villa, the first goal was sublime. It was superb. And fair play to them. You know, they gave us a run around and they deserved to win. You know me, Jay. I never come on here.
Just look in the middle of the park, right? I'm looking at Tielemans, Onana and Rodgers and Kamara. I thought those... McGinn was out on the right, but those in the middle of the park, those four boys there, Rodgers in particular. Then I'm looking at your midfield, the legs.
Terrible.
Completely different.
You know what I mean? Gundogan. I'm not keep repeating myself saying his legs have gone again. And Gundogan. And then we get Kyle Walker. Sorry, we get Stonesy fit. Then he goes off at half-time. Ruben Diaz was fit for a few weeks. He goes off last week in the derby. It's just going round and round and round in circles to coming back. What it is, I don't think the match fit. But because Pep's struggling to choose a team and to choose the players, we haven't got the players, we haven't got a fully fit squad. So he's just having to play what he can at the moment. And there's no way that they'll let Pep, because of his legacy. Do you know what I mean?
He's unsackable, isn't he, in my opinion, Jay?
At the end of the day, Jamie, right, look what he's done in the last 8 years. He's won trophy after trophy. It's 18 trophies. How could anybody think about sacking him?
No.
And like he's just said in the interview, Pep will not walk away. He will try and turn it round. He will, honestly, guys. But I'll tell you what, listen, Everton on Thursday, Oh my God, I can't believe I'm actually saying this. It is a must-winnable game. We have to win on Thursday, or else I don't know what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, we move on. We carry on supporting them. The Blues were fantastic down at Villa Park today. They sung. Fair play to them, and safe journey home, guys. And
Jack, you're getting pumped now, and it's a bit embarrassing. You've been coming on here for years, giving it a large, Man City fans. It's been boring, killing the Premier League.
Mo's going to be loving this, Jack.
Now it's like giving everyone ammunition to bury you.
At the end of the day, they haven't won anything yet. I hope to God Chelsea go and win that Premier League.
Don't Jack say that.
Chelsea. Up the Chelsea.
Come on, the Chelsea. Get winning it.
No. So, yeah, I cheered on City when they won. It's a little bit of just a return of the favour. That's all, Jack.
Rather Nottingham Forest win it. Jack, expect your call. That was a look at some of the main topics of the day. All thanks to Betfair. 18+, BeGambler.org.
Topic of the day on TalkSport with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute guarantee. Applies to match odds. 90 market sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+. GambleAware.org.
The Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
But we're going to start with that early kick-off, Cass, where we mentioned it already. Manchester City's crisis intensified as they slipped to another damaging defeat at Aston Villa. John Duran and Morgan Rogers' goals meant that Phil Foden's late reply for the visitors was little consolation. Defending champion City have dropped to 6th now in the Premier League, 9 points behind the leaders Liverpool, having played 2 games more, while Villa have moved above them now into 5th. It is now 9 defeats in 12 in all competitions for City, who are winless in their last 8 away matches. After the match, Pep Guardiola spoke to TalkSport's Adam Bridge about suffering yet another defeat.
The defeat that we have in that situation, this is the click. Okay, we deal with that. We talk on that. It's a little lot of details that one team were consistent for many years. They were able to find always the way to do it, and for different reasons, not particularly one. I said again, it will be easy. If the particular one is just a manager, it will be easy. If the particular is 2 or 3 players, it will be easy. It's not about that. It's always, I insist, it's about all of us, that our best, and the situation is difficult because we don't have, when we won triples and quadruples and all the records that we broke in this country, it's because we were 90% of the squad ready, because otherwise you cannot compete in all competition. We won 4 Carabaos in a row because you have all the players available to do that. And in that moment, I'm not saying that is the reason why. It's one of a lot I'm saying, but the reality, we are not winning games, we are losing games, and before we're able to do it, and I have to find a way, I'm not able to do it.
It's the kind of run that you're not used to as a manager, and we've not seen at Manchester City in recent years. Is there a point when you think, I've had enough, I want to walk away, or is the motivation to get it right what challenges you and gets you up every day?
No, motivation is when you win a lot of games. That's where the motivation comes from. But I have to stay here. Of course, I have to stand and still stand and Everton. Analyze Everton and go for it.
But finally, Christmas is round the corner. If the footballing Father Christmas could bring you one gift on Christmas Day this year, what would that be?
Healthy for everyone. Decent job, to have a good salary, to have heater at home, good food, and some pleasure to go, for the families and the loved ones. This is one. Stop the wars and peace around the world, and at the end the people want, have the job and have the loved ones close and live what you want to do. At the end, when we won it was a game, and now it's just a game. That we want to do our best. Now it's not happening. We are a little bit down for that, for our fans, but it's life, it's football. So that is not as much that other things.
How lovely. That's very nice by Pep Guardiola there.
Yes.
At the end. But my goodness, he will once again be scratching his head, Cass, as to how on earth he can fix what is going wrong with his side. They just seem to be stuck in this rut right now. And we'll give credit to Aston Villa in a moment. But of course, naturally, the story is Manchester City, and the fact now it's just 1 win in 12 for them in all competitions.
Yeah. Very obvious from the first 2 or 3 minutes. It's going to be a hard day at the office. Suffering corners straight away.
Villa had two great chances.
Yeah, 2 great chances,
and
literally in the first few minutes of the game. This brilliantly designed team that had a pattern of play that was so robotic at times, and no one knew how to deal with it. Or, Liverpool sort of matched it for a season, and then, even still come second best when they achieved a huge amount of points, Liverpool. And this team would still dominate in their patterns of play. And now they've malfunctioned. The computer's gone completely ballistic. It's blown up. It's unbelievable what I'm watching here. And Villa deserve credit, but they knew how to beat them. They knew what they had to do. I've written down players who are not playing well and not doing the right things. I wrote down Bernardo Silva. The amount of times he's getting trapped in little pockets where he used to get out of, he's not. Phil Foden. Well, we talked about him yesterday. Haaland, hardly any service at all, non-existent, and he's talking about he's to blame as well. Well, yeah, you can put in a little bit more effort, but actually you're not getting anything to really feed off anyway. Gvardiol, fullback, come centre half, all over the place.
All over the place.
Gundogan, it's just not the same player. It's unreal to watch him in a year. And then there's others who are not playing well or coming off injured. The best two players for City yesterday were Ortega in goal. Okay, I thought he played okay, and I thought Jack Grealish had a real go, had a bit of a spite in his game.
Agree.
The rest of them totally second best, and Villa knew exactly what they had to do, and it was intensity, pressure, and misplaced passes were happening all the time.
That's exactly what I was about to say. There felt like there was no cohesion whatsoever with the City team. Like you say, misplaced passes. You had Jack Grealish trying to make runs down the left, but then there was no one to pass it to, or it was just like I say, the one way I thought about it was there's just no cohesion. There's nothing going on with this team. They don't know what they're doing currently. And one of the things I think that summed up Gvardiol's performance yesterday as well was that second goal. I don't know if you remember it, when the ball came from, Morgan Rogers obviously scores the goal, but he's the one that makes the drive through midfield. He passes the ball out to John McGinn, and you see Gvardiol in two minds. Do I go for it or not? He steps forward to try and intercept, but then pulls himself out of that moment, which gives McGinn the chance. And I just thought, what are you doing? And then at that point, the defence are all just ball watching. They're playing what when you see kids football, that all the kids run towards the ball. That's what it looked like at one stage. There was no structure to them whatsoever. And Aston Villa thoroughly deserved that victory, who themselves obviously had come into it off the back of a defeat to Nottingham Forest. But they played as a team, which was very different to Leicester City.
Yeah, they did. Kamara in midfield with Onana. You look at them, Tillemans. They had a very well-structured design of their team, and they knew if they broke quickly, City were going to be all over the place. And that, for me, was so basic, because Villa knew with Duran up front, they've got pace. They can get in behind. Yeah. They could have done that with Ollie Watkins as well. Ollie Watkins can do the similar thing when he gets into the channels. They were easily beaten yesterday.
Yeah. And
that was shocking. Watching a team that everybody feared, everybody tried to change tactics to play against them, or at best, 90% of teams would be so wary of the way City played. Now, teams are going after them. It's out on the street. They have gone, completely gone.
Well, if you look at their next 6 fixtures, which includes their FA Cup tie with Salford in January, they might look at it and think, well, this is a chance for us to turn the tide, because they are essentially winnable. The problem is that this team can't win currently, but this is what they've got coming up. Boxing Day, they've got Everton at home. Then they face Leicester away before the end of the year. It's West Ham at home at the beginning of January, followed by the FA Cup tie, like I've mentioned. Then they make the trip to Brentford, and then a trip to Ipswich as well. So on paper, those are games that surely they're going to turn things around in those matches.
Yeah, I definitely think they'll win a number of them games. Yes, I'd be amazed if it continues to what I witnessed yesterday, because they've lost in certain games and they've been in good positions in a couple of them, but it's still a massive shortfall. They are totally out there. This is no rocket science here. They're totally out of the title race. There's no way they're not going to get beat again 2 or 3 times before the end of the season.
And I tell you why it's important that they turn the tide in those fixtures, because after that, when you're heading towards late January, you've got Chelsea to come. This is just in the Premier League. Chelsea to come, followed by Arsenal away, Newcastle at home, Liverpool at home, Tottenham away, Forest away, and Brighton at home. I mean, then it becomes tricky. And I know you're saying they're already out of the title race, but if they're in the hunt for top 4, they've got to pick up points now to ensure that they're going into those really difficult games in with a chance of top 4 still.
Yeah. We talk about, I've listened to loads of different shows. We're all saying we cannot believe what we've witnessed. I can't. If you had said to me 2 months ago, City are going to win 1 in 12 and they're going to be literally at the bottom of the league form, I'd have said this is not possible. They could have a dip and maybe lose 1 or 2. Then they didn't look like early on in the season the Man City of last season, that's for sure. And within a short space of time, I've been in a team. And it's nowhere near to the same level, but I was in a Republic of Ireland team that lost its legs. And we've chatted with people like Aldridge, Ray Houghton, Andy Townsend, Paul McGrath, Kevin Moran, myself. A number of us, legs were going in a team, and it happened quite quickly. Because people say to me about playing for the Republic of Ireland, I say we had a great team in '88, 90. 94 was slightly on the decline. By 96, there was a big difference because Jack was still very loyal to a lot of players.
Right.
And so I was, but that was quite over a space of a long time. We still qualified for tournaments. Their demise has been like overnight.
Rapid. Yeah.
Absolutely. So many of them out of form and out of sorts and unrecognisable.
Yeah. Listen, it's a subject that's going to be talked about long into the weekend and beyond as well, because it's just, we're all baffled, absolutely baffled by what is going on. But credit to Aston Villa, big win for them to move them into 5th spot then above Manchester City, and they are 3 points off the top 4 as a result of that victory.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
On to the football now once more, and Gabriel Jesus scored twice as Arsenal put 5 past Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park to move to within 3 points of the top of the Premier League. Jesus scored 2 in the first half before Kai Havertz made it 3, with Gabriel Martinelli and Declan Rice adding further goals after the break. After the game, the manager Mikel Arteta said he was glad to see his strikers' application at training paying dividends.
I told him, you're not going to see those results in a week, maybe in a month or in 2 months. But if you stop doing that, you have no chance. So you have to continue to believe. Everybody's here to support him, and he certainly has the talent to do it. It's a big boost for the team, especially because he's someone that is really, really liked among the squad. And we need our front players firing. Yesterday we lost Raheem. Today we lost Bukayo. So we better have our front pro in good shape.
Yeah, so it did come a little bit of a cost there to Bukayo Saka, who had to go off and on crutches as well, was some of the reports suggesting, Cass. So that is a real concern for Arsenal heading into this really busy festive period. Before we sort of focus on that, Jesus scoring once more. We've been talking about, do they need a sort of pivotal
Yes, they do.
strike?
Changes
but
nothing.
He can't be the fix.
I don't think there's enough evidence that, we're talking about real fine margins here. And he is a really good player. And I watched him live at Crystal Palace on, Wednesday night in the Cup, League Cup. I was there. And he was, the moment he got his first goal, it felt like the weight off his shoulders, and he looked like the Gabriel Jesus we know and can be really dangerous. And with that, I didn't think he'd play yet. I didn't think he'd start yesterday because I thought it'll be Havertz. But he sort of invented his team, didn't he? He played Havertz in midfield yesterday.
Yeah.
And then left Gabriel Jesus to play the centre-forward role. Look, Arsenal, as much as they had the 0-0 draw against Everton, Arsenal have hit 5 goals 3 times in the last few games, haven't they? You go through their results now. They've had a few 5s. So that this team can score goals. So, Sporting Lisbon, they did it too, didn't they?
That's right, West Ham as well. Much earlier on in the League Cup against Bolton. Maybe
this team can get goals.
Yeah.
It can. I'll say the one thing that I keep repeating, Odegaard is most definitely the most gifted at making assists, and Saka's pretty close to him as well. So with that, they've got 2 really creative and deliver great balls into the box. Martinelli's got better again. Martinelli's last season, he wasn't around. I just felt he'd lost his way last season from having a really great start. He lost his way last season. He slowly got better. Remember, maybe it's the pressure of Trossard being there because he's a more consistent player. I think you can get the brilliance of Gabriel Martinelli, but when he drops off, it's too big of a drop off. But this team, I still think, and I still put my neck out on the line on this. You just got to move heaven and earth to get the striker that's easily the one out there that I just look at and think, what a difference is that? And Newcastle fans know it. And Eddie Howe's in the paper talking today about how desperate he's going to have to fight off clubs because honestly, Nat, all of them will be after him. The best teams in the world will be after him.
I know, he had a great game yesterday once more for Newcastle as well as they beat Ipswich 4-0 at Portman Road. A game we'll talk more about a little bit later on. But we already mentioned it, Cass, the big injury to Bukayo Saka. Didn't even last a half, unfortunately, for Arsenal. Went off in the 24th minute, limping off. And post-match, Mikel Arteta said that his side were deeply worried about his condition. You talk about how pivotal Martin Ødegaard is to Arsenal. But likewise is Saka.
Of course, yeah, he's been brilliant. He's a wonderful winger. You don't know what way he's going to go. He's durable. I mean, I know he got injured yesterday, but he generally plays a lot of football.
Yes.
And his levels of consistency are superb.
Well, that was his 250th appearance for Arsenal at 23.
Absolutely. I think he's, when people talked about Cole Palmer, and then there's slightly different players, I just think, you got to dislodge Saka for the England place on the right, because I don't think any managers are going to go, it's a natural, just play. I think they'll look to play Cole Palmer elsewhere and keep Saka on the right.
For Chelsea, he plays the 10 role, doesn't he?
Yeah, he'll play the 10, but he has played the right a lot of times in his career.
But we have seen Madueke take on that role at Chelsea more.
Well, that right side is Madueke. He's the one that can maybe challenge Saka, but Saka's still the number one.
Yeah.
He is, and he's a hell of a, just such a durable player.
As I mentioned, that was his 250th appearance at just 23 years old. That makes him the youngest Englishman to do that for Arsenal. It's incredible, really. Is there any concern, actually, when you consider the amount of game time he's had in his short career?
Definitely.
Really, it's still a short career, of burnout. If you look at what's happened with Marcus Rashford, for example, the impact someone makes, and Marcus Rashford made a big impact when he first cracked the scene at Manchester United. Is there any worry about, Saka down the line? That he could have burnout?
Yeah, I'd be concerned because I do think there's a lot of fullbacks put a lot of heavy challenges on him. So injury could easily happen. He's always trying to get half a yard, and when he's crossing, you have one leg standing and the other one crossing the ball. You can get caught. He's getting caught quite often, but he still seems to be available. They said it's for precaution, so hopefully it's the case. But I think it'd be a huge loss if he goes out of the team for any length of time. And I think you're right, Nat. It's again coming down to, if you play too much football and you continue to play, there comes a price to pay somewhere along the line.
But of course, they are going to play him because he is so important to them.
Well,
I'm not saying you're not going to play him, but it's just thinking long term about him.
Well, think of it this way, Nat. Think of it this way on Mohamed Salah has done what Saka's done in his early part of his career. Played like week in, week out football, week after week, seasons delivering and all this. And the moment he gets an injury with Egypt, and he comes back and he wasn't right. Look how he sort of completely fell off the radar at the end of last season at Liverpool. Was so out of sorts. Gets back, has a great summer, gets himself in peak condition again, but he suffered with injuries. Eventually it comes.
A big win for Arsenal, moving them. I say moving. The reason I say moving is because Forest at one point were third, but Arsenal reclaimed third spot with that victory against a Crystal Palace side that had another, similar to the Brentford situation that we were talking about, 3 games in 6 days. And whereas Arsenal were able to make
Arsenal
a host
loads of changes
in midweek in their cup tie, that eight changes they made. Palace went strong in that tie, unfortunately lost that one, and maybe again
they've
conceded
8 in them 2 games now. Going with their strongest team. So you can tell the gulf of the difference between Arsenal and Crystal Palace as squads. They've gone very strong twice and conceded 8.
Yeah, indeed. They had only lost one of their previous 8 before that, though, before yesterday's game, I should say, in the Premier League. But they were certainly well beaten by the Gunners. OK, when we return then, Cass, you mentioned Alexander Isak there. Well, his hat-trick helped Newcastle thump Ipswich, who are still chasing their first Premier League home win since 2002. We'll reflect on it next.
On AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Welcome back to Saturday Social, where we are joined by Paul and Fuad. Right, Joe, we are going to turn our attention now to Premier League players. Sort of looking at most improved, aren't we? There's been a few players that have had a significantly good 2024. What's the plan? The whiteboard is out?
Yeah, we want to see the most improved players this season, kind of categorising it also against how they did last season. Who has got better?
Yeah.
In a significant way. We're going to go from 10 to 1 in reverse order. Fuad, you're leading this. You've got your list of 10 names. Let's start at number 10. Who do you think is most improved?
Number 10, I have Elliot Anderson.
Big shout.
Nottingham Forest signee this summer. I think caught everybody by surprise this season. Pretty much a squad player at Newcastle last year. I think only had 11 starts, but already has 5 assists in 15 games this season. I think has formed a nice little double pivot with Yates behind Morgan Gibbs-White, and just offers something a little bit different to what Sangare and Dominguez were offering last season. A little bit more creativity, a little bit more on-ball ability. And I think someone who Newcastle fans have previously always rated, and maybe they'll now kind of regret letting go because you're kind of finally starting to see him blossom a little bit. But it's always good to see young talents kind of, when they get the opportunity, they actually take it with both hands. And I think when he made that move, it was a bit left field. Nobody was surprised, especially with the price as well, and the fact that he hadn't played a lot, but the fact that he's delivering the goods.
The thing is, I think Newcastle didn't want to lose.
No.
It was a PSR kind of sale in the end, wasn't it? And it was quite a big fee on paper, but then Vlachodimos went the other way, and it kind of offset the fee a little bit, and he has just been remarkably good.
This is one of those things that happens in football sometimes, doesn't it, where I don't think you're right. Newcastle ideally probably wouldn't have chosen that, but when you're balancing the books and football becomes transactional, he's sort of, had to pay the price himself, had to get that move, and I love that. I love when some footballers just kind of go, actually, well, no, I'll step up and prove it, and prove it.
Valid point with Newcastle though as well, because Eddie Howe's spoken about the fact that it was a lot down to PSR, as you saw with Minter as well. There's players they didn't want to necessarily sell, but they had to. So it's a good shout. So he is down as your 10th most improved player of 2024. This is in reverse order, don't forget, so we'll culminate in your best or most improved player, I should say. So who have you got at number 9?
Number 9, I have gone for Alex Iwobi at Fulham.
So underrated, man.
So underrated, and I feel like he's been someone who's been steadily improving since his last year at Everton, but at 28 now, I think you're starting to see him take on that maturity, that leadership, and in a Fulham team where, as I said before, it's almost like a band of misfits. Emil Smith-Rowe joining in the summer, Nelson joining. He's kind of taken the mantle as the senior statesman, and this season I think he's got 5 goals, 3 assists.
Do you know, he has 5 Premier League goals this season, which equals his career best, which was last season. So you see the career trajectory he's going on. He's also, incredible stat, he's got the joint most successful passes into the box this season of any player in the entire Premier League, equal with Cole Palmer.
He makes that side tick, and I'm a little almost embarrassed to say that I used to hold him up as an example of, again, I always bring it back to Everton, but when they got that injection of cash, their approach to transfers was like filter by interested, buy most expensive, and Alex Iwobi was like my example of, we'll just buy Alex Iwobi. But he's the go-to guy in that Fulham team. Again, saw it last week. When they're playing well, it's because he's playing well. They're getting him on the ball, and
If you notice, like Pereira last year was almost like the chief creator. He's taken over that mantle as well. So credit to him. I think it takes a lot, and finally living up to the potential he was hyped up to at Arsenal eventually. So number 9.
Okay, stick him in at number 9 then.
Okay, number 8.
Number 8, I have gone for Mark Cucurella. Who,
this is an interesting shout, isn't it? He's good, last 5-6 months.
Honestly, I think he's possibly the best left back in the Premier League at the moment, because he's just carried on his form from the Euros, I would say, because you're looking at Guardiola, kind of the way he's fallen off his form this season. Udogie, I feel like he's kind of tailed off a little bit. He is someone who I feel like consistently this season, going forward, adding goals midweek as well into his game, right foot finish, edge of the box, but he's someone who had a lot of doubters, and I think when he joined from Brighton, there was a lot of question marks. Last season, I felt like there were spells. He showed he can do something. I remember he covered at right back for a period and did really well, but then at left back, he kept getting caught out again. This season, Maresca has found a way to just get those little chinks out of his game, and then now you're seeing kind of the real Cucurella that we saw at Brighton.
he comes across as like a character, doesn't he? And I think sometimes that can be damaging to footballers. Like, he's a bit daft. He's not a serious football player. This season, he's been a serious football player. Maybe needs to choose his footwear a little bit better. I think he'll probably admit that. But it's surprising I've been a little surprised at how consistent he's been, to be perfectly honest, because I thought he was more like, from a Liverpool perspective, it reminds me a bit of Tsimikas in that year. He seems like, it just seems like more of a character than what you want you guys just to crack on with the job. But he's done both this season.
Another left-back contender, potentially, Anthony Robinson. Just want to throw that name in there where you're talking about best left-backs in the league.
He was someone I was definitely considering. The only thing I would say is I feel like Robinson's been performing at a very high consistent level.
He was great last
over the past 2-3 years.
Yeah, totally fair
in terms of most improved, I wouldn't say he's improved.
I agree with that.
Good.
I think Anthony Robinson has consistently been up
Brilliant,
there and almost been, if this was an underrated list, you'd have Anthony Robinson there.
Fully.
Heavily linked with...
He'd be top 3,
Yeah,
arguably.
I agree,
Good boys over there.
Serious player. OK, number 7.
We've got for another
player.
Chelsea player.
Oh, Chelsea man.
And that's Nicholas Jackson.
Okay.
And I think he has been brilliant this season in terms of link-up play, hold-up play. Last season was being criticised for missing a lot of big chances. This season he's already into double figures already. I think the price he came in for as well, people forget, 32 million. And I think the pressure on him was almost like it was a 70 million signing. In the summer, if you spoke to Chelsea fans, they would have told you probably a number 9 is a position they need to address. Now, I feel like this is a striker they feel like they can hang their hat on for the rest of the season. And it's the devastation he offers in the counter-attack as well, I think, is something that's understated. Maresca has been able to get that team, when they go running in that direction, guys like him, Madueke, they are absolute weapons.
He's a player that does split opinion, isn't he, on social media? A lot of people look at the stats of big chances missed, which was going around last season, but for context, and to be fair to me, he has scored 9 goals and 3 assists already this season. And he did get 14 goals and 5 assists last season as well. So, where do you stand on the Nicholas Jackson?
I really like Nicholas Jackson. I think one of the beautiful things about not really having, like, I'm not a Chelsea fan, I'm not a Nicholas Jackson fan, but I love to see when people really give a player stick and then them like kind of prove them all wrong, really. I think he was getting loads of unfair criticism from me. He was got in the right positions. I thought his movement was always superb. I thought he was always, you've got to be there. And look, and bear in mind, I watched Darwin Núñez play.
No, I was just about to ask, as a Liverpool fan, if you see comparisons with Núñez and Jackson in that they do split opinion, but...
Well, yeah, because obviously Erling Haaland was the archetype. That's what everyone was looking to buy that summer. Haaland was top of the list and everyone else was shopping in and around that. Liverpool getting Núñez, obviously Jackson goes there, Højlund goes to Manchester United, and they were all being criticised for not being lethal in front of goal. It's not really worked for Højlund. Darwin Núñez continue. If you talk about splitting opinion, that guy, and then Jackson just coming in quietly doing the business. I think he's really good.
Stick him up. There we go.
His record at Chelsea is just so good. Yeah, so underrated.
A lot of goals. Let's move on to number 6.
Number 6, I have gone for John Duran, a man who I think this season has taken the Premier League by storm.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
The goals he is scoring, I've said they're almost like heat checks. He's just checking the temperature to see, are you ready, goalkeeper? And he just launches it. But Champions League, Premier League, and I think he's only had 2 starts in the Premier League as well.
He's got the best minutes per goal ratio of any player in the Premier League this season.
3 starts now,
It's actually so scary, and you almost start to feel like he's starting to finally dislodge Ollie Watkins. Obviously, he's not been in the greatest form this season, but this is actually his 3rd season at Aston Villa. And previous seasons, I feel like he's always shown glimpses, but this season we're now starting to see the real deal. Come from the MLS as well, and I don't think we've seen many players come over from the MLS and impress the way he has as well.
Fair point. Okay, stick him up.
Yeah, I have to say as well about John Duran, like, Chelsea really wanted to sign him in the summer. Like, maybe the recruitment, Chelsea's recruitment department.
I remember at the time, people were calling Chelsea crazy for did that much, but
so good.
Joe's happy with your 5th pick.
5th pick, I have gone
number 5.
Amad Diallo, and it's hard to ignore this kid this season. I feel like Ten Hag almost tried to keep him shackled up and not let us see the best of this boy, but since Amorim has taken over, he has taken over the keys of the team. He is the creative linchpin. He's direct, he's quick, he's strong. The press is crazy. We saw midweek the press and what he did to Forster, so I think he really sets the tone, and in terms of if United are moving forward, this is who they need to build around.
He's done that 3 or 4 times. United fan. Absolutely ridiculous he wasn't getting more minutes under Erik ten Hag. Honestly, criminal offence that was. But what we're seeing now is clearly the emergence of like a massive level talent. If you're able to do what he's doing in the shambles that has been Manchester United, you're even more special. I think if Amad was playing for a club that was more settled and had a much more clearer pathway, a much more clearer way of playing, we would be talking about one of the best young players in the world.
Yeah,
100%.
Bubbly,
So
exciting,
good.
attacking. You can see exactly why Ten Hag didn't like him because he's everything Ten Hag isn't.
Technically, so outstanding.
Massive, FA Cup semi, massive in the derby as well.
Yeah, big game.
Turns up in a big game, so.
And you have to be able to work hard, despite the fact you can be as talented as you want, as we've seen with plenty of Manchester United players in the past. If you don't want to press, or if they don't want to work backwards, it's not going to work. And Ahmad works like a dog. So good.
So let's go on to 4. Now 4, now this is an interesting one, because when Joe and I saw this, and we're not saying we don't rate Chris Wood, that's our exact point. I'm surprised he's in the most improved, because he was great last season.
He scored 14 last year.
14 goals last season. I always feel like Chris Wood's been consistently good for a long time, but people are only just recognising that.
I feel like he wasn't given enough flowers last season.
Okay.
And even when he got the 14 goals, I felt like it was almost gone under the radar. Like, his last
Was he in
season
your fantasy team last season? That's the question.
Probably not.
Probably not. He's in everyone's team.
Has he improved, though? Because he feels to me that he's been consistently
listen,
good for a little while now.
Listen, I'm terrible at fantasy football, so me getting into my team is not necessarily the achievement that maybe I'm pitching it as. But no, I agree with that. I had no idea that he'd scored that many goals, and maybe it's a PR thing. Maybe it's the fact that Forest it's having a meaningful impact on Forest league position as well, because they're right up there. But no, I did not bat an eyelid when I saw that he was going to be in there.
I think that's the thing is last year it was kind of more in the doldrums. Now it's kind of being done more in the European places. But I think the career recovery from what I've seen, because at Newcastle he was in the wilderness, and now all of a sudden leading man for Forest.
Proper underrated
funny
player,
as well, isn't it? Like, he's one of, I can't imagine there's many strikers or players, but he's the top goal scorer in Premier League history for 2 clubs, for Burnley and now for Forest. So I think there's probably not many players that have been able to say
Also,
that.
Premier League Player of the Month for October. First time a Forest player's ever won that award, and last season was his joint best scoring season in the Premier League. So
Top guy as well, isn't he?
Yeah,
It's already not far off his tally there as well.
Brilliant. Right, let's get into top 3 now, because we get into the business end.
The business end, and we start with Moises Caicedo in 3rd place. This man plays the beautiful game the right way. All action, all purpose, everywhere. You're seeing it at right back, centre mid. No matter what partner he's partnered up with this season, as well, whether it's Enzo, whether it's Lavia, he is playing out of his skin, and I think he's getting back to that Brighton level, if not performing at an even better level. But what a player, in my opinion.
Paul. What's the expression?
Too much money, poor choice of transfer for him last summer. Not having wasted. I can't. In pure bias, I was quite pleased that he didn't have a good season last year on the back of all the transfer sort of stuff. But you're right. Like, there's a player there, and there's so much. His ceiling's so high, and he's still young enough that how good could this guy actually get? And to see him kind of finding his footing, the Lavia thing's really interesting as well, because actually seeing him play some minutes alongside, that is the future of Chelsea's midfield. Those two, they've got everything.
Okay, best midfielder in the league. Sorry, just throw that in there, because that debate has been happening online.
We will address that very shortly.
Oh, okay, I like that. Top 2 now, so 2nd most improved player. Who have you gone for?
Now we're getting into real midfield category.
Becky.
Dejan Kulusevski, number 2. When we talk about improvements, when we talk about glow-ups, I think as Spurs fans, we've always said it's not the ability that we doubt, it's just the consistency. This season, dare I say, he's playing at a Ballon d'Or level. Big games.
At what level?
You heard me. He's playing at a Ballon d'Or level.
Come on.
Listen, maybe at Tottenham Hotspurs you might say, okay, he's not competing for silverware, but the level of
Ballon d'Or level.
I mean, Vinicius Junior doesn't get a look in, but mid-table Tottenham Hotspurs, Dejan Kulusevski
he's got 7
nailed
goals in the league. A Ballon d'Or level.
Maybe there's a little bit of bias.
I was about to. Do you know what you've done there, Fuad?
I went too far.
I'm his biggest fan. I think he's been unbelievable. The way that he's shifted his position, how he's played, how versatile he is, how he reads the game. I was going to agree with everything. And then he said Ballon d'Or, and he just went, Fuad, I can't get.
Listen, I got to run.
You always have to go too far.
I'm sorry, but no, what he's been offering this season in terms of right wing, centre mid, off the ball, I think very much gets undersold what he does off the ball as well, because technically he's brilliant, but
he has been Spurs' best player this season, and
easily,
consistently, and in the big games as well. What is your take on? And also, what I think, who I know is going to come at 1, is a similar trait in that there's been a slight positional change. I think what Andrew's done very well here is that you've seen him play a number 10 role, but also out wide. Have you been impressed with how he can play both roles well?
No, 100%. Because for me, when he came in, he was playing on the wing, and I know Spurs fans were raving over him, and it felt like he kind of dipped off since that. I mean, I've ultimately almost forgotten about him, to be perfectly honest. And then this season, the fact that they can shift him into the 10, he can still go and do a job out wide. He's obviously got the pace, he's got an eye for goal. He's a handful. he's one of those players that I can see how you could get carried away with him, because he's one of those players you'd love to see play for your football.
It was very similar, him and Diaz, because they came in at the same time.
There was a massive comparison, wasn't there, on social?
For the first 6 months, they both almost sold us a dream of being the best players ever, and then it was a bit of inconsistency.
Yeah, best award winner, Luis Diaz.
But then now this season, you're starting to see they're getting back to levels.
Good shout.
Okay, number one.
And then number one, without a shadow of a doubt, most improved player this season and the best midfielder in the Premier League, Ryan Gravenberch.
Yeah.
This guy, I think in the summer, Liverpool fans were talking about we need to address our defensive midfield position, and he just said, hold up, lads, I've got the position sorted. I don't think there's a better player receiving the ball on the half turn in the world. This guy glides when he has the ball. I'm not even joking. Am I lying here, Paul?
Yeah, he's playing at a Ballon level right now. Can we just be clear?
Yes. Joe and I massively rate Gravenberch and Kulusevski, but there's some of the
I'm going overboard because that's how good these guys are playing, honestly. And I feel like people aren't giving them their credit. They need their flowers.
100%. Listen, Liverpool's biggest critique of Liverpool's transfer policy this summer was not going out and buying a DM. Yeah. And Ryan Gravenberch, nobody looked at that and went, this guy's going to be the answer. Everyone thought it'll be Alexis McAllister again.
A lot of people were critical of that at the time, you're right.
Without a shadow of a doubt, and it still remains a thing. You know, if Liverpool were to go into the transfer market in January, they probably still wouldn't mind it, because he's doing it at the DM. He's the best one at the moment, I think, in form-wise in the Premier League. Yeah. And it might not even be his best position. Liverpool could buy a specialist and he could actually get even better being pushed further up the pitch. He has been a revelation. Every time he takes the pitch, I see something from him that I didn't know he had, and I'm constantly wowed.
Stick him up, no disagreement. So there is confirmation of the 10 most improved players in 2024 by Fuad. So let's chuck some. Go on, Paul. Any alternatives that you would have had if you were doing that, or names that you should think be on the list?
I have to mention Ibrahima Konate, and I know this is a guy who's, he's not an unknown quantity. Everyone knows who Konate is, but bear in mind, last season he lost his place to Jarell Quansah. He lost his place to a lad who'd been on loan in League One, I think the season before, and he couldn't get in the team. He was really poor at times, Konate, last year, and he's had injury issues and whatever. He doesn't even start the season. He comes on at half-time, first game of the season at Ipswich, and he's had a little injury of late, which is not his fault. I think Van Dijk cleaned him out, but he's been sensational. This is a guy who I think was the best player in the Champions League final a few years back, and he's right back to that level. He might even have been better than Van Dijk at times this season.
Any other names that were close when you were doing this?
I think Brennan Johnson was one I thought about. I think Brennan Johnson's had a good spell this season.
6
I think
goals and assists already.
Similarly silenced a lot of doubt as well, and I think that's the thing with a lot of the players here. They've kind of had either doubters last year or kind of had consistency issues, and I feel like he's been one of those that's kind of.
Couple of the names, Milos Kerkez, we were chatting about, Ollie Aina.
I think Ollie Aina has to be a contender.
Smith Rowe, I'd chuck in there, in terms of what he's done at Fulham as well.
I think from last season to this season, one of the players that's impressed me the most is Mikael Damsgaard. I think Mikael Damsgaard's rise in that Brentford side, who have been excellent, by the way, especially at home, he's maybe their most key player, despite the fact that Bournemouth and Vista get the goals. It's like Damsgaard. Last season he was forgotten about.
Semenyo was another one as well.
Yeah, Semenyo as well.
Ryan Christie, by the way, most possession won in the Premier League this season, Ryan Christie.
He never puts a foot wrong, Ryan Christie.
No, a couple of other names there. Let us know what you think at home. There is confirmation, as we say, of the board, but any other shouts that we've forgotten about? They've got Ryan Gravenberch as the most improved player, which Paul agrees with. Some good shouts there. Enjoyed that.
Of course it's on for Arsenal. They're 3 points behind Liverpool, who have games in hand as things stand, but who play tomorrow, as do Chelsea. At the moment, Arsenal on 33 points. The Opta supercomputer, and as Mikel Arteta said, we're not even halfway through the season, nearly, but not quite halfway through the season yet, have Arsenal with a 13.2% chance. And even though they're behind Chelsea, they have a better chance of lifting the Premier League trophy come the end of the season than Chelsea do. Well, what do you think, Paul? What needs to happen for Arsenal to do it?
Well, that 5.8% needs to be bigger. Whatever happens, that does need to be bigger. That's ridiculous. Arsenal need consistency. They need consistency, as Mikel Arteta said, they've drawn their last 2 games. Drawing at home to Everton, the chances they've got to win them games. They've got to be more ruthless. They've got to put these teams away, So being consistent, but they're right in there. I'm one of them. Forget the 2 games in hand. If I was Liverpool, I'd forget about the 2 games in hand. You just want to keep on playing. You don't want to keep on playing. Go right. We've got 1 game in hand. If we, just in case, because that comes around, and before that comes around, you need that just to be 1 point behind or just go level. So for me, I look at the league like it is now. Arsenal, they're in it. They're in it. but I'd definitely be having Chelsea at more than 5.8.
Yeah, I agree
Is
with
the
that.
difference because Arsenal have been inconsistent across the season, whereas Chelsea didn't start maybe as well as Arsenal did, but they've improved as the season has gone on? Is that the difference?
Well, the thing with Chelsea is they've got no distractions. They are not in Europe. They've got another team for European football. They're not in the Carabao Cup.
They're in Europe, but not in the Champions League.
They've got another team.
Cole Palmer doesn't play in it,
Cole
does he?
Palmer, none of them playing it, hardly. You know, I was there on Thursday night. Cucurella played. He's probably the only one who plays at Everton this weekend. So they've got an unbelievable squad. They haven't got two-legged Carabao Cup games in January and February. You know, we just see the Arsenal fixtures and you're like, oh, the Newcastle probably would be a little bit happy. Chelsea are in this 100%, but Arsenal are probably 13 and Chelsea are 5 because they haven't been in this position.
No. Arsenal as well, Paul, I think, where they've been the team that's been caught and been chased by Manchester City. Now, we look where Man City are in 6th, you've got to rule them out of the equation. 3 teams with a relative inexperience of winning titles because of what over the last few years, that is. Obviously, Liverpool won one under Jurgen Klopp. But they're going to work on the basis that Liverpool will not drop points. It's not going to be a Manchester City where they're going to go 15, 16 games unbeaten. That's going to be so hard to do. So Arsenal
and the Opta computer just will be looking at previous results as well. So because Chelsea have improved so much, they won't have the history of results that they'll be looking at when they look at Arsenal's
Absolutely, and Liverpool, of course, they're the team right now that's in great form, but we all know how quickly form can disappear. You know, they've actually been brilliant because they've done it with a few injuries as well. But what Liverpool have got that I think Arsenal still need, and if they can do it in January, I think they'll give them even more chance, is that they can bring, and when everybody's fit, and I'm talking about Jota and players like that, so many people who can come off the bench to make a difference, make an impact. Arsenal are just short in that area. I think, and I'm not saying that Jesus is going to be interesting in how they sort of utilise him in games. He's got a big part to play. But I still think they need another striker or another forward player, someone that can come in off the wide just to add some goals and a bit of experience to what they need, a bit of just to bolster that forward and that forward line. Because at times it does feel like if Saka's going to be out for however long, have they got someone that can fill that void? So I think they may be short of just 1 or 2 players still.
And Paul, you talked about the importance of what comes next in terms of the fixtures, because they've got Champions League and they've got games to come up in the Carabao Cup as well. They've got FA Cup ties in there. And what's interesting about this run of fixtures, as Jamie said, is that we don't know. Saka went off injured today, and as Mikel Arteta said, we need to wait and see. He's never missed more than 2 consecutive games for Arsenal in the 5 years since he's been established Arsenal starter. So potentially they're going to have to get through some of this run of fixtures without him.
Yeah, very much so. And you look at probably the Man United game in the FA Cup where they'll probably go, you know what, that's the game we'll probably have to sacrifice. I don't think you can go through them games, you know, Brighton away, then Newcastle. If you've got to the semi-final of the Carabao Cup, you might as well keep on going, you know, if you get that far. The Man United game, then for me, is a no-go in the FA Cup. And then they play Tottenham. So I think if you're a Man United fan, you're looking at that game thinking, we might have had a result here with these fixtures. And then they got some hard fixtures, but 5 home games on the trot. Very rare someone whips up 5 away wins on the trot at home. So it'll be how they look after the players. But I haven't seen Mikel Arteta that happy for a long time.
Yeah. He looks very relaxed.
But there'll be an element of, he'll be praying that once that MRI scan comes through and how is Bukayo Saka, because he knows if they are to win the league, they're going to need him. He's so important. He's their talisman. He's their best player. And you don't want to be without him for too many games. You know, January the 15th, Tottenham at home, it's the sort of game when you need him. He comes up, he turns up in the big games. But they have got fixtures that you look at. But I honestly think this season is going to be one of them where teams are going to drop points. It's becoming harder and harder. Look at Nottingham Forest this season, how well they've done. It's so hard to win games. You've got to earn every single point you get. And that's why I think this is going to go right to the wire. We look at everybody's fixtures. Liverpool got quite a tough run in. Arsenal's run in is not too bad as well. I think Chelsea, obviously. So it's going to be a really difficult one to predict, and we're trying to say right now, well, they're out of it, and we're not even halfway through the season. There's going to be so many twists and turns still.
There are going to be so many twists and turns, but across the last 5 years, we talked about the consistency in terms of appearances for Bukayo Saka, the consistency in terms of importance as well over Mikel Arteta's 5 years. We marked the anniversary yesterday. How do you assess those 5 years, Paul?
Absolutely brilliant. In my opinion, outstanding. I think his timings in football, second. He's come against one of the greatest teams ever to play football, in my opinion. It's timings. You don't think the last 5 heavyweight champions of the world would have been world champions if Mike Tyson was around in his pomp? They wouldn't have been. It's timings. Colin Montgomery would have been an Open champion if it weren't for Tiger Woods being around. It's timings. He's been bang unlucky.
You like Tiger Woods tonight, didn't
you? He's the best of the best, so we're talking the best.
But then maybe the question is, when you talk about Colin Montgomery, famously best player never to win a major, could this Arsenal team be? I mean, I know there is a trophy in there, but if they don't win a Premier League title, is there an...
It could do, but, they've come up against a juggernaut in Man City. They'll be disappointed if they don't win it this season and Man City are where they are at the moment. Then I think they'll be disappointed. And I think the spotlight will be on them because it'll be, wait there a minute, Man City didn't turn up. Haven't turned up so far this season with their form. So, yeah, at the moment, as we talk today, I think he's done an outstanding job. Right. 8th. Arsenal were also runners. They were just also runners. They were a team that started the Premier League, had no chance of winning it. Now they become a team that have a chance of winning the Premier League when they're in it.
I remember losing the Monday Night Football at Brentford, and everyone was like, not sure how long he's going to last. He was under severe pressure. He had the Lacazette and the Aubameyang situation. He won that battle. The club backed him. Now they back him in every respect. And you can see that 8th, 5th, 2nd. And they've been so unlucky, as Paul says. But this year, if they weren't to do it, it would feel like the big miss because this is the opportunity. This was the one. I fancied them really strong at the start of the season. I think at times they've got in their own way with a little bit of ill discipline, getting men sent off at the wrong times. A couple of injuries have missed.
So I just wonder if you can say that about sometimes the end of the season when they've been up against Manchester City, because at the end of each season there's been that little run of games. It was only a couple last season, maybe a little bit longer the season before, where it felt like it just went away for them.
It was that one game,
is that the question mark you would point to them?
Aston Villa.
We were doing the game. That was the game. They had a couple of chances first half, and then as the game went on, only one team looked like they were going to win it. 1.95 over 5 years. It's some going. That's a consistent...
Yeah.
I think he's done great.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think they might enjoy, because now they're going to have to chase, do you think they might enjoy that bit of pressure off them? Because rather than sort of looking over your shoulder thinking every week Man City keep winning, do you think it might help them a little bit?
I'm a great believer. I always want it in my hands. Even when we won the league in '89 at Liverpool, we were miles in front and they caught us up. But I'd always rather be in front. I got to sit there now tomorrow. You got to sit there and, if you're an Arsenal fan, and go, I hope Chelsea and Liverpool get beat. And if they don't, it's another game goes by. And for me, I know Jamie's saying there's going to be a lot of twists and turns, but there might not be. This Liverpool team at the moment have done nothing wrong. And if they go to Tottenham and win at Tottenham, you think there's another game gone. And they soon go, and the gulf in this league now is getting bigger, in my opinion. I think the lesser teams are there to be beaten. I don't see them beating Liverpool. So if Liverpool can stay consistent with the bottom 12 or 13 teams in the Premier League, I think it's going to be
Liverpool
hard.
have been extraordinary. Yeah. We'll be talking about them tomorrow, but what Slot's gone in there and done straight away and got the team playing in the fashion they have. It's been extraordinary, but you just never know,
Especially with Tottenham as their next opponent.
Well, that's going to be like tomorrow's going to be it's going to be a basketball match. Anything could happen tomorrow. So, but you still think, and you look at with Tottenham's injuries, that it will be a big opportunity for Liverpool tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right, let's go back to talking about Manchester United. We will talk about Marcus Rashford and what happens next in terms of him, but in terms of the present, Sue, Amad Diallo, I think, was your player to watch right at the start of the season, all those months ago back in the sunny climes of August, and here we are nearly at Christmas. I mean, Sunderland fans, they won't need us to tell him about what he did when he was on loan there a couple of seasons ago. I think he got 13 goals in 27 Championship appearances. He was always a player. They're currently in negotiations about a new contract as well. When you look at what he did against City in the Manchester derby, that late winner, but almost single-handedly was the match winner on the day. When you look at the Ruben Amorim rebuild that lies ahead, is he now such a player for them that he sits central to those rebuild plans?
Just seems to really fit, doesn't he, with the way that Amorim wants to play. And he's only 22 years old, but it's just how positive he is, whether he's dribbling with the ball, whether it's that looking up, playing the ball forward, whether it's making runs. His movement's great. And like I say, I just think he fits the way that Amorim wants to play his game. It's a great effort with the header, but it's you can see that he's a very good passer of the ball. He's brave. He wants to beat his man. And yeah, against Manchester City, you thought it was just going to be Manchester City were going to win the game 1-0. We were going to move on from there. But, this is brilliant just to anticipate what's going to happen. You think, could he have played the ball inside? No, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows that Nunez is coming back, going to bring him down.
Just has that little quick look, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's outstanding, the movement to get himself in that position. Then it's a tight angle to finish. So he's a quick runner, but he's also quick in thought, and I think that's been key for him. But he's gone from obviously being a squad player, showing glimpses, to now he is one of the main men under Amorim.
And Dors, we've sat here many times, and listen, we're not the only ones who have criticised the lack of intensity from United players, the lack of commitment in so many games. In terms of those two things, is he now the benchmark?
100%. And I think Erik ten Hag must be looking and sitting at home now thinking, why didn't I utilise him a lot more? I think as soon as Ruben Amorim's come in, he's made him, he's put him straight in the team. And ultimately, Tim touched on about midweek when he wasn't playing. I was delighted sat at home because that's how good I regard him, because you got the Spurs and you're getting rested in the quarter-final. So, yeah, he's a big player for Manchester United.
Well, he made an immediate impact on Thursday when he comes on, didn't he?
Yeah, 100%. 55 minutes he comes on and he changes the game because he plays with intensity, he closes people down. And I said early on in the show when we were showing the goals that Manchester City conceded, he runs in behind. And what defenders... I was a defender, I didn't want someone running from the right-hand side, straight in behind, someone play. He runs with pace, and when he gets in these positions, he's making the right decisions at such a young age. I mean, it seems like he's been around there a lifetime. I mean, he was at Rangers in, was it 2021 season, Boydie? Then he went to Sunderland and did great, and now he's had to be patient. And as I've said, Ruben Amorim has made him. It looks like in the big games he's going to play. And ultimately, he didn't class Thursday as a big game, because if he was, we saw him last week at Manchester City. I saw him live. Both ways, he runs as fast forward as he runs back. And we can't say that about attacking players. It's easy running forward because you've got a chance of scoring. Yeah. But defensive side, if you're playing Amorim's team, you expect both sides, and you get that. And as you said, he's the benchmark that people have to look at such a young age. He should be looking up at people above him.
Well, that says a lot about the rest of the players, doesn't it?
Yeah, nowhere near good enough.
But I think those two loan spells, because of the size of clubs and the magnitude of those two, where he's been in loan, Sunderland and Rangers, he's had to play under pressure. Yeah. The fans demand, and I think that's helped him go back to Manchester United as well, because his performance, he's playing like one of the older experienced guys.
And I liked it the other week when him and Højlund were having a disagreement after one of the games. Maybe he should have passed him. It was the wrong decision because he had a chance, but he wasn't backing down. He knows he's a big player in that dressing room at the age of 22, and I think that just shows probably where Manchester United are at 22. He's classing himself that the senior players are probably not doing it in the right way. Someone has to be, Boyd.
Well, let's come on to one of the senior players, because Marcus Rashford at the tender age of 27 is definitely one of those senior players. Made his debut back in 2016. Tim, he came out this week. Listen, he was watching the Manchester derby on his television back home, not in the squad for that game, not in the squad again midweek for the League Cup semi-final. And he comes out this week and says he's ready for a new challenge. I don't think many could imagine a player saying that kind of thing under Sir Alex Ferguson. He's come out and said it under Ruben Amorim. If you were in charge of that team, what would your response be to a key player who, yes, is out of form at the moment, saying those kind of things publicly?
We should have a chat with him and just ask him where he thinks he's going to go. You're the biggest club you're ever going to play for. You're earning more money than you're ever going to get elsewhere, unless you're going to go to Saudi Arabia, where they're throwing money at you, but everyone's going to forget about you. No one watches that football. You should be at the prime now. You're 27 years of age. You should be in the prime of your career. Where do you think your career is going? Why haven't you rolled your sleeves up as a new manager, a clean slate? Whatever happened with Ten Hag or other managers you've been under before, this is all new. You're a homegrown player, which I don't think they should discard homegrown players lightly. But it looks like he's lost the fans. Certainly, I know the manager will be upset in coming out publicly, but the fans more so. They will come out and they will be disappointed with someone at the great Man United playing for that club. You come up there through the ranks and telling people you want to leave that football club. I think it's not correct. I know who's advising Marcus, but it's certainly not got the right advice there.
Tim, you said disappointed there. I'm disappointed as an ex-player.
Yeah.
Like, you think, look, playing for Manchester United, we all played football, and it's the best job you will ever do. And maybe in 10
10 years, maybe 5 years, the way he's going, Marcus, about enjoying playing football, realising the opportunity you've got, and just giving everything for Manchester United, arguably one of the biggest clubs in the world. And as you say, you leave there, you're going backwards. Fact, non-negotiable.
I think that might be the issue, though. I mean, every time we speak about Manchester United, or anybody speaks, it goes back to Marcus Rashford.
But it's not all on him.
But that's what I'm saying. But he will feel that's what it's like. Every time we speak about him, you know, we sat on here loads of times, and for a long period, it was Harry Maguire, it's Rashford, it's back to Maguire, it's Rashford.
But isn't that part?
It can be too much.
But isn't part of it the drop-off? I mean, we saw the graphic just now. You look 2 seasons ago, best season ever, 30 goals he scored for United. 8 last season, 7 so far this. The drop-off's been huge.
100%. And but what pressure gets to people, and the demand and the pressure of playing with a big club is hard. To do it for a long period of time, that's when, you know, when you see a lot of people, a lot of, you know, players that have been at the one club, you've got to take your hat off to them, because like year after year after year to churn that out and just keep going and going and going and going, it's difficult to do.
I agree.
But Marcus Rashford needs to do more. Yeah. But I think you've got to give the manager credit, because for far too long at Manchester United, the players have dictated what happens. I think they've got a manager here now. It's my way or the highway. Doesn't matter what you're earning. Doesn't matter who you are. Bye. And that's where. But I think he will manage the situation. And you know, when you listen to Amarin this week, I thought he was very, very good, because he didn't throw him under the bus and say, right, on you go, that's it, done. He knows. I might need him 1 or 2 games between now and January. I might need him before the summer. So he's going to manage the situation.
But Tim, doesn't it say something about the culture at Manchester United? Yes, it may well change under Ruben Amorim over the next few weeks and months. When you look at what happened to Jadon Sancho, see what he's now doing at Chelsea. Look what's happened to Marcus Rashford, where he was at a couple of seasons ago. It would suggest, would it not, points to something being rotten at the heart of that club. Yeah, when talents like that have ended up where they are now.
Well, absolutely, but they've made a change, haven't they? They've changed above, they've changed ownerships, they've changed the management upstairs of the football side on the technical side, and now they changed the manager in the dugout.
Where does he go, though? If he does leave United, where does he go?
Well, he certainly don't go anywhere like Man United, does he? And the biggest problem they've got is where does he go for the same money? Good luck to Man United trying to get rid of him. It'd be very difficult. They're praying that Saudi is still there, and they want someone to come like that. They're the ones with the money. They're the only ones who are going to take him off their hands. If I'm Marcus, I'm saying, I'm going back and knocking on that manager's door and saying, Ruben, I want to do it for you. I'm going to try. I want to knuckle down. I want to show my best, because he's got all the characteristics to play for Ruben Amorim. When he played in that game, before he played that game at Ipswich, I mean, it means nothing, but I stuck him in the fantasy team. I said, this is the man, Marcus Rashford, will set him alight. And when he started like that, I watched him play in the second game, and not running around and not doing anything. I took him straight out of the team. I couldn't trust him.
Yeah.
I couldn't trust him to be that man. Now, that can't be good. Now, if I'm not trusting him, the manager's seeing him every day, and he's certainly not trusting him. He's the one he needs to trust.
And he's not
only looking at what he's doing on the pitch. What he's looking at the whole package of these players now. He's seeing how they behave. He's doing loads of due diligence with them. And I'm suggesting Marcus is not behaving correctly, but he's not doing something right for that manager.
How's that fantasy team getting on?
We'll come on to that, Boydie.
Hence why I put him in the team.
Earlier today, it was yet another hugely frustrating day for the champions, Manchester City. Another damaging defeat, this time away at Aston Villa. City have now lost 6 of their last 8 Premier League games. And after the match, Erling Haaland was critical of himself, saying he hasn't been good enough. But Pep Guardiola has been defending his star striker. Here he is now.
I'm not agree with him. Without him, it will be even worse. But I like the players feeling that way. It's the only chance that we have, to get better. There is 2 options. It's like I said, your colleague, ask me if I judge myself, say yes. And so in the other situation is blame for you having your side. That depends on them. So, and I'm not agree with Erling, because we try it, and at the end he needs, to be delivered the right balls in the right spots, in the right positions. But now we'll recover and we'll fight for the next one.
Casting your mind back to the first game you watched today, you were watching Aston Villa against Manchester City, and for the second year running in the month of December, they beat them at Villa Park, but this time Villa winning by 2 goals to 1. We've talked about this becoming a crisis for Man City now. It's a deepening crisis.
I mean, it's a full-blown crisis. There's no doubt about it. We thought it was a dip, but Manchester City are in a bad place right now. You know, the two midfielders, it ended up Bernardo Silva and Jack Grealish as our two midfielders sitting there trying to get them back into it. But take nothing away from Aston Villa. You know, they caused Manchester City problems. Could have been 2 up inside the opening 2 minutes. 2 great saves from Ortega, and then Duran obviously gets the opener. But you know, I think for Manchester City, I mean, I think because of what Pep Guardiola has done in the past and what the club has done in the past, you're a little bit hesitant to criticise. But it's coming to the
You'd
stage.
have been laughed into the next century if you said that was going to be their run over the last 12 results at the start of the season.
You would have. But you look at it, and as I said, you're a little bit hesitant to criticise Manchester City. But it's getting to the stage where there is questions needing to be asked. You know, why
What was the manager? What was his body language like today?
Well, he ended up, Haaland and Anna were speaking at the end of the game, and he ends up going in to try and separate them as if there was an argument, and it ends up being an argument with them. Don't get involved. But I just, we spoke about it earlier, you've got someone who can score goals the way that Haaland does, 0 created, and you've got Kevin De Bruyne sitting on the bench, never brought him on. You just get the feeling that there's, I know, big club, it doesn't, you know, there's not a lot of things get out of big clubs, but you get the feeling there's something bubbling under, you know, the bonnet at Manchester City, because it doesn't look happy.
Well, first, let's get to Marcus Rashford, who's been dropped for Manchester United's last 2 games. And he's also revealed that he wants a new challenge. We'll wait to see if he's going to be involved against Bournemouth this afternoon. But, Leicester, why do you think he wants this new challenge? And I want to put 2 in 1 here, because is he conducting himself correctly as well, do you feel, at the moment? Because a lot of people have spoken about the timing of this interview that came out.
I don't think that he's conducting himself well, not just because of the timing of that interview. I think the way fans want to see how committed you are to your club and to your responsibilities is what you do on the pitch, is how you deal with training sessions, how you interact with your teammates, and how you basically view yourself as a representative of any football club, in this case, for Rashford, Manchester United, which is his boyhood team, so it should mean more. Yet, where people are hearing about Rashford's commitment or his love for the club, and where it's being illustrated is on Twitter, him coming out with statements, or, you know, that interview with Henry Winter where he talks about how much he loves the club. There was that Players Tribune article about don't ever question my commitment to United. And that's amid him continuously breaking the rules at the club. So how are we not allowed to question your commitment where we're seeing that, you know, you're not calling in ill to training when actually you've been on nights out in Belfast? You're across 2 managers now, not conducting yourself in a good manner around the training pitch and stuff, so both of them flag it. And the timing of that interview is disappointing because the managers made a statement. He's dropped Rashford and Garnacho. The next day, they actually train very well. So immediately, Amorim's thinking, okay, this is a good handling of the situation. Rashford's then ill on the Monday, so doesn't train, and then does this interview on the Tuesday, where he says he's ready for a new challenge. Now, you think, if this club means so much to you, if this is all you want, and this is all you care about, you want to actually prove your manager that this is everything to me. You've just got here. This is my life. This is my soul. This is my heart. And yet actually what he's done is say, nah, I'm done with it. I want to go elsewhere. I can understand why he's disillusioned, because, you know, United hasn't been an environment of excellence in recent history. But he is paid so well. He's the reference point of this team. He should be holding himself much better than he does. And, you know, one of the things is, in the article he did for the Players Tribune, he seemed to suggest that because of his campaign for free school meals, that's why he gets so much criticism. And actually, I think a lot of people, including myself, have backed off criticising him for a long, long time because he had goodwill based on those actions.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we can look at some stats actually, which shows he's scored in a single season, the most he's scored in a single season, 17. He's reached double figures on 4 occasions. Jamie Carragher says we sort of talk about Rashford too much. He's not that good a player, you know, comparing him to the likes of Becks and so on and so forth. So these were great players. He's not that good a player. Is that fair, though? I mean, what do you think, Darren, about the situation?
Well, listen, all of us are entitled to our opinions. Jamie obviously is entitled to his. I think Rashford's a fantastic player. I can only counter, you cannot really counter player to player, so I'll offer you to maybe respond to Jamie. Ian Wright, who said he joined Arsenal when he was 28 years of age, a year older than Rashford, and he obviously established himself as a legend at that football club. This might be one of the few areas where we disagree, because I think we are in a different era now to the ones where players have to watch other people opining on them at home and not have a view themselves. Jadon Sancho was in a very similar situation to Marcus Rashford, where he saw Erik ten Hag represent him in a way that he didn't think was fair to him. So he decided to speak up for himself, and then he decided to be the master of his own destiny. He went to Dortmund and he helped that club to the Champions League, and then he went to Chelsea, where he's helping that side to compete for the title, all the while United are in a mess. And I think as far as Rashford is concerned, he has decided to take it away from everybody else and say, OK, I sit here, I try to do something good, you kill me. I try to speak up for myself, you kill me. Now I'll just take a decision for myself. And I think that when there are other players, I said this to Rob last week, when there are other players at Manchester United like Antony, on whom the expenditure is scandalous in relation to the return. Harry Maguire, who has never been an £85 million player. Casemiro has been a huge drain on the club and hasn't adequately responded to the criticism, that very legitimate criticism from Jamie Carragher in relation to his performances since he arrived at the club, and other players. To hammer Marcus Rashford, to my mind, just does not seem proportionate. Now, when I say that, just one last part, just one more part, one last point. I do get the passion, the levels of passion that there are in relation to Rashford. I do get that some people, they see what has happened and that drop-off in terms of the numbers. I get all of that. I think as far as Rashford is concerned, we've seen it with other players as well. They get to it, not just footballers, but sports people. They lose their form. It happens. We've seen it happen before. It is possible for that to happen, but it is also possible to get it back with patience and time. And United don't have that. But I feel, as with other players that have been at Manchester United, one player is a lightning rod for all of the problems that exist at Manchester United. I'll be honest with you, I'll be really straight. The other night when they lost to Spurs, I thought to myself, I'm glad he's nowhere near that. Because if he were playing, he would be the person around whose neck this situation would be hung. And I think as far as he's concerned, I said this to you on the show before, I feel he needs to be happy. He needs to go somewhere where he's appreciated, where he's not the person who's at the forefront every time something goes wrong. There are places. Okay. It isn't just...
Who'll come in from him?
I think other clubs will come in for him.
Just a few points before we get on that. You mentioned Harry Maguire as an example of somebody who wasn't worth the fee that paid for it. But Harry Maguire has received unreal levels of criticism and abuse that was so bad that his family were getting death threats and stuff. And Harry Maguire...
Not from people in studio. A lot, and I've said this on the show before, a lot of the people who sat in studio, ex-players, ex-United players, ex-players in general, it was all football related. None of it, and it was all about. None of it was about his
Harry Maguire's not reporting ill for training while he's been on benders. That's the.
But you
they're
keep
not
saying
doing
benders,
that.
Plural. He went away to Ireland. It was one evening. There is nothing whatsoever to suggest
it was the Manchester after defeat in the Manchester derby. There was another night at China White. There is going to Vegas. There's a huge litany of things. A lot
You
of
see
it
the
which
word, but the word benders has a very specific narrative around it. It suggests that he is conducting himself in a way that is not befitting of a sportsman. Breaking rules and the word benders are two different things, and I think that's
Did you
not
see the
fair
reporting
to him.
of what happened
I
in
saw
Belfast?
the reporting, of course I did. I'm assistant editor of a newspaper. I
Yes,
saw
how
all of
else
it.
would you frame that situation?
But also, what I counterbalance is, have we got a situation where there is a player that actually has lost his way a little bit, lost his love of the game, and perhaps needs a really big arm around him, and actually to get him back to his best, rather than perhaps that you're talking. I'm trying to see both sides of this argument. Perhaps the constant attack that perhaps Marcus Rashford feels he's under, which actually isn't helping him.
Look, Melissa's right to point out to rules that have been broken, right? And there is no argument from me in terms of that. All I'm saying is all of those things are part of a general picture of a player who I still think there is still a good player there who has fallen out of love. It might well be that everybody's right, and including Rashford, and that he needs that move away. But I just think that nothing is gained by continually hammering him.
I think actually Rashford needs, the way you're backing him, Rashford needs to come out and back himself with those performances.
No problem whatsoever then as it finishes Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1. Let's just take a look at what that means regarding the table. We'll talk about Arsenal, big win for them against Crystal Palace, and Nottingham Forest just keep going, don't they? But our focus remains on Manchester City, who fall to 6th in the table. Aston Villa move up to 5th with that victory. Frank Leboeuf joins us as we reflect on it. Come Frank, there you are, look at the camera, professional, there we are, lovely. We'll hear from Frank in a moment.
If Liverpool win the 2 games in hand, well, not that City are in the title race or not, but they'll be 15 points behind.
Right, here's the thing which struck me. Let's start off with the start. You're Manchester City, you're struggling. Yet you start a game so poorly as they did. There just seems to be nothing from this side that they're offering at the moment.
Everything they do is poor at the moment. Everything the manager says is quite poor as well. They've gone.
Yeah.
It's not. I'm not trying. There's no point trying to analyse it. It's they've just as a collective unit they have gone, right? I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they said, "Well, got to get up a little bit early tomorrow to watch Man City getting beat again." Sort of tongue in cheek, but you kind of just thinking that's how every week. Doesn't matter who they're playing. I've said this a lot. Doesn't have to be the best team. Villa are a good side, but it doesn't have to be the best of sides. Could be a side in the bottom 3. It could be anybody. So they've got this Champions League games coming up in the next few weeks or whenever it is. They're struggling in that. They're struggling here in the Premier League. The manager does not know what to say or do or handle this adversity. And there'll be a lot of other managers out there looking and going, welcome to my world. Welcome to our world. This is the kind of thing we have to deal with most weeks, struggling at the wrong end of the Premier League or La Liga or the Bundesliga or wherever it is, getting asked those questions. But I think one part of it is this side has come to the end of its lifespan. Most of the players, a lot of the players, not them all, but a lot of the senior players now cannot affect the others and the game in the way that they once could.
And to that point, I just look at a team that is, whether it's all in terms of age or all in terms of legs, they can't move. And that was highlighted today by Morgan Rogers. On the turn in the second goal, he just runs by people, and Manchester City are just kind of pulling him back and hoping that somehow somebody will step, and nobody actually does step. And so there is a lack of overall team speed, individual speed, but overall team speed of Manchester City, that when you get out in transition against Manchester City, which has been an issue in the past, but it seems to be a goal happening every time now. Every time somebody gets out in space, they seem to go and score a goal, and Manchester City has no way of stopping it. On the subject of Pep Guardiola, over the last 6 weeks, over the last couple of months, he has been undressed as a manager. And there have been many questions as to what are you going to do with your team? And every response, or most of the responses, have been, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. We just keep working, one game at a time. Okay, but at some point, I don't know. I'm guessing at some point there has to be some urgency. And if it wasn't Pep Guardiola, we would not be having this conversation because he would be gone. Now, he has a different standard, and perhaps we don't have to have that conversation. But I need to see changes. I need to see adjustments. I need to see a different message. And to your point, a minute in, they're making the same mistake that they were making last week.
Yeah, Frank?
Yeah, I'm very worried for Guardiola because at a certain point, reality will have to be faced. And he always been, in an easy, I would say, way where with the money, with the player that he had, he's been successful. That's maybe the first time that he struggles and can't find a solution. And what we hear is he's going to hire some other players, especially in the middle of the park, to sort all the problems out. But with the player that he has, he should be able to sort out the problems. I mean, take the first goal. I mean, that's a consecutive consequences of mistakes by so many players, and especially Rico Levis, who's not marking anybody but doesn't compensate the fact Stones gets out. Maybe Akanji should have talked to him and before, but that shows how weak Manchester City are when they talk defensively. Before, that never happened because they were getting the ball back very high. So we didn't see the weaknesses of the defenders or the midfielders. Now we see, because opponents are very clever, they're very talented as well, and we have to give credit to Aston Villa because they really deserve to win. But what we see, it's, as Silva said, Bernardo Silva, he said we look like 15-year-old kids playing football. They're very average.
I mean, it took Guardiola quite some time to sign this new contract, didn't it? And I'm kind of thinking now whether he was doubting himself, seeing some issues coming up within this side, doubting his own desire to have the energy to go for another year or two. But somebody behind the scenes, people behind the scenes, desperately clinging on to, at the time, the best manager on the planet and convincing him, to stay at Man City, to go again. And I wonder whether in his mind, he wouldn't have imagined it was going to be as bad as this, but he probably foresaw some issues and some problems. And maybe his gut instinct was to walk away and take a sabbatical again and then pop up somewhere else. But he's been, and I'm only suggesting this, maybe somewhat coerced into staying and signing, and now he's maybe regretting doing it because he probably saw that there was some issues that needed to be addressed. And I'm kind of thinking this is all rolling into one, you know what I mean? But to see it be as bad, a team who were one of the most feared along with Real Madrid, one of the most feared teams in Europe, to be self-destructing, really, against any team in the Premier League is quite scary.
And to your point, one of the most feared teams over the last few seasons, now they fear. They are the ones with fear.
They fear themselves.
They fear themselves. They fear their mistakes. They fear what they have become. And that is the reality of Manchester City. Another point on Pep Guardiola. When do we start to question his judgment and decision-making on players that have left Manchester City?
Yeah, Morgan Rogers, of course.
Well, Morgan Rogers, yeah. You can say Cole Palmer, you can add that. And so that was to the original point that Craig was making, that there are players in this club that have reached now the last sort of big moment of their careers with Manchester City. But there is no next generation to take on those roles. And so Manchester City, complain or lean on the fact that, well, there's been injuries. Well, there were players here that have gone on to be productive. And so the same way that we would criticize Jose Mourinho by letting Mohamed Salah go or Kevin De Bruyne go, when is it fair to question Guardiola and say, hey, Cole Palmer, brilliant over there, Morgan Rogers running by your whole team, when is it a good time? I think right about now.
By the way, Rodri's a brilliant player, but he's not Superman.
No.
And this isn't all.
This isn't all Rodri.
No, this is Rodri. This is deeper and more problematic than just one very, very good player being missing.
Frank, I don't even know what to ask anymore. Before we move on, was there anything else you want to say about City?
Well, maybe the only light that you can see in at the end of the tunnel is that I found Foden better than before. That he was quite productive today, and that's his first goal also of the season. So maybe because of him, something's going to start again. But it's hard to say. Well, you know what? I want to talk about Aston Villa. I really enjoyed the game they played. I mean, all credit to the coach and the players. I mean, Watkins was substitute. That's amazing. And Duran, what a player. I mean, those two strikers are amazing. And Martinez, you have to give credit to him. He knows what to do. In the middle of the park, we can see that players are doing really good. Onana and Kamara working hard. Tillmans was amazing on top of Rodgers. I mean, everybody's working his socks off. It's what I like about this team. They are convincing in the way that they want to show to their fans that they want to work hard, and they are committed into it, which is the complete opposite of what we see with Manchester City. It's why, we try to find a way to explain why City lost. Maybe the reason why is also because Aston Villa has been good.
You've got 3 games against City, that is, against weaker opposition.
Everton, Boxing Day, isn't it, the first
West
game?
Ham, and then one other nearer the bottom. So he's got to pick up a win there, surely. But in those 3 games, but you just don't know. And he can't walk away, can he? He can't say, "Well, I signed this new deal," but I suppose he could. He could, but the amount of mud that would be thrown at him as a quitter,
right?
Because when he had the Messis and all that, and his teams were playing great, and when De Bruyne was at his pomp and Silva and all these guys at City that are now not playing well, you were happy then. But the first sign of adversity, the biggest sign of adversity in your managerial career by far, and you're walking away, I mean, he's leaving. If he does that, I mean, I'm sure he doesn't care, but he's leaving himself open to a bit of a battering, saying, yeah, you're okay when everything's going great, but you're not up for rolling your sleeves up in a fight when it starts to go badly. I don't think he will, but you just never know with this guy.
We mentioned earlier about Mikel Arteta and his legacy. Enzo Maresco has made a brilliant start to his campaign at Chelsea. I've said to you over and over again that they're not going to win the league. There's too far to go. They're not going to stay consistent. There's a few flaws in that squad. Goalkeeper is one of them. Defence is not settled for me. But they are playing well, and they are putting points on the board, and they are Liverpool's closest challenger as we reach Christmas.
They go top, don't they? Before Liverpool play this weekend, if they win?
Well, it's possible. Yeah, they have to win the game.
Everton at home?
Everton at home.
They'll win that.
Yeah.
So they can't go top the final weekend before Christmas, and you lot tell us they're not in the title race.
Well, it's Goodison Park, so it's a difficult.
It is at Goodison, is it?
Goodison,
Okay.
yeah, so it's a difficult game. So and Chelsea have lost there before, but also look, they may not win. They may go top, and even if they do, Liverpool will be expected to recapture that. And Liverpool have got a game in hand as well.
Yeah, they have.
Chelsea are very good at beating the teams they're expected to beat, and I think they've done that well this season. When it's come to the big games against the top teams, they have just maybe fallen short a little bit. We saw that on the opening day of the season against Manchester City. Both of us were there for that one. We've seen that against Liverpool. And we've seen it against Arsenal as well. In fact, if you go back and look at the teams that they've lost to over the last 6 months, actually they've been very good for probably a year now. Then the teams that they have not beat or failed or have fouled against have been those more superior teams that you would class in the league.
And I guess the concern would be if it gets to the business end of the season and they're still there or thereabouts, then Liverpool have that experience, don't they? Whereas Chelsea's still a very young team.
Yes, they do have a lot of experience, and although it is a new manager, it's a very similar set of players to last year, the season before. It's been the team that's gone through Champions League finals, a team that's won, some of the members of the team won the Premier League. There is a lot more experience in that team than there is at Chelsea. And I do expect Arsenal to come good in the second half of the season as well.
But they have spent £1 billion, your owners, so that they should be being talked about as title contenders.
By the way, 90 million of that went on Mykhailo Mudryk. So they've had their failures with their recruitment as well as some of successes. You know, they spent a lot of money on players that aren't even at the club anymore. I mean, Petrovic they bought and they loaned him out. He's down at Strasbourg when they used him for much of last season. So there's a lot of players that have come into the club they've paid a lot of money for. It hasn't worked out. Sterling they've spent money on, gave him high wages. He's now at Arsenal. So it hasn't been perfect, and all of that sort of disruption in the first 2 years obviously has generated now a squad, because a manager has been given license, a bit like Arteta, to cut the ones that he doesn't want and keep the ones that he does. He's decided on that group. He's got his group now, and he is making it work the best he can. He's had the luxury of keeping players happy by playing them in the B team on a Thursday and then having his first team on the weekend. But there's a lot of young players that are coming through as well. You know, Josh Ashiapong was very well thought of, signed a new contract this week. You know, Mark
He played
Gale,
last night.
who you saw score a hat-trick last night. Mark Gale is not going to be a Chelsea first team Premier League regular that's going to steer them to the title this season, next season, or maybe in the season afterwards. But he's getting valuable experience playing in the Conference League and playing in the Chelsea system.
Just on Chelsea in the Conference League, I was speaking to Tom Rennie of TalkSport International at the party the other night. The Conference League isn't really built for Chelsea, is it? It's for teams who don't play regularly in Europe. And when you're beating a team like Shamrock 5-1, it was a brilliant night out for those players and those fans. But I mean, Chelsea are going to win this competition at Acanto. Fiorentina probably the only team who can get near them.
Win it at Acanto. There's every chance that they can. They should be winning it.
But what do you actually get out of it, other than adding another European trophy? It's pointless for Chelsea.
We might help Manchester United get into European football next year by getting another place in Europe, because we're already qualified in the Champions League.
United are going to win the Europa League, so that's not a problem.
United are going to win the Europa League?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. But you get my point. I mean, what do those Chelsea players learn from it, really? Fair enough in the case of Guillou, because he's a teenager.
What are you talking about?
Nkunku's the top scorer.
If they were in the Conference League, what would they be doing? They would be playing week in, week out. They would be playing competitive football. They're keeping themselves sharp if they're needed in the first team. It's a great competition.
I don't think Kiernan Dewsbury Hall joined Chelsea to play Shamrock Rovers.
Didn't Pedro Neto play his way into the first team by playing that competition?
I don't think Kiernan Dewsbury Hall's going to manage that.
You never know. What if there's an injury?
But you take on board my point. The whole idea of the Conference League was to give teams like West Ham a brilliant night out in Prague, not for Chelsea to win it with their B team.
But if you're in, we haven't been in a European final for a long time. It's been at least 3 years since we won the Champions League.
If you were in the Champions League this season, you would be one of the main contenders. So it's embarrassing that you're playing in the Conference League.
You don't know that. Where have you got that from?
Because you're second in the league. You go top ahead of Liverpool if you win this weekend.
Lucky to get into the top four. You've switched the narrative, and now they're expected to win the title. This is the problem. You're another short-term expectation. Jack from Sheppey has texted. This is the last thing we'll do today before we go.
You're going to say something nice.
He says, "Morning, Sam and Alex. Can I just say I'm a big fan of Alex Crook. I know he gets a lot of stick, but he's straight talking, good sense of humour, and never seems to have a day off. Keep it up, Alex." From Jack in Sheppey.
He makes great points.
There you go.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Mikhail, hi. Congratulations on your appointment. Tell us what it means to you to be back at this club, how big a challenge it is for you.
I feel back home. I'm extremely happy and proud to have given the opportunity to be the manager of this football club. I've been preparing for a few years for this challenge to come. I know the expectations, I know the level, and I know the stature of this club and what it deserves. So I'm ready for that challenge. I can't wait to start working with the players and everybody here at the club. But I've got a good vibe. I'm sensing a good energy today since I walk in a London colony. So it's giving me even more energy and I feel so happy. I can't say any other thing.
That was Mikel Arteta's first answer as Arsenal manager on the day he was unveiled. Obviously, it's 5 years since that happened. He inherited a team that were 10th in the league with problems in the dressing room and behind the scenes. James, you've looked at his 5 years. What did he inherit at the Emirates and how far has he taken him so far?
I mean, it was a mess, really. The end of the Unai Emery era could probably have come a month or two earlier. The mood around London Colney was particularly toxic. I mean, I remember being told a story that they were flying back from a Europa League game and on the team plane they were making fun of Emery's accent, doing sort of mock Spanglish, impressions of him within earshot of the manager. It just got to the point where he completely lost control, really, of the dressing room, and you had characters there who were on big money: Mesut Ozil, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, Alexander Lacazette. Big characters who needed a manager who could come in and really grab them by the scruff of the neck and sort of say, look, this is the way we want to play, this is what we want to do, and it's my way or the highway. And for the first part of it, it was my way for Arteta. They won the FA Cup within 9 months of him taking charge. And he did so really by instilling discipline both off the pitch but also on it. They were a very rigid team. They beat City and Chelsea in the semi-final and the final of that competition. They didn't have many shots on target. I think they had 2 shots on target against City. I think they had 4 shots in the whole game, and beat Chelsea. So, they were efficient, and it was all about just trying to instill that structure. And then I think what was quite significant as well is that after that FA Cup win, which of course was delayed because of COVID, so it took place in August, beginning of August that year, 2020. In September, a month later, he was promoted effectively to manager from head coach. And while that sort of sounds like a sort of semantic thing, almost admin, it was quite a significant moment because it meant that it was a sort of symbol of the growing autonomy and control that Arteta had at the club. And what they were trying to say to the dressing room was, this guy is in control, because there was still, even though they won the FA Cup, there were still issues behind the scenes. It's not as though those characters suddenly changed overnight. It's just that he, by winning that trophy, had established a degree of authority that the club wanted to back up with a sort of formal title, if you like.
Can I just put some context on this? Because obviously this wasn't like going in at Manchester United post Felix Ferguson, because obviously Arsenal under Arsene Wenger, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years of the last years of his reign, there was a malaise, wasn't there? And Unai Emery came in, inherited that malaise, didn't quite turn it around. So Mikel Arteta was having to do a different job to most clubs. He had to kind of change the mentality, change the sense that Arsenal were a big club. They are one of the biggest clubs in England, but at the time it felt like they were so happy to finish in 4th place. The standards had dropped a lot, hadn't they?
Yeah, and a lot of it was to do really with the amount of change at above the managerial level at the back end of the Arsene Wenger era, and then through Unai Emery's time at the club, because as we sort of talked about on this podcast before, Wenger's autonomy was complete at Arsenal, and over the last sort of couple of years prior to his departure, that was gradually stripped away. So they implemented a new structure where they had 9 departments and divided responsibility, with department heads heading up each area of sort of football expertise, to kind of have then a head coach to slot in within that, rather than a manager sitting above everyone else, being the one guy who makes all the decisions. And it didn't really work with Unai Emery. He's gone on to have a fantastic spell at Aston Villa, but I think he's learnt a lot from his time at Arsenal. I think he's a better communicator now. He's a better tactician. He's a better manager. And really, Arteta came in and inherited that situation and accepted it to start with, because it was his first managerial role. He didn't have the body of work behind him that he could say, well, no, you're going to make me a manager and I want the control of it. I think he feels he's earned that by, instilling that discipline firstly, winning that FA Cup, really kind of taking control of all levels of the club. And I think it's interesting that people look at Arsenal and Manchester United as a comparison to sort of go from one autonomous figure in Fergie or Wenger and this is how you do it, because Arsenal have shown a relative degree of success. It's not been a fluid, consistent sort of straight line. They put all these department heads in, and then kind of during COVID they announced 55 non-playing redundancies due to the financial impact of the coronavirus, and they've gradually kind of organically almost got themselves into a situation where Arteta and Edu, obviously is now no longer the sporting director, but it was Arteta, Edu, and then 1 or 2 board members, Per Mertesacker heading up the academy, and that's kind of it. They're sort of the decision makers again, and it all flows through Arteta. So if you kind of see where he was when he took over, head coach, trying to learn his way, to where he is now in 2024, where he is actively involved in the recruitment of the sporting director, who should be his boss, it kind of shows you just how he's taken the club and assumed that level of control.
It's interesting, that point, because you just mentioned Man United there, and I know we talk about United a lot on this podcast, but they're in a period now where they're going the opposite way. they made a massive point of giving Ruben Amorim the title of head coach, the first head coach in the club's history. And the idea was that you strip away the responsibilities of the figurehead of the club, because they felt that the job was too big, and they felt that stripping away the responsibilities would help whoever it was, the head coach, whoever, concentrate on coaching the team, picking the team and getting results on a Saturday. And then you've got Arsenal, who have gone down that route, but during the time that Arteta's been there, have kind of emboldened him more and more with more and more power, and have almost kind of elevated him closer to a Ferguson or a Wenger figure.
But just before we get onto that point, I think it's important to stress at the outset of his reign, he made some massive decisions on the players. Mesut Ozil, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, and that kind of asserted his authority, showed that he's ready to make big decisions. And every manager has to assert their authority at some point, and he did that very quickly with those two.
And he had the support of the ownership through that, and this is where they deserve a lot of credit for that, I think, because, you know, talking about the comparison with the United, they've sort of taken 2 or 3 steps down the road with the manager, then they've got rid of him, they've gone back to zero, they've gone down a different path a couple of steps, come back to the centre. To be fair to Arsenal and the Cronkies, you know, they took a really difficult decision to start paying these players off. You know, it got to, I think it was January 21, so December 2020, Aubameyang was stripped of the captaincy, and then a month later they ripped up his contract and he went to Barcelona. And he, you know, there were several big moves that followed. Mesut Ozil was on 350 grand a week, and my sources told me at the time that he got 90% of the money that he was owed. 90% of the money he was owed.
That's important. The board, Arteta's had that benefit of having a very strong and stable team above him. Yeah. Whereas, you know, you can talk about United again, that's not been the case. That they were there right behind him, and every manager needs that, don't they? They need that support from above. And even at times when it was difficult for the owners to write off that money, massive financial hits.
Well, when I spoke to Josh Kroenke in the summer for a piece on the site, you know, we had a conversation as he was going back to his car where I talked to him about that period, and I won't reveal exactly what he said, but I mean, he was discussing it in the way that he was, you know, almost sort of wiping the sweat off his brow, even sort of 3 years on, you know, to sort of say that was the toughest period for them, because it's difficult. You're talking to businessmen, and you're saying, okay, so in Ozil's case, I think he got about £7 million. Well, what are you getting for that? Oh, it's about the culture, it's this intangible, you can't measure it on a balance sheet. So how you explain that to an owner is very, very difficult as a manager, but they accepted it. And they ended up paying in total 9 players off. You know, this is huge amounts of money to literally just get characters out of the door because they feel they felt they were toxic.
Makes it successful now. That to take that hit at the time, it's paid off. The dividends are now being shown in the team that they've got and the manager they've got and the way the team is playing. And I think that is the issue, isn't it? That you have to make these tough decisions, and Arteta made them. The board backed him with those decisions, and that's why we are where we are now. I think, but just on the fact that Arteta is now obviously very strong in where he is. You referenced the Chelsea game, December 2020, where it could have gone either way. But the fact that there were no crowds in the stadium because of COVID, they were 15th league in the Premier League at the time.
Yeah.
Having won the FA Cup, they were basically drifting along and flatlining, but he survived.
Well, because in the way that we described earlier, the sort of rigidity of the team as a positive in the way that they won the FA Cup, it began to become quite frustrating. You know, they were having 2 or 3 shots on target a game every game, and players were almost, you could see the patterns and you could see the shape of the team very clearly, but there was not they weren't playing with any freedom, and it all felt too static. And the fans were getting frustrated by it. And I think, you know, as much as Arteta at the time talked about how, you know, it's frustrating that the fans aren't in the stadium because we can't connect with them and we need that positivity, I think it helped him a lot that the fans weren't there, because, you know, there was a lot. Okay, you can't necessarily use social media as an accurate gauge, but there was a lot of negativity around, and even the fans who were getting in, sort of, you know, remember those days when there were 2,000 are able to get in the stadiums, you know, it was lukewarm towards him. But they won that game on Boxing Day against Chelsea, and Emil Smith-Rowe and Bukayo Saka were really the shining lights, along with Gabriel Martinelli, all 3 players in their early 20s, I think they were 2021. And it really sort of, in the same way of getting the players, those sort of senior players who were troublemakers out of the club, you suddenly had this kind of core group of kids coming through who actually were good enough to be able to not only replace them but improve upon them.
Because he's had those low points, he's almost become the post boy for patience now, hasn't he, Arteta? That every single manager in the Premier League who's under pressure gets asked a question. You know, Arsenal backed Arteta and stuck with him when there was a point at which it looked like he could have been sacked. I don't think there would be many qualms, would there, if he'd been sacked around that time?
No, and also, I mean, obviously there was the Amazon documentary the season after when they started that season with 3 defeats. They lost 5-0 at City at the end of August, no goals. And the atmosphere then was really nasty, you know. And you were thinking he's got maybe that next break after the international break, that next sort of month or so. And if things don't pick up, then he's really in trouble. But again, that summer they'd started to spend very well, and this is something we should talk about. Is their recruitment has been very, very good. They signed Martin Odegaard that summer for about 30 million. I mean, that is an absolute steal now. You know, you think about where he's come from, this sort of journeyman kid, really, wasn't he? A journey kid, that's not a word, but, you know, cut that out.
Leave it in.
But he kind of got to this point where people didn't really know if he'd ever make anything of this prodigious talent that he had as a teenager, and yet he's now become the club captain, one of their highest paid players, one of the best players in the Premier League, one of the best players in the world, you could argue, certainly in midfield. You know, and he signed that summer, and he needed a bit of time to bed in. They brought in Aaron Ramsdale, they brought in, you know, youngsters. Saliba kind of came, although that was a signing from the Unai Emery era. Still, Saliba was brought back into the fold by Arteta and has become one of the best centre-backs in the league.
Also made some pretty brave ones as well. I remember reading the reports of Ben White signing and thinking 50 million, that is far too much for Ben White. I've seen him play a couple of times. I thought he's a good player. He's not a £50 million Arsenal defender. And since he's arrived, he's proved everyone wrong, hasn't he? That's quite a brave decision to spend that much money on a player who wasn't at that level at the time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they haven't got them all right. I mean, you know, Fabio Vieira is probably one that they're regretting now. They still kind of need another attacking player. I know we're going to come on to where they are now, but yeah, I mean, Ben White at the time looked like, you know, they'd overpaid. I remember their first game, the debut at Brentford away, they lost, and Jamie Carragher actually murdered him afterwards in his post-match analysis, and you could see why. You know, he looked as though he didn't have the physicality or the mentality to be able to handle it at the top level, and yet he's become an absolute key defender, one of the best in the league. So yeah, I mean, you know, their recruitment went to another level the following summer, of course, when they went and bought Declan Rice for 105 million. Now, you could say, well, that deal, you know, that's obvious. He's going to be, he was already one of the best players in the league. Go and get him, he'll make you better. But that isn't the sort of deal that Arsenal have ever done. They smashed their transfer record by
beat City to it as well,
30 odd million.
Which was
major
at the time.
You know, and it was a summer where, you know, the evolution of the team was quite clear. You know, they signed Rice, they signed Kai Havertz, they signed Jurrien Timber. They were I mean, all right, Havertz isn't sort of physically imposing, but he's tall. And it was another sort of step towards, we're going to make the team more robust. We're going to, you know, this whole Nico Jova gets a lot of credit for the set pieces, but I mean, the physicality in that team now, they are a team of, that's a big side now.
I mean, it's very different.
And that was a conscious decision in the transfer market.
It's very different from the old Arsenal. I mean, you've been covering Arsenal, what, 15, 20 years?
Yeah, 20 years.
I mean, in that time, is this as positive as it's been? Because I suppose 20 years ago was just after they've won the Invincibles, and they haven't won the league since then.
Yeah.
And it is a different team now. The Arsenal team back then was a really, you know, really good team on the eye. It was attacking. It was fast. It was powerful. Different kind of Arsenal, but the mood does seem to be the best it's been for a long time at Arsenal.
Yes, it is, and I think it's, you know, you got to remember that Arteta's sort of experienced that as a player. You know, he lived through those years. He was there from 2011 to 2015, 16. You know, I mean, he joined just after they got thrashed 8-2 by Man United at Old Trafford, and this was, you know, you always think back to that day as being, okay, there were a number of other factors. They just played a Udinese away, and the team had changed, and they were tired and whatever. But still, the gulf between those two sides, who would habitually, you know, fought a duopoly at the top of the Premier League, was just a reflection of how far they'd fallen.
And if you look back at that United team now, by the way, and I mean, Tom Cleverley, Danny Welbeck, but yeah, to lose to 8-2 to that United team was a real indictment, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you know, Arteta lived that. He lived through the years of saying, you know, all the familiar tropes. They've lacked leadership. They're soft. You know, they can't do it in a cold Tuesday night at Stoke. All that kind of stuff. He lived that, you know, and so he's come back as a manager, and he understands the sort of inherent historic weaknesses that Arsenal have had, and he's made them a much stronger, much more powerful proposition. The issue he's potentially having is getting them over the line to actually win the big prizes, and that's obviously the final step for him.
Well, yeah, so he's been here 5 years. He's turned them into title challengers, again, legitimate title challengers, but has only won one major trophy, that FA Cup, very early in his reign. if you had to say definitively either way, has he been a success? I know you two have got different views on this. Yes or no?
Do you want to go first?
I will, because I will say yes on the basis of everything we've just talked about over the last 10 or 15 minutes. You know, he has transformed that club, and he has done it on his own terms. Yes, obviously with the you know, backing and help of the board and senior figures around him, but you know, he has done that single-handedly. He has got them to the point where, you know, they are the main challengers to Man City before the last 6 weeks when City have disappeared off the face of the earth. But you know, he's got them to a point where they now, the final step for them is to win the Premier League, is to win the Champions League, is to start competing, you know, March, April, May every year for the major honours. Now, I know Mark's about you. I can see you're pregnant with, you know, criticism. Can't wait to jump in, but that is the final step, and he does have to take that. But I think if it all ended tomorrow, and for whatever reason he walked away or they sacked him, you'd look back on this 5 years and say it's undeniable progress, and whoever was to come in to replace him, if that hypothetical situation emerged, would be inheriting a fantastic opportunity to go and win silverware.
I agree with that. There has been progress. Absolutely, he's taken Arsenal to a place close to where they should be. But I think we're now at the point where 5 years in, you know, if you compare him to say Jurgen Klopp at Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp by, I think, year 3 had won the Champions League, maybe year 3.5 Champions League, then he won the Premier League the year later. And even now, you know, Arne Slot's come in at Liverpool and already overtaken Arsenal. For me, you know, you look at his cup record, it's pretty poor. You know, his cup record since winning the FA Cup in 2020 hasn't been past the 4th round of the FA Cup. Now, I know they're in the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup, which is, you know, Arsenal haven't won that for, Arsene Wenger never won that trophy. So, you know, that is a step. Champions League, you know, again, poor, considering what Arsenal are supposedly one of the biggest clubs, well, they are one of the biggest clubs in England. I just think we're getting to the point now where they really need to push through. Mikel Arteta talks a good game, but I think at times it doesn't deliver. And I think Arsenal to me look like a team that are kind of getting back to when they were under Wenger. They're happy to finish 4th. They're just happy to be in the conversation. They're a young team that seems to enjoy being where they are. I just don't see that ferocity and maybe that experience and now she's got at Liverpool with people like Salah and Van Dijk. I think they do miss that kind of play that's been the course. Yeah. Mikel Arteta's not been the course, and I just think that Thierry Henry made some really good points earlier this week when he was covering doing some punditry work. The point that he said Martinelli's greatest asset is his pace, but he never uses it. He'll try and take a defender on by stopping, cutting back. So he said what happens now is opponents know that Martinelli won't go past his defender, so the ball will go to Saka. And all teams now know that Bukayo Saka is the main threat on the wing. Now, Mikel Arteta should have worked out a long time ago. It's not just about being like Stoke and Bolton by being really good at corners and free kicks. No, seriously, because what teams...
Have you seen that picture of him looking like Tony? Someone has fused his face with Tony Pulis. It is unbelievably good.
Shot.
Yeah.
But, you know, teams are smart, you know, Premier League teams and coaches, and they've all got the set-piece coaches, most of them have, will work out how to stop Arsenal. So when Nico Jova's threat is minimised, what is the next step? Where do Arsenal go? I haven't seen enough evolution in the way that Arsenal play in the last 2 years to say that they can go that next step. They just look... I'm not saying they're soft, that's the wrong word, there's a softness, but I think they haven't got that killer instinct that they've got at Man City and at Liverpool, and maybe even at Chelsea.
I think that the regret, if they have one, will be that they didn't sign another forward player in the summer.
Absolutely.
And you're right about the sort of the predictability of the team in the sense of, you know, the pattern of the sort of Odegaard drifting over to the right-hand side to Saka with now Timber, or it would have been Ben White when he was playing, and that overload on the right. I mean, it's predictable. We know it's coming, but teams generally haven't been able to deal with it for quite a long time. But that is the way Arsenal attack. And I remember in last season, Thomas Tuchel in a pre quarter-final presser against Bayern Munich, he just outlined it. He just came out and just said, this is how they attack. They attack down the right-hand side. This is what we'll try and do to stop them. And they did. And they knocked them out. And I think the issue they're having is because Martinelli has sort of stagnated a little bit, because Leandro Trossard hasn't maybe kicked on, or is kind of a good squad player, but he's not somebody who's going to necessarily improve your starting 11, because Fabio Vieira didn't really work out, because Nicolas Pepe didn't really work out, that they are maybe one winger short. And you could argue, of course, that maybe they need a better centre forward than Kai Havertz. But I think one other point I'd make is when you talked about the mentality, when Gabby Jesus and Alexander Zinchenko arrived from City, that was heralded sort of at Arsenal as a real change for them in terms of being able. There's two winners. They know how to do it. They were in the building, and Arsenal didn't have that. If you look at Arsenal now, they've really outgrown those two.
Yeah.
And Jesus, okay, he scored a hat-trick against Palace the other night, but he had 1 in 32, 33 games before that. Bit part player. Zinchenko can't really stay fit. When he does, he looks really, really vulnerable at left back. And they've got other players who can invert and play that role now anyway. So again, the team sort of tactically kind of evolved beyond them. It feels as though they need another summer like that, or even a January like that, where they go and get 1, maybe 2 players who've been there, who've done it, who've got the pedigree, who can slot straight in. And that is, I think, all they're missing. I don't agree with you necessarily about the mentality. I just think tactically, and in terms of squad depth, they just need a little bit more.
It's almost like they need an Eric Cantona or Robin van Persie. That final piece of the jigsaw. Obviously, 2 strikers that made a massive difference at Man United. But I look at Arsenal, I think there's so many games where they should win, but they don't take the chances. Now, I like Kai Havertz. I think he's got a lot of talent, but he's not a centre forward. And we know that Arteta looked at Ivan Toney and decided against it in the summer. Maybe should have backed himself, because those 2 players, well, certainly Cantona and other players, Luis Suarez at Liverpool, managers that take a gamble on players with a difficult personality, they're often rewarded. There can be times when they're not rewarded, but I think Arteta at times is in danger of going down the Arsene Wenger route of being so stubborn in his principles and his philosophy that he needs to amend it a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact that they would rather, there is a sort of view internally that they would rather wait for the right player than gamble on the player that's available, and they've kept their powder dry purposely for that. Look, a lot can change between now and January next summer, but Benjamin Sesko at Red Bull Leipzig was the one that they wanted, I think, and he signed a new contract. But they are still in contact with the agents, and I think there is a view that they might be able to get him out of there next summer. But again, you're talking about now waiting for 6-7 months to get what they believe is the right player when there is an opportunity there to go and win the title this season.
And that's it, though, isn't it? If you're saying Arteta's big success has been to change the culture of the dressing room and change the dynamic and the type of player you're bringing in, why would you want to risk that for one player who might possibly be that last piece of the jigsaw?
Because you might win the league.
But then you also might not, and you might set you back 2 years.
Well, that's the gamble, isn't it?
Well, I mean, he signed Raheem Sterling on loan from Chelsea, and that's not really worked out, but he knows Raheem Sterling. So again, he's kind of going with what he knows, and control freak is probably the wrong phrase, but he is very much a guy who likes to be in control of everything. I think sometimes you have to let that go, and the players you've name-checked before, Van Persie, Cantona, Suarez. Would Mikel Arteta have signed any of those players?
They love the football here and they love the skills. By the way, freaking good. You've been in a good mood already. Roma have already played today.
And
5-0 winners.
There we go. Could that be a sign for Everton? The new executive chairman, Mark Watts, is in place. One little test for him, Pat, and I had to check this with you when I came in. There's a picture on the front of today's match programme, which is of a famous Everton centre-forward celebrating a goal at Goodison Park. You confirmed it was Bob Ladgford, but if you wanted to do the test on the new owners, if Mark Watts could name him,
they'll have to learn a little bit. Come on, when you come into a club, you don't know all the history. I mean, we all know when we move clubs as players that you don't know all the history, but I'm tempted to say if you know your history, but I shouldn't say that phrase here because it's a very Evertonian phrase. But certainly there's a great history here, great history of centre forwards, and I suppose they're looking at one up front as well today, Dominic Calvert-Lewin.
Yes.
Not been scoring freely, but he could be really useful today for the...
Yeah, that's the funny thing with the Everton form at the moment. You can look at it either way. Just 1 win in the last 7 games, but just 2 defeats in the last 11. The defensive solidity is there. Scoring goals is proving a problem. An excellent point last week in the 0-0 away to Arsenal. Everton are unchanged from that game. Jordan Pickford, we were just talking about him between the sticks. Ashley Young, James Tarkowski, Jarrad Branthwaite and Vitaly Mykolenko. Ashley Young, one of those players who, if he picks up one more yellow card, will be suspended for the following game. Orel Mangala, Idrissa Gueye and Abdoulaye Doucouré in front of that back four. Jack Harrison Iliman Ndiaye and Dominic Calvert-Lewin complete the lineup. The Chelsea players just getting in the pre-match team huddle. They are in a sort of cream, a slightly off-white away kit for Chelsea. Blue numbers on their backs, and Everton in the bright blue shirts, white numbers, white shorts and white socks.
That cream kit looks to me like a baseball outfit.
Another American theme, Pat.
Very American looking, but it's very smart there. Both teams are ready for it, and finally the game started. We were talking about the weather before. It was blowing a hooey, as we say in Scotland, beforehand, but out there the flags aren't moving, so it might not affect the game.
Yeah, the ground is so beautifully enclosed by the 4 stands here. We sit in the Goodison Road stand. Opposite us is the Bullens Road, the famous Gladys Street end away to the left-hand side, the Park end away to the right. Chelsea have Robert Sanchez in goal. Axel Disasi comes into the side. Mark Cucurella is suspended. Christopher Kavanagh gets us underway. Everton kick the game off. Tosin, Levi Colwill and Malo Gusto complete the Chelsea back 4. Early header away for Tosin from just outside his penalty area. Moises Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez in central midfield. Pedro Neto back from suspension gets the start. So Noni Madueke drops out of the starting 11. Cole Palmer, last time he played against Everton was in April at Stamford Bridge. He scored 4 in a 6-0 win. Jadon Sancho starts, and Nicholas Jackson, the Chelsea centre forward. So we are 30 seconds in. Chelsea playing from right to left in this first half, in this sort of baseball looking kit, as Pat Nevin has described. Caicedo's on the ball just outside his own penalty area, plays across to Colwill, who strides forward. Palmer tries to get a touch on the pass, didn't get much on that. Branthwaite plays it back to Pickford, not huge amount of pace on that, but it gets to Pickford in time. He gives it a good mighty thump downfield, turns into a decent ball for Calvert-Lewin to chase down the right wing. Defender stands off him, so he's able to tow it back to Harrison. Harrison to Young. Young plays in field here to Mangala. He thought about a pass forward, and he's definitely feeling the cold. Aurel Mangala, the Belgian on loan from Lyon this season, because there's a sort of long, white, tight legging underneath the white shorts as well. Doucouré on the charge forward. Colwill makes the tackle for Chelsea, clears with his left foot. It's an Everton throw. Pat Nevin.
It was very interesting, that first ball. Long ball forward to Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Wasn't actually closed down very quickly. It was very strange. Colwill went with him, but Tosin just stood in the middle as if to say, no, that'll be fine. Took a little bit of a chance there, but it's a nice start for Everton. They've got on the ball a little bit, so that'll give them a little bit of confidence.
5 wins in the last 6 games against Chelsea at Goodison Park. So the recent record for Everton is a good one, and Jai has tried to take Disasi on for the first time, showed him too much of the ball. Disasi made the tackle. Quick challenge on Palmer, who's caught, and that's going to be a free kick to Chelsea inside their own half on the right, 0-0.
It's amazing how many teams do that against Cole Palmer now. Really early in the game, give him, as in the game chat, a dull one, a really hard, heavy hit from the back. And he has to just put up with that. He's got up again very, very quickly, but he gets a lot of that.
It was Idrissa Gueye with the tackle. Here's Palmer on the ball now, and Gueye is left in his wake. Palmer, edge of the area, lines up the shot and drags it well wide of the target. And it goes behind for the goal kick. It's Idrissa Gueye wearing the tight white leggings, by the way, and not Aurel Mangala. Early look at goal for Chelsea there, but Palmer just didn't quite have the radar tuned in.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing in a kind of more central role these days. He used to play a lot more at right, but much more central. But he's learning that role now, as in he doesn't stand in there. He waits for the ball to arrive, and he's almost languid the way he runs with the ball there. But players just seem to fall about each side of him.
Languid is a great word, Pat. I was actually thinking about his movement earlier on today, trying to find different ways to describe him. There's a sort of lope to him as well, isn't he? He's tall and lean. It's languid, and sometimes it's loping, but he covers the ground effortlessly. Gusto gets a very gentle nudge in the back from Jack Harrison. Chelsea win the free kick, and Jack Harrison complains to the assistant referee. 3 other games in the Premier League underway at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Just to remind you of your choice of listening, Manchester United Bournemouth at Old Trafford is over on Sports Extra. Leicester Wolves and Fulham Southampton. Commentaries available via the BBC Sports website and app. We will have updates throughout this commentary of everything that's going on, and then John Murray and Clinton Morrison will bring you full commentary of Tottenham Liverpool, which kicks off at 4:30.
When you watch Chelsea quite a lot this season, sometimes teams go at them for 5 or 6 minutes, and then Chelsea are very, very calm, and then just play it and play it and play it, and then slowly but surely strangle possession and dominate possession. And Everton they're in danger with that.
Colwell's ball over the top. Branthwaite tries to cover it. Jackson has got onto it, and Pickford's off his goal line here and out of position. Play back to Sancho. Dummies across with his right foot, still on the right foot, curls it into the far post. That's attacked by Neto. He's beaten in the air, and Jai reaches the bouncing ball first, hoiks it away with his left foot. Caicedo, fabulous first time touch there as the ball was dropping high over his shoulder. Just grazes the laces, plays it back to the halfway line. Chelsea build again down the left. Gusto is making the run beyond Sancho. Harrison is back there doing the defending, gets a foot on the ball. Ashley Young helps out, scrapes a clearance away up the right-hand touchline, and Chelsea recycle possession. And Caicedo asks Tosin here to move on to the ball for Chelsea. Everton retreat for now, coming up to 5 minutes played in the first half at Goodison Park. And here's Neto's first run at Mykolenko. Takes him on the inside. Neto playing wide on the right for Chelsea. Caicedo across to Fernandes. Looks to slide one through. Branthwaite is there to intercept for Everton. Now they look to go on the break. The ball is at the feet of Njai. Njai, good skill from him. Absolutely skins Disasi. Pat Nevin, as a former Everton winger, will have enjoyed that. Njai loses his footing. He's actually been fouled by Pedro Neto, who was helping out Disasi. That's going to be a free kick to Everton.
I said that right at the top before the game started. You need to get, if you're Everton, you need to get Njai 1-on-1 with Disasi, right? Get him 1-on-1 with Disasi in the final third. It's just not fair.
No.
He is a classic, skillful player in that area. He's a very good player. Disasi's not that type of player at all. So he's had 2 goals at him. That time he left him absolutely for dead, didn't he?
I think, Pat, I've lost count of the number of times you have told me during a commentary about in your career how you enjoy playing against the centre-backs, obviously
Loved
more
it.
than the full-back.
Absolutely loved it, because it's a very specialised situation, and it's not Disasi's fault. He's not a natural full-back, but he's now playing against a very skillful little player out there in the way there is, and Everton will want to get him on the ball as often as possible and die.
Wind is blustery, it's cold. The ball is actually moving there before Jack Harrison takes the free kick, and loose scraps of paper, food wrappings probably, blowing around in the stands in front of us. Idrissa Gueye's right-footed ball is floated beyond the Chelsea defence, but actually the referee wanted to take the free kick again and start again, I think because the ball was moving. Sean Dyche throws his arms up in the air and can't believe it, and Everton will take their free kick again.
To be honest, I said beforehand I didn't think the wind was blowing inside. I'm now looking at the corner flag on the far side there. It's almost on the ground, so it's going to have some effect in the game if this keeps up.
Yeah, they've taken the free kick short this time. Gueye with the diagonal ball is headed away by Neto down into central midfield. Sancho finds Neto, who's now running at speed into the Everton half. Neto gets his head down, keeps going down that inside left channel. Rain is now driving on the wind inside Goodison Park as Chelsea play the ball across the face of that Everton penalty area. Palmer's involved, back to goal, lays it back to Disasi, but you can see the effect the wind is having even on the ball on the floor here. That goes through the legs of Tosin. He's closed down by Calvert-Lewin. He comes back to his goalkeeper, Robert Sanchez. So defenders at the back, Pat, are going to have to be very, very careful in possession here.
In particular, if you're a team that's more direct and you're going to put it in the box, the ball's going to be flying all over the place. That's a description of Everton when they're playing, certainly set pieces, but all balls played long. It's a nightmare for defenders.
Jackson looking to get onto the through ball from Colwell. Tarkowski got a foot on it, has diverted it towards his goalkeeper Jordan Pickford accidentally, so he's able to hold on to that, and the referee Chris Kavanagh has blown the whistle because something else. Now one of the cones that holds the replacement balls has now blown onto the pitch. There's paper blowing everywhere. You're right, Pat, that corner flag away to our right hand side is being rocked to its roots over on the far side of the ground, and the rain continues to sweep across Goodison Park, and the skies have got very dark now too.
Staying in Liverpool last night, it was actually quite horrendous the weather. Standing down by the docks, you were walking at a 45-degree angle. It was like being back in Glasgow.
Jordan Pickford, ball at his feet, forward to Gueye, miscued pass, that's okay for Everton though. Branthwaite is able to run onto it, prods it back to Mykolenko, long clearance downfield, great lead by Calvert-Lewin, flicks the ball on, and Jai is there, turns away from Caicedo, finds Calvert-Lewin again, heading for the byline on the left, cross into the far post. Sanchez grabs it at the near post, and he is dressed all in bright orange. You cannot miss the Chelsea goalkeeper this afternoon. Good clean catch, an easy one for him, and it remains Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Fantastic leak there by Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Really brilliant. Nobody can stick with him. When he leaps correctly, no one gets near him, nods the ball on there. Doucouré's the man who's going to get as close as they possibly can to him during this game. But you just seen it, the ball high, defenders hate it. They don't know what's going to happen with it. It's bad for defenders, it's worse for keepers.
Yeah. 9 minutes gone first half. Pat Nevin with us at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Goalless in all the other 2 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League so far. And Celtic now with a 9-point lead in the Scottish Premiership, held at Tannadice. In the lunchtime kickoff, Chelsea nearly give the ball away to Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Dundee United 0, Celtic 0 it finished. Good first touch from Jackson in the centre circle. Finds Palmer. Palmer glides across the turf. Releases it here to Neto on the right-hand side. Works it onto his left foot. Low shot straight at Pickford, who gets down and gathers it very easily.
It's amazing every time Palmer gets the ball, he makes the right decision. He always makes the right decision. He just drags players towards him, and he knows if he's got 2 or 3 towards him or close to him, he's developed the space elsewhere, and he always finds it with a pass. Gives it to Neto this time. Not the best of shots you've ever seen, but he's at the centre of everything, Cole.
Pickford in the short sleeve green goalkeeping top, clips a ball downfield. Calvert-Lewin nearly got the flick on it, just cleared him. Gusto is there and plays back to Robert Sanchez. I set that little quiz question about Chelsea players that have scored 20 goals in a Premier League season. There's only 5 of them. 3 of them have done it twice, namely Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, Didier Drogba and Diego Costa. Frank Lampard and Cole Palmer, the other 2. But I know Pat believes that Nicholas Jackson could potentially be joining that list this season.
He's got a chance, but he needs to keep on giving him chances. He's not got a sniff yet.
Neto here has fouled Mikalenko. Everton get a free kick inside their own half. 10 minutes played, still goalless, and I think we're set for an entertaining afternoon. Chelsea looking to go top of the Premier League table. If they win this game, they start 2 points behind Liverpool. They will have played 2 games more than them. Liverpool play later on at Tottenham. That game kicks off at 4:30. Pickford's taken the free kick quickly. Tarkowski's won the header. The ball now dropping on the edge of the Chelsea box. Everton getting bodies in there. Chelsea have managed to scramble it away. Everton fans shout for handball. Chris Kavanagh agrees. Now that goes against Nicholas Jackson. Everton free kick.
That ball lumped in the middle's causing mayhem. Absolute mayhem. No one seemed to want to go and attack it. The ball was coming towards Gusto there. He just stared at it. He had no chance of getting to it. And as soon as it bounces, the ball's being thrown about all over the place. This suits Everton massively in the way they're playing the game.
Waiting to take this free kick. It's in a central position, about 15 yards inside the Chelsea half. You heard a little blast on the whistle there. Ashley Young is getting ready to take it, making a 467th Premier League appearance this afternoon. Tarkowski nods it down. Tosin clears it away on the bounce. Young takes a touch inside his own half. Jackson's breathing down his neck. Young gets enough on it to get it back to Pickford. Uses Young again. Couple of touches. Gets it out from underneath his body. Plays forward here to Doucouré, who's running from left to right. And then Jack Harrison just lets the ball run over the touchline. It goes out for a Chelsea throw. So Ashley Young is getting very close to getting into the list of top 20 Premier League appearance makers. He is now 1 behind Peter Crouch and 2 behind Sylvain Distin. And will have his eyes, I think, probably on the 500. 39 years old, 2nd season at Everton now, and having a really good campaign. Here's Disasi, just outside his own penalty area. Neto's been busy so far this afternoon, comes towards the ball, back to Disasi, now Tosin. Chelsea comfortably knocking it around. The wind has actually now died and the rain has stopped. The weather is going to be...
It'll be back.
It'll be back. It's going to be very changeable. I got blown across Stanley Park on the way to the ground, having parked up just outside Anfield and made the famous walk across Stanley Park to get here today. Here's Enzo Fernandez on the ball for Chelsea. Everton stand off him. Levi Colwill receives it. Forward to Gusto. Gusto holds off the challenge of Harrison, who's knocked to the ground. Fernandez again, just inside the Everton half, curls a ball across to the right-hand side of the field. Disasi with the black gloves on. Plays to Tosin. Tosin comes back to the left and Colwill. Colwill's able to make some ground into the Everton half. Runs forward, stops for a second. Uses Enzo Fernandez. Caicedo is there. Forward to Gusto. Young snaps into the challenge. Wins the ball. Gusto goes down. Mangala back to Harrison. Good feet from Harrison. Keeps it, then pokes it down the right-hand touchline beyond Calvert-Lewin. and out for the throw into Chelsea in their left-back position. Let's get some early updates from the other Premier League games kicking off at 2 o'clock. Mike Miners at Old Trafford.
14 minutes played, 0-0, a shot on target for each. Ahmad for United in the middle of the box, low shot saved by Kepa. Semenya for Bournemouth was outside the penalty area, a long barrier, cricket-esque approach from Onana to save it. It is Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0.
Leicester Wolves is being watched by Tom Gale.
Also 0-0, Ali. Al-Khanous played Vardy in behind, saw off his line to get there first, appeals for handball outside the area. Replay shows it came off the keeper's ribs and shoulder. Leicester 0, Wolves 0.
Everton have won the ball just inside the Chelsea half, looking to make something of it. Curling pass into the feet of Doucouré on the left-hand side. Disasi's in front of him. The cross beats him. It was aimed at Calvert-Lewin. The clearance is hoisted up in the air. Young gets a foot on it. Then cleared by the left boot of Enzo Fernandez. Tarkowski wins the header. The ball drops in front of Calvert-Lewin. The flag is up. And that is going to be an offside against Everton. The other 2 o'clock kickoff in the Premier League at Craven Cottage, being watched by Chris Wise.
Quarter of an hour in, Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Fulham dictating the tempo. One chance, Alex Iwobi flicked away by the fingers of Aaron Ramsdale. Back in the Saints' goal today, Ali. He's been out for a month and a half, Aaron Ramsdale. I've just seen on his left glove, he's got 2 of his finger compartments joined together. Never seen that before. It's a new one on me. I don't know about for you and Pat. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
I think I've certainly seen that with cricketers, Pat.
Once or twice with goalkeepers, but you know, those hands and those fingers are quite important to their job.
Yes.
It shows you how brave and how strong and how daft they are. Keep on playing when they get broken, broken fingers.
You often see it with the batsmen who get wrapped on the knuckles and then come out to bat and often have the fingers strapped together. Important to them too, but well spotted by Chris Wise. So no goals in the Premier League as yet this afternoon.
One thing I would say about the way that Everton are playing, it's a pretty high back line they're playing. Usually they sit back and invite a little bit. They're not doing it today.
Good run by Mikalenko down the left, and Jai tries to find him. Sliding challenge by Caicedo. Mikalenko goes in to try and win it again. Caicedo knocks it out for a throw.
How many times have you seen Caicedo over in that right back position so far in the game? He is constantly going over and covering there because he has to. There's a big gap there. Caicedo, very, very quietly, has been outstanding in this game so far.
Here's Harrison on the ball for Everton, just inside the Chelsea half on the right, just beneath our commentary position. Rain has eased off, wind is still blowing. Branthwaite brings it forward for Everton, and Jai back to goal. Hasty challenge from Enzo Fernandez, barges into him, knocks him over. Free kick for Everton, and in these conditions definitely one where you could test the keeper. I'd say just over 25 yards out in a fairly central position.
And classically, if you can get this over the wall and down and bouncing in front of the keeper, that's what you're going to try and do. Get everybody following in. It's about 35, maybe 36 yards out, something like that. And if you can get it on target with a bit of pace, I mean, you really don't have to wrap it into the top corner here. Just get it on target. It will zip off the ground. It will be moving because of the wind, and follow it in.
Yeah, conditions today that I would suggest would test even the accuracy of Pat Nevin off the tee.
Steady on.
Free kick Everton. Harrison and Young stand over the ball. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Jack Harrison and Ashley Young still in conversation. Again, you can just gauge the strength of the wind. Their untucked shirts being tugged at in the breeze. Harrison takes 3 or 4 paces back, so does Young, and Jai makes a little dart forward behind the Chelsea defensive wall. Young takes a deep breath, hits this with his right foot, and Sanchez makes the ground across his goal line and makes a pretty comfortable save.
The problem is it didn't bounce in front of the keeper, and that's where the real problems would have come from. Gets on target, but not quite good enough.
Challenge on Nicholas Jackson, penalised. A couple of Everton players were in hungrily to try and win that ball. Jackson goes down and Chelsea win the free kick. So Everton 0, Chelsea 0. They take their free kick. Tosin is there. Colwell's in loads of space inside his own half. Comes trotting forward with the ball at his feet. Stops just short of the halfway line. 1-2 with Fernandez. Then Colwell chips one down the left-hand touchline. Gusto chases. Tarkowski's got it covered. Lets it bounce a couple of times. Holds off Gusto, and it goes behind for a goal kick to Everton.
I think Chelsea will be quite disappointed with their start. Considering the run that they've been on recently, they've been playing a very, very zippy style. They've been, very open. They've been getting down both flanks very well. They've been using a lot of Cole Palmer, getting on the ball. Jackson's getting chances all the time. At the moment, not a lot happening for them, really, apart from when Cole Palmer gets the ball in that central midfield area.
They've won their last 8 games in all competitions, 5 of those in the Premier League, 3 of those in the Europa Conference League. Tosin leans forward to win a header. Sancho thought about going back, then turns and sets off into the Everton half. Can't find Jackson with the pass. Tarkowski intercepts, floats his pass down the channel towards Calvert-Lewin, headed away by Colwill, controlled by Tosin, who turns away from Everton's centre forward, and then Colwill plays the ball up towards Sancho. Jackson fires a pass into Sancho, lovely touch to control it, and then Young sticks out a leg, catches Jadon Sancho, and Chelsea get the free kick just inside the Everton half.
I suppose this left-hand side, you look at certainly Jadon Sancho against a player Young who is anything but in a footballing sense.
Yeah.
You know, in a foot race, you know who's going to win that one. So, and also, you know, you've got a centre forward who's, I'm going to obviously, he's quicker than everyone. That's the point. Absolutely everyone. So, if Chelsea can get the ball on this left-hand side into the gaps that are behind that slightly high back line, they might get some joy.
Looking to do it again down the left-hand side. There's a fabulous pass by Tosin, finds Sancho, he's tackled. First goal in the Premier League games this afternoon has come at Leicester. Tom Gale.
Dream start for the Premier League's latest head coach. Leicester 0, Wolves 1. Vitor Pereira's side have taken the lead. The ball's chipped into the box, it's let to bounce, and then Guedes outstretched on the half volley, right-hand side of the 6-yard box, finds the back of the net. It's Leicester 0, Wolves 1.
Fulham 0, Southampton 0, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 0. Manchester United Bournemouth commentary on Sports Extra. The other 2 games you can hear in full via the BBC Sports website and app. Here's Disasi, right-footed pass out to Neto. Neto strokes this ball with his left foot, and Harrison's got it covered for Everton. Applause from the Everton fans because they could see the danger. Jadon Sancho was making ground in behind Harrison. Harrison's already set off on his bike to try and chase this clearance from Jordan Pickford. He goes way beyond him and out for a throw into Chelsea.
Bit of a shame that, because I mean, Pickford, just that long ball up, if it's up through the middle, Calvert-Lewin, I mean, he doesn't even need to win the header. You know, just get close to him. Anything comes off, any defender might have a chance. The last thing you want to do is just kick it out of play, which he did.
So Chelsea have the ball again inside their own half. Curling pass over the top. Gusto's made a run here. Pops up and lays it off to Jackson. Jackson holds off the challenge of Doucouré, surrounded by blue Everton shirts, but finds Sancho. Trickery from him. Jackson in support again. Slides a pass to Gusto. Back it comes to Caicedo. Central position 30 yards out. Here's Palmer. Drifting in between those spaces, between defenders and midfielders. Neto involved again. Wide on the right. Back to Disasi. Everton have the gaps covered at the moment, so Chelsea come back into their own half. Forward to Fernandes, lays it off to Colwill. Colwill again, big long strides take him into that Everton half. Sancho cuts infield, lays it off with his right foot to Fernandes. Fernandes sees space on the right-hand side, lofts the pass out there. Neto controls it on his thigh. Left-footed cross comes in early, beyond Jackson, headed up in the air by Ashley Young. Sancho's there, first-time layoff here to Fernandes. Low cross is blocked by Doucouré, and it comes out to Sancho, and this is a little bit more like it, the kind of stuff we've seen from Chelsea so far this season.
They've just made a tiny little technical change, and it's made a big difference. Do you know when Cucurella plays left full-back for Chelsea? He spends his time inside left. He's actually now done that move. Gusto is now playing there. It's changed the game.
Here's Neto cutting in from the left, back to Caicedo just outside the Everton penalty area. Sancho trying to work it onto the right foot. Too many blue shirts in front of him, scoops a little pass into the box, it's blocked, then the rebound falls to him, hits the shot, that's blocked as well. Miscue clearance from Branthwaite, he got lucky there. Ran to Harrison clears. Calvert-Lewin cannot escape the clutches of Colwill. Caicedo turns into trouble, and then to try and win the ball back, he's fouled Mangala. And that is going to be a free kick to Everton. But yes, the first real sign of danger there, Pat. Suddenly Malo Gusto popped up, sort of in the number 10 slot.
Yeah, and he's done that 2 or 3 times in the last minute or two. And I think that's part of Chelsea's game plan. Yeah, 20 minutes or so, see how the game goes, see where everyone is, let the opposition settle. And then from absolutely nowhere, the fullback is another forward. And that's Cucurella does it brilliantly. But Gusto, very, very similar, doing it now.
So Wolves 1 up at Leicester, big game in the relegation battle. That one, a Wolves win would put them on 12 points, level on points with Ipswich, who got thumped by Newcastle yesterday. Leicester are on 14 points. Everton starting today on 15 points, 1 point behind Palace as Pickford takes an Everton free kick and chips it on the wind into the Chelsea half, and it goes herring away from Jack Harrison. He can't keep that in play, and that'll be a Chelsea throw.
Do you know, if you're watching this on TV, you'll be thinking, why are they kicking the ball out all the time? Why are they not controlling it? But when you're here, you realise the wind is having such a massive effect on the game. And it is certainly affecting the quality. There's no doubt about that.
We've played 23 minutes in the first half on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Gusto loses his footing and wins a throw-in, not a free kick. He went down expecting a free kick.
I don't think the referee was wanting to give that now. Because Gusto did, but that's only because the assistant referee closer to it gave it. But he wasn't giving it, because that's the second time Gusto's done exactly the same ploy. I bet he doesn't get the next one.
Gusto's making that run again into central midfield. Chelsea have the ball here with Tosin inside his own half. Everton are backing off. Tosin in the bright blue Chelsea socks, playing in this off-white colour this afternoon with a blue streak down either side of the kit that runs from shirts into shorts. Here's Palmer, pops up on the right wing, tries to flick a little pass back to Neto. Last touch comes off Palmer as his pass was blocked and goes out for a throw into Everton in the left-back position.
It's so incredibly noticeable how much that affected the game. Just one player changing from left field back, making sure he's a lot further forward. It drags Harrison inside, and then suddenly Everton looked like a team that was playing with one up front and nobody near him. Now and again Doucouré, but everyone else is pulled back. It's really good technical decision by the manager Maresco.
Tough little fixture run for Everton at the moment. Got the 0-0 against Arsenal last weekend. Playing an informed Chelsea here today. Next up is away to Manchester City, then Nottingham Forest, who start today in the top 4 in the Premier League, are the next visitors to Goodison Park. We in fact will have commentary on that game. It's our 3 o'clock commentary on Sunday the 29th of December. Here's Caicedo in his blue boots, lays the ball off to Disasi inside his own half, and Jai is in his way, tries to turn away from him, finds Neto. Mikalenko is right over the top of Neto here, who loses his footing, picks himself up, then gets onto this pass forward into the Everton half, and suddenly Everton backpedaling. Palmer receives it, low cross, Jackson, great save by Pickford, and it's headed over the bar on the rebound by Gusto. Jordan Pickford saves Everton again.
Yet again he's done it, and a brilliant play there. I mean, the most important players for Chelsea are involved here. Caicedo's winning of the ball in midfield's ridiculous. He was third favourite in that challenge there, and he still won it and got it back into a position where Cole Palmer could run, and you knew Cole Palmer would put it into the right position after Neto gave him the ball. Puts it near post, just slightly behind Jackson, isn't it?
Yeah, he's hit it straight at Pickford, slightly behind him, and Pickford's just closed his legs in time, got his feet together to block the ball, and then the rebound, it was just too difficult for Gusto to keep the header down.
They've flicked the switch now, haven't they? This game was probably just Everton's up until about 20 minutes, 21 minutes, and then suddenly you see Chelsea are back.
Jackson racing onto another through ball. Pickford's off his line quickly and gets there first for Everton. Leicester 0, Wolves 1. Manchester United Bournemouth is goalless, as is Fulham Southampton, as is Everton Chelsea, in front of Pat Nevin and I here at Goodison Park. Calvert-Lewin chases the ball downfield, tries to head it forward to himself, gets a little unlucky there, couldn't quite get the angle on it, and it bounces out for a throw into Chelsea. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, 2 goals so far this season, and looking for a first goal in 12 Premier League games. Gusto is waiting to take the throw.
I was mentioning the fact that Gusto, does that possession. He goes into midfield and a little bit further forward, similar to Cucurella. Look, I know Pep was at this a long time ago. This is something that Pep Guardiola brought into the game, and other teams do it. Some with better success than others. When Chelsea do it with the left field back, then goes to a back 3, they look so much better.
Yeah, it's clicking at the moment for Chelsea, but still 0-0. Oh, Caicedo's given the ball away. Calvert-Lewin suddenly hoved into view, wins it. Doucouré quickly onto Njai on the left-hand side. What can Everton make of this? Njai still dribbling across the Chelsea half. Idrissa Gueye is there, plays a 1-2 with Njai. Back to Gueye, who finds Ashley Young on the right. Young has to play it back into his own half. Jackson comes chasing for Chelsea. Tarkowski feeds it across to Branthwaite. Now Mikalenko infield to Njai, trying to turn Disasi. Disasi desperately trying to stick with him, but Njai gets it forward to Doucouré, laid off to Mikalenko, still inside the Everton half. Mikalenko slides it towards Calvert-Lewin, comes running to the ball, plays a 1-2 with Mikalenko. Calvert-Lewin again, inside his own half. Tosin's followed him all the way there. Tosin slipped as he made the tackle. Chelsea have won the ball. They can't keep it though. Gueye is there, and Branthwaite decides to come back to pick for Pat Nevin.
A wee bit more snap from Chelsea now. We weren't seeing that at all in the first 20 minutes or so, but we're getting a little bit more now in that midfield area. Mostly it's been set off by Caicedo there, but they've been a little bit more difficulty to play against Chelsea now, but that's again because you've got an extra man in midfield most of the time.
Remains 0-0. Here's Gusto receives the ball inside his own half on the left, wide on the left, plays it to Colwell and then goes trotting infield into that midfield role, and Jadon Sancho with a crisp packet blowing at his feet keeps that width on the left hand side. Colwell towards Gusto, back to Colwell, across to Fernandez. Colwell again with his left foot, chips one down the left hand touchline. Harrison wins the header, it falls at the feet of Sancho, surrounded by Everton players. He appeals for a handball against Gay, curling pass from Gay, looking for Calvert-Lewin. Good defending by Tosin, gets his body in the way, gets to the ball first, and Calvert-Lewin has tripped him. Goal at Old Trafford, Mike Maine.
Bournemouth have taken the lead. It's Huijsen with the goal. He floated in, free kick from the far side. He flicked it on with his head over the goalkeeper and into the far side of the net. He did it against Spurs. He scored again. Huijsen's the name, and it's Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1.
Young defender making a name for himself. Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Wolves 1 up at Leicester. Commentary of that game available via the BBC Sports website and app. It is still Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Pat.
I just took my headphones off there to see if these noise cancelling headphones were working well. But actually it's quite quiet outside as well.
No, I was thinking
very, very quiet.
Yeah, it is quiet.
I think people had a wee night out last night.
Possibly, Pat. Possibly.
100% they did.
Yeah, the Christmas market, actually, when I arrived, Pat, I got there, I was listening to the build-up to the Fury-Usyk fight, and the Christmas market was still in full swing in the centre of Liverpool when I got there, but I opted against the Glühwein and went for an early night.
Well, every Saturday night's a Saturday night special in Liverpool, but this one particularly so.
Fernandez across to Disasi. By the way, the 5 Live Boxing podcast is there with the Usyk against Fury debrief. Steve Bunce and the team with that one, in case you missed any of it last night. Here's Colwell towards Gusto. Good first-time layoff to Fernandez, outside of his right foot. Pickford's come herring off his line. He's not going to get there. Jackson's there, hits the shot, and Pickford saves. He got the angle right. Jackson took a chance, and Pickford palms it behind for a corner.
Bad decision-making by the goalkeeper there. We were talking beforehand about now and again there is a kind of slight madness to some of the decisions. No need to come out there at all, but I have to say the ball was held up in the wind. It didn't run at its normal course, and then Pickford was basically spooked by that, and he was conned by that. So this is a good excuse for him on that occasion.
Talking about the Usyk fight, we were talking about it in the Commentator's View podcast earlier on in the week, and I had to go from Alexander Usyk to Alexander Isak in the same link, Pat, which is quite tricky, actually.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And that show of yours, that's the sort of thing you should be doing lots of. The
Exactly.
trickiest ones to discuss.
Yeah, that's another one. You can send us an email on tcv@bbc.co.uk. Here's the corner for Chelsea into the near post. Good delivery. Bounces all the way to the far post. Somehow Jackson's hit the post. Pickford comes flying out to make a block on the rebound attempt. Gusto was the one hitting the shot. Pickford's got his arm in the air. At the moment, Chris Kavanagh's giving a corner. That was a rash challenge from Pickford, who came flying. I mean, how Jackson has missed the chance at the far post anyway, Pat?
Do you know what? Does Pickford get any of the ball there? I mean, he shouldn't miss that. It's a header. It'll come to him very, very quickly. He's come out to attack the ball. He's not trying to hurt the player, but does he get anything? Ooh, I think he might have just got something. If he gets nothing on the ball, it will be a penalty kick. But I think he does get something.
Yeah, I think you're right, Pat, because I think Chris Kavanagh has already had word from Graham Scott and the team at Stockley Park, and I can just see him making the gesture with his arms to the Chelsea players that they will not get a penalty for that. But Pickford's lucky, I think.
That's what VAR asked for, and he got it right.
Corner for Chelsea, delivered by Palmer, blocked at the near post by Harrison. Calvert-Lewin is on the floor inside the Everton penalty area. Harrison is there again, clears with his left foot, chased by Doucouré. Caicedo is there, he's got it covered for Chelsea. Not masses on the back pass, but Sanchez, well outside his penalty area, gets there first. Lofted ball forward, the offside flag goes up against Nicholas Jackson. So Pickford's made the one save from Jackson when he shot from about 8 yards out. Jackson's hit the post with the header, and Pickford came very close to conceding a penalty. He was well off the ground as well, Pat, when he makes the challenge on Gusto.
Exactly. And he's just got the tiniest touch of the ball. Just the tiniest touch. Otherwise, that's a penalty 100%, because he catches quite a lot of the player as well when he goes through. But you can see just over the last 10 minutes, more and more Chelsea are getting control and dominating this game. Everton have to do something about it if they're going to stay in it, and that is trying to use those long balls better than they are just now, which they're not, and trying somehow to get their wingers on the play in the final third, which they just ain't doing at all just now.
If Jackson had taken his 2 chances, Pat, he'd be a couple of goals closer to the potential 20 in the Premier League this season.
Exactly.
9 so far to his name, but he's getting the chances.
That's it. He always gets it. He will always keep on running. He's very, very fast. His running is becoming more intelligent than it was before.
Pickford's diagonal clearance is too long, beyond Njai, who throws a right arm in the air at the ball because he knew it was clear in his head. It's gone out for a Chelsea throw. We've got 12 minutes remaining in the first half. Bournemouth currently 1 up at Manchester United. Wolves are 1 up at Leicester. Fulham and Southampton remains goalless, and we've got full commentary on Tottenham against Liverpool, which kicks off at half-4. Calvert-Lewin's trying to block a Tosin clearance here, gets there slightly late, and Tosin, as he clears, his right leg catches Calvert-Lewin, and Chris Kavanagh comes over to have a word. There won't be a booking for that. I mean, you see that happen all the time. Calvert-Lewin's got to go in and try and block that clearance.
If you're trying to get the ball, he's hung right over the Chelsea fans, and he's went down there. I have to say, I'm in Dominic Calvert-Lewin's side in that one. I don't think he was hurt at all.
Here's Colwill for Chelsea. Fernandes inside his own half, back to Colwill. Both managers, Enzo Maresco and Sean Dyche, standing on the touchline here at Goodison Park. Dugout's very close to the action. Sean Dyche has both palms out, arms spread wide, palms facing the floor, just telling his team to keep control of the game as best they can. Still 0-0. Disasi's floated ball down the right, or Neto flicks it over his own head and collects it the other side of Mikalenko, feeds Palmer. Palmer's tackled on the edge of the box. Mangala is there, gets his body in the way, but the ball runs to Palmer again, tries to knock it through the legs of Doucouré. Chelsea have got it back and they try and work it out to Sancho on the left. Young intercepts with his head and nods it out for a Chelsea throw.
It's so hard there, it's pinball in the middle there, because it's so windy. Trying to get that first ball under control when it's zipped at you. Some of the players are really struggling with it just now. That kind of suits Everton, and with the 3 players they've got in there, Doucouré, Mangala and Gay in the midfield there, there's very, very little time for the likes of Cole Palmer to get on the ball and get his head up.
Fernandes and Sancho play a 1-2 for Chelsea, so this time Gusto holds the width for Chelsea and Sancho moves infield. Here's Tosin, crosses the halfway line, ball at his feet, just rolls a short pass here to Caicedo. Calvert-Lewin closes in, Chelsea work it around him. Fernandes to Colwill to Sancho, back towards the halfway line. Here's Fernandes again, running across the Everton half. No immediate danger to Everton here. Then Tosin's low ball with his right foot, intercepted by Mikalenko. Goal at Leicester, Tom Gale.
Well, it's got even better for the visitors, Ali. Leicester 0, Wolves 2. Calamitous stuff from James Justin. A simple cross in. He ducks behind it, lets the ball bounce, and Rodrigo Guedes is in there to challenge with the goalkeeper and nudge home his first goal for the club. It's Leicester 0, Wolves 2.
Starting very nicely for Vitor Pereira here at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. What about events at Craven Cottage, Chris Wise?
Still Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Don't let this shock you, but Southampton actually looking defensively secure. They've limited Fulham to half chances. Harry Wilson and Alex Iwobi with them. So with 9 minutes of the first half to go, Southampton have got a clean sheet. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Nicholas Jackson's gone down holding his face here. He's clashed with Tarkowski off the ball. They were wrestling with each other as Chelsea were playing it around inside their own half. They fell to ground together. We'll have a look at the replay in a second here, Pat Nevin. Yeah. It may well be that Tarkowski has fallen on Jackson here, and Jackson is in some pain, but the game is stopped for now.
Yeah, they're kind of leaning up against each other. He has actually fallen down. I think Jackson's leaning into him, and he slips over. And because of that, Tarkowski falls over, but he fell over and lent his elbow into his head. Yeah. So I actually think there's a decent chance there is a bit of pain there. I don't think Young agrees with that.
Now then, that was cheeky from Cole Palmer. The referee's got his back turned to the action. He stopped the game. Palmer, I think, just to have a bit of fun with Ashley Young, went as if he was going to shoot from 45 yards out from the free kick with Pickford nowhere near it. Young, actually, credit to him, Pat, was alert and was there to block it, and there was a nice little exchange between the two. But it shows you Palmer is always thinking, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's just his mind always goes. He thinks outside the box.
Yes.
That's the thing that he does, unlike other players, and the fact that he's not been stopped doing that at Chelsea is a great thing.
8 minutes remaining in the first half. It is still 0-0. Wolves are 2-0 up at Leicester. Bournemouth are 1-0 up at Manchester United. And Chris Wise telling us that Southampton looking more defensively solid at Craven Cottage. What a pass from Njai to release Doucouré. Chance for Everton here. They've got Chelsea on the back foot. Doucouré lays it off to Mangala. Might have been a foul there. Good shot by Mangala. Sanchez makes the save. Low to his right. The referee played the advantage. And then the offside flag goes up, so none of it would have counted.
But much better from Everton. The play over there, Njai was fantastic, wasn't he? Every time he gets the ball, he's got 2 players on him. I know that feeling. They know he's a danger there, so Disasi can't stop him. So Caicedo's right beside him, but he's done them both with one little bit of skill, and that's led to the danger there. And For Everton fans, you hate the roar, but they're not getting many opportunities to roar, are they?
No.
But then they are used to that this season. But that was a good move.
Decent strike as well from Mangala, forcing Sanchez into the save. All the goals tonight, Match of the Day 2, BBC One at 10:30. Or if you miss it tonight live as such, you can always get it on the BBC iPlayer. A lot of space for Sancho on the left here. Disasi has found him. Sancho controls the bouncing ball on his chest. Young in quickly, he's fouled Sancho. Free kick for Chelsea. Everton fans getting into it now, didn't like that decision, and you can hear the reaction from the Everton fans. And in terms of the audio review of the weekend's football, Premier League review show available on the BBC Sounds app. On the Football Daily feed, Rick Edwards is hosting tonight. His guests are David James and Nigel Rio-Coker. So you'll get that after all the football later on today, or first thing tomorrow morning. Here's Disasi inside his own half. 6 minutes remaining in the first half at Goodison Park. Tosin looking for that longer ball again. This one is angled out to the right-hand side. Neto is able to keep it in play, faces up against Mikalenko, and Jai is back there to help with the defensive duties, and Neto tries to dart between the two of them and wins the free kick, and is getting extremely frustrated with the attentions of the Everton defenders, and Jai is booked for tugging him back, Pat.
Yeah, and he's not complaining much about it, so by that fact I suspect he probably deserves it. Really clever by Neto, go between two of them, and Jai knows that he's gone beyond him. He gets his arm on his shoulder and makes sure he doesn't get by. Referee's got that one spot on.
Those are the interesting spots in this Chelsea team at the moment, because we keep talking about the sort of the A team for the Premier League and the B squad for the Conference League, but Madueke, who was in favour, is slightly less in favour in the Premier League now. So you got Neto is back from suspension today. Jadon Sancho is playing well at the moment as well.
I'm quite surprised at how much people are reading into that. I think they'll just get very good players in those positions, those wide areas, and they'll spell them.
Yeah.
They might look at this game and think Madueke will really be needed for the final 30 minutes when the space opens up.
5 minutes remaining in the first half. Danger for Everton here. It's a Chelsea free kick just outside the area on the right. Palmer goes for goal. That's headed straight up in the air. The ball's dropping inside the Everton box, blowing in the wind. Doucouré's missed his header there. Disasi just flicks it up in the air again. Oh, Tarkowski's barged over by Colwill. Pickford comes herring out to try and block, runs into Colwill. It's all going to kick off here inside the Everton penalty area. And Jordan Pickford, after his challenge on Malo Gusto earlier in the first half, I think Chelsea are taking exception to the way he's putting himself about inside his own penalty area. Referee Chris Kavanagh is calming it down. But actually, it's those kind of things, Pat, are actually getting the Everton fans more into this game.
Yeah, well, first of all, as you say, takes Tarkowski out of it. And out comes the goalkeeper. And he knows the whistle's already been blown. He almost feels as if he's got a free hit there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Colwill understood that completely. Livened it up a little bit. But Everton are, again, now it's 20 minutes. The first 20 minutes, I would say, were slightly Everton's. Second 20 minutes of this half, definitely more Chelsea's, without them being completely dominant.
Colwill heads it forward. This is inside the Chelsea half. Calvert-Lewin chests the ball down. Half tackle, falls to Mikalenko. Prods it towards Doucouré. Works nicely for Everton. Here's Njai. Edge of the Chelsea penalty area. Right-footed curling cross is headed up in the air by Disasi. Sancho's got to be careful with his first touch. Does it beautifully. Gusto in support on the left. Outside of the right foot. Tarkowski blocks the pass forward that was aimed for Jackson. Goes out for a Chelsea throw. Back to Old Trafford. Mike Maine.
Well, Manchester United have had two big chances to equalise, not taken either. Bruno Fernandes with both. The first one, he dragged his shot wide, waiting on the edge of the penalty area. The second one, United caught Bournemouth napping at the back, charged forward 3-on-2. He tried to bend it across goal, and it was saved by Kepa. Still, with 3 minutes half-time, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1.
3 minutes remaining in the first half at Goodison Park as well. This is Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Neto's on the ball inside his own half. Let's check back in at Leicester as well. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 2. Jamie Vardy just had one cleared off the line inside the penalty box. The ball was initially played behind him. He was able to turn and swivel, but Totti it was who kept it the clean sheet so far for Wolves. Wolves leading 2-0 here at Leicester.
Tosin on the ball for Chelsea inside his own half. No Everton player near him. He's able to pass easily to Colwill. Wide it goes to Sancho. Quickly onto Gusto. First time cross with his left foot. Mikalenko clears it on the half volley. Away it comes here to Colwill. Gusto plays it back in field to Sancho. Body swerving left and right there. Mangala's not falling for that. Blocks the pass from Sancho. Sancho then works it back to Colwill. Enzo Fernandez gets on the ball just inside the Everton half, drives his pass from left to right, bounces in front of Neto, chests it down, and Jai's got to be a little bit careful on the yellow card now. Neto holds him off, plays it back to Disasi, in it comes to Palmer, holds his man off on the edge of the box. Caicedo's now cross, comes into the penalty area. Tarkowski heads it away, bounces in front of Fernandez, runs into Tarkowski, and the decision has gone against Tarkowski, even though he's gone down holding his head. This is going to be a free kick Chelsea from about 30 yards in a second. Another goal at Leicester, Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Ali, it's their top scorer, Mateus Cunha, wide right, tight angle, shoot past Ward. Dream start for Vitor Pereira. Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Crikey, real trouble for Leicester. Commentary on that game available via the BBC Sports website and app. What about that decision there, Pat? The free kick being given to Chelsea.
I don't think Tarkowski was acting that at all, but he got to the ball second. Yes, he did get hurt, but he still gave away a foul. I think the referee has got that one spot on. Well done, referee, because it was a tough one to call.
Yeah.
Because the way Tarkowski went down, you think, has he had an elbow in the face there? But no, he ran into the player's shoulder. So, yep, got that right. Well done.
Tarkowski came off worse, but it was he who committed the foul. Cole Palmer is a danger man for Everton here. Last minute of the first half, 0-0. Palmer in conversation with Enzo Fernandez. The ball is in the inside left channel. It's about 30 yards from goal. Pickford standing in the middle of his goal. Here is Palmer. He's going to curl the ball in towards the far post. It's behind the on-rushing Chelsea attackers, but it stays in play, and Disasi collects it. Plays back down the right wing for Chelsea to Gusto. He's chased by Unjai. Here's Caicedo. Caicedo nearer the halfway line now as Everton push forward to try and put a bit of pressure on Chelsea here, and Gusto again has to play back into his own half. Caicedo is there again, and he's going to not use Robert Sanchez. In fact, he'll play across to Tosin, and we're about to have 1 minute of added time at the end of this first half. Chilly Merseyside afternoon. Everton under new ownership, holding Chelsea at the moment. Caicedo's diagonal finds Sancho. The offside flag stays down. Ashley Young wins the battle this time. Sancho drags the Everton right back to the floor. Everton fans love that. That is going to be a free kick for the home team. It remains 0-0.
You know, Everton are reverting to type what they have done more often than not this season. You know, they're not getting a lot of possession, they're dropping back, it's a 4-5-1 when they've lost the ball. They're incredibly hard to break through. They ask the opposition, go on, play the ball into the middle, play it high into the middle. They've got Tarkowski there, and they've got Branthwaite there. They've got battlers in the midfield. It's not always pretty to watch, but at the moment 0-0 is a score that I don't think Sean Dyche will be devastated by.
Jordan Pickford has just got a yellow card. He throws his arms out wide and shrugs and sort of directs his attention towards the assistant referee away to his left. Is that for the delaying of the game, or?
I find that stunning. I have no idea.
What's that
I'll certainly have a look at that one again. That wasn't clearly obvious. I mean, to me, I'm looking confused. Sean Dyche looks completely and utterly confused. And usually with the keeper, you think, oh, it's only the keeper, a yellow card, it's not a worry. But it's Jordan Pickford.
Well, Jordan Pickford doesn't even have time to take the free kick, so that's the last action of the first half. Referee Chris Kavanagh is going to be jeered from the field. Jordan Pickford was millimetres away, actually, from committing a really bad challenge in this first half. Came flying out to block a Gusto shot and got lucky. He got a very little something on the ball, otherwise that would have been the concession of a penalty. In the way he came flying in, it could have been a straight red. He's got a yellow late in the first half. He's made a really important save from Nicholas Jackson. Jackson has also hit the post with a header from close range. The yellow card, Pat, was for delaying the restart of the game. And at half-time, we're goalless. What are you made of it?
Well, first of all, that's a wee bit hard on Jordan Pickford. It didn't seem that much of a delay to me. And it certainly looked to me as if he deserved a warning first. But for the rest of the game, 20 minutes, Everton pretty much in the front foot, trying to get closed down. Didn't really create a huge amount there. And then a little tickle with the tactics there from Maresco. And Chelsea, they were the dominant side. Got themselves 2 or 3 half-decent chances there without being brilliant, but a little bit snappier. But a long way from the best that I've ever seen Chelsea playing this season. Having said that, it's a good distance from the best I've seen Everton as well.
Stalemate at Goodison Park at half-time, the weekend before Christmas. Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Do you know, Pat Nevin, I was thinking of saying that it was a well-timed chat about the importance of Jordan Pickford before the game, but then you could have that before pretty much any game.
Yeah, just about everyone. To be honest, again, he's made a good save, but he could have been sent off. I'm not saying I've given away a penalty there, but then he had to go and attack that ball. It's a tough one for goalkeepers. I stand by them in those situations. He also came out at one point where he completely and utterly misjudged it. Could make an argument there for the win causing that. But there's always something that happens when Jordan's around, but he certainly has had one good save so far. But if you look at a lot of the games recently with Everton, 0-0 is not an uncommon scoreline at half-time.
Yellow card, Steve, for dissent. That's been updated. It was initially given on the app as delaying the restart of the game, but it's a yellow card for dissent for Jordan Pickford.
Okay, thank you both. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. What a first 45 minutes for the new Wolves manager, Vitor Pereira, at Leicester City. Incredible first half. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Steve, Vitor Pereira's name being repeatedly sung from the away end. Guedes' hook shot after 19 minutes got things started. Rodrigo Gomez bundled home his first goal for the club after defender James Justin let a ball go which he could have easily cleared, and then Cunha's shot from a tight angle which beat Ward, who for me should have done better. Vardy had a strike cleared off the line at 2-0. 3 shots on target for the visitors. Boos from the home support on the half-time whistle, whereas Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Big as it stands caveat here, but as it stands on Christmas Day, Bournemouth will be above Manchester City in the Premier League because, Mike Minor,
they are up to 5th as they are leading Manchester United by 1-0. Really enjoyable half of football. Plenty of press, plenty of attacks, some big chances too. The one that counts was Dean Howson flicking on a looping header from a free kick on the far side. And Nana was flat-footed and only a bystander. Mind you, looking at the replays, so was most of the Manchester United defence. United should be level though. Bruno Fernandes in the final 5 minutes of the first half, a host of chances. One dragged wide, one saved.
Wind is still blowing. There's a sort of feeling of rain in the air, but it's not falling at the moment. Blue skies to the right, grey skies to the left, and there's been enough in that first half to keep us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, and it's on the edge. I mean, if Everton score, it's going to be very interesting, because you suspect they will then sit back and it will be an absolute battle. Whereas if Chelsea were to manage to sneak a goal just now, that will open up Everton, and then we'll have a much more free-flowing game. So I suspect Chelsea actually have to push it. And I know Everton at home, but they would take a draw here. Absolutely, they would take a draw. Whereas Chelsea, where they are just now, a win's necessary if they're going to put the pressure on up the top.
Yeah, well, we know all about Everton's football this season. Really tough start to the season. Lost those first 4 Premier League games against Brighton, Tottenham, Bournemouth and Villa. Conceded 13 goals. Have really tightened up since then. They've failed to score in 8 Premier League games themselves this season, but have kept 6 clean sheets. So defensive solidity. Struggling to score the goals, held Arsenal to 0-0 last weekend. There have been a few 0-0s recently. This one is 0-0. The second half is just underway. Chelsea in the cream kit, change kit with the blue trim and blue socks, playing from left to right in the second half towards the park end of the ground, and Everton in the bright blue shirts, white shorts and white socks, chasing the ball inside the Chelsea half at the moment. It's back with the Chelsea keeper, Robert Sanchez, who puts his right foot through the ball. It goes spinning high in the air. Branthwaite heads it forward. It comes off Caicedo's back. It drops loose inside the Chelsea half. Enzo Fernandez hooks it forward. Tarkowski is there, and he sweeps it back past to Jordan Pickford, who drills this one straight downfield. Tosin heads it forward into the Everton half. Mikalenko tries to nod it to Branthwaite. Neto's there, barged into by Branthwaite, goes down, no free kick. Long ball downfield from the Everton defender, is chased by Calvert-Lewin. Tosin has flicked it up in the air. Sanchez takes a touch, and under pressure from Harrison gets the ball away to Malo Gusto on the left.
I tell you what, the keeper didn't pick it up there because he was worried in case it was a pass back. If that was a pass back, it's one of the best I've ever seen in my life. It was an overhead kick over his head, sliced one. That was a complete mishit. But it's interesting to watch Tosin there. He seems very confident in himself, doesn't he? Real belief in himself. And you've got Dominic Calvert-Lewin bearing down on you with that sort of pace. He just never looks flustered, does he?
Here are Chelsea with Disasi. 2 changes from their last Premier League starting 11 against Brentford last weekend. Disasi is one of those. Mark Cucurella suspended for this game, and Neto's come in for Madueke. I'll give you the 2 full lineups in just a second. A couple of minutes into this second half, Enzo Fernandez, the Argentine international, on the ball inside his own half. He's been in good goal-scoring form recently for the team as well. Disasi's little flick ball is blocked by Unjai with his arm, and the referee, Chris Kavanagh, gives a free kick to Chelsea inside their own half.
But his heart was in his mouth just for a second, wasn't it? Because he's been booked already, and Jai. It wasn't deliberate, it was chipped up towards his arm, but absolutely 100% free kick.
Yes, and Jai and Pickford, the 2 on yellow cards for Everton. Toss in, delivery from deep, diagonally out wide to Sancho, chests the ball down. Ashley Young is sticking to him like glue. Sancho's giving it away. Calvert-Lewin and Mangala try to work a 1-2. Sancho busies himself to win it back. Receives it from Gusto down the left. Mangala goes chasing for Everton. Sancho, low pass in field to Fernandez. Forward to Jackson, laid back to Caicedo. And now Cole Palmer on the ball, 40 yards from goal in a central position. Gives it to Caicedo, who chips a pass over to the left to Sancho. He thought about the early cross, now delivers that with his right foot. Nearly makes it all the way through to the far post. Mikalenko is there to block. Calvert-Lewin does well to keep it for Everton. Doucouré starts to drive forward. Good skill with his left foot to take him past his man. Then the pass to the left finds Unjai. Neto is back defending for Chelsea. Unjai is trying to hold him off. Little step over. Wide on the left-hand touchline. Just down beneath our commentary position. Beats Neto. Cross comes in too close to Sanchez, who grabs it for Chelsea.
Great piece of skill by Unjai. Again, he's got 2 players on him. It's so obvious that what's been said, about Everton, their biggest danger when they're attacking is Unjai on the left-hand side. And every time he gets the ball, 2 Chelsea players are right on him. They give him no space whatsoever. There was 2 on him there. He managed to get by both of them, got a cross in. Sadly for him, it was a poor cross straight into the goalkeeper's arms.
So Everton have Jordan Pickford in goal on the yellow card. Young, Tarkowski, Branthwaite, Mikalenko back 4. Mangala, Gay, Doucouré as the midfield 3. Harrison and Jai wide with Dominic Calvert-Lewin through the middle. Chelsea are Robert Sanchez in goal. There's Tosin playing a ball from deep. Mikolenko leaps, cushions a header in the air, which makes its way back to Pickford, who very carefully, right on the edge of his box, he's got his feet outside the line, but hands inside the line, catches the ball and just nods to the assistant referee to say, I got that one right, didn't I? Disasi at right back, Malo Gusto left back, Tosin and Colwill the two centre backs for Chelsea, Moises Caicedo, Enzo Fernandez in front of them. Here come Everton with Njai on the left hand side. Calvert-Lewin making his way into the middle, and Njai's ball nearly finds him, does find Harrison's shot, that's blocked by Sanchez. A really important save for Chelsea, who will now try and turn it into a counter-attack, because Malo Gusto is sprinting up to the halfway line with the ball at his feet. So both keepers now, Pat Nevin, have made crucial blocks.
But classically, that is the first time that Njai has got Disasi 1-on-1 on the left-hand side in his own, and he just walks beyond him, puts a ball in there, and Everton should have scored. That is a great opportunity. They should have scored.
Rest of the Chelsea lineup: Neto wide right, Sancho wide left, and Cole Palmer playing in behind Nicholas Jackson. Chelsea have it just inside the Everton half, so that's livened up the Everton fans again. Just after half-time, lovely warming pie for us at half-time. We're packed in tight in the press box here, but you're not complaining about that this afternoon. But a collective warmth, lovely. Clever touch from Palmer, just feeding a pass on from Fernandez to find Neto, using his pace down the right, then chops back to try and beat Mikolenko, holds Mikolenko off, turns again, Neto gets away from him, keeps his feet as well, tries to get the cross in, and Njai's back there, blocks it, and it goes behind for the Chelsea corner. Then Neto turns to the referee and with his fingers goes 1, 2, 3 about the amount of times he feels he was fouled.
He was certainly fouled by Mikolenko there, but the referee played the advantage. It was the right thing to do. He got beyond Mikolenko. Just great work by Njai there, gets in, sliding tackle. So the referee knows that was a foul there. He could have given a foul there, but he's got a corner kick.
Neto in danger of potentially talking himself into the book there. Chelsea have a whole host of players lined up around the penalty spot. Cole Palmer will deliver the corner in from the right. 6 minutes gone in the second half. Palmer looks up, swings this one high on the wing towards the back post, beats everyone, and goes behind for the Everton goal kick. Jordan Pickford ended up on the floor in the 6-yard box.
Wasn't a great ball there, but once again you have to give players some excuses, because put that ball high up in the air there, it's blowing all over the place. On that occasion he's trying to bend the ball in towards the goalkeeper, but the wind just took too much.
Attendance this afternoon, 39,338 inside Goodison Park, as we get another replay of the Robert Sanchez save with his right leg outstretched to deny Jack Harrison early in this second half. Bournemouth 1 up at Manchester United. Wolves under Vitor Pereira in his first game, going great guns at Leicester. 3-0 up at half-time in that one. Fulham 0, Southampton 0. Calvert-Lewin tackled wide on the left. The ball comes off Tosin and goes out for a throw-in to Everton. West Brom against Bristol City is underway in the Championship, as is Hearts against St Johnstone in the Scottish Premiership. Earlier on it finished Dundee United 0, Celtic 0. Jackson controls the ball inside his own half, manoeuvres away from trouble, chips one down the right. Branthwaite is there, clears on the bounce, and Njai keeps it in play. Jackson is there to try and make the tackle. It's clumsy from Jackson. That is a foul, and that is a free kick for Everton wide on the left. And now Njai is the one doing the complaining to Chris Kavanagh, saying that should be a yellow card for the Chelsea striker. If Jackson gets booked, by the way, he will miss Chelsea's next game. He doesn't at the moment.
Yeah, with Jackson, to be honest, that's a forwards tackle. I don't think he means to tackle it. He just runs into his ankle. So free kick there, and I think the referee's right not to get too carried away with that one.
So free kick for Everton, just down beneath us here. Tall white stanchion, which partially blocks your view of that penalty area away to the left-hand side. And this famous old ground packed with fans, decked out in blue and white. Two-tiered stand away to the left, the famous Gladys Street end. Jack Harrison, short free kick to Gay, lofts it high in the air. Tarkowski down in the Chelsea box, holding his left leg. Disasi tells him to get up. Tarkowski does. He doesn't like it. Goes chest to chest with Disasi. Players from both teams then move in to try and separate everything. Again, it's going to be one for those at Stockley Park. Tarkowski's wagging a finger at Chris Kavanagh as well. He's now blown his whistle. I think he's going to call Tarkowski back towards him. There is a bit of edge in this game, Pat, isn't there?
I think that's not a bad thing for Everton, to give a little bit of needle there. And Disasi, he think there was nothing in that there, but it's the way he walked over the top of Tarkowski. I don't think that's a penalty kick, but he's turned around and kind of walked over and just clipped him away. He's not hurt him in any way. Tarkowski wasn't impressed with that at all.
Yeah.
But there's so little in it, and the referee has kept his cards in his pocket correctly.
Bit of testosterone flying around at Goodison Park. 9 minutes gone in the second half. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, full commentary here of Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Sports Extra has Manchester United, Bournemouth. Mike Maine's watching that one.
10 minutes into the second half, and Ruben Amorim's had enough. He's made the changes. Xerxes Ugarte off. Rasmus Højlund comes on, as does Alejandro Garnacho, to play in the Premier League for the first time since the 7th of December. They came on from a corner, instantly cleared off the line by Bournemouth. United 0, Bournemouth 1.
Strong challenge by James Tarkowski here. Got the ball. The throw-in has been given to Chelsea. The Everton fans are furious with that. Enzo Fernandez didn't mind the tackle, but again, just ratchets the tension up a notch.
Do you know what? And Tarkowski gets the ball there, but it's one of those ones, he's dived in such a way, had he not quite got to the ball, he was in massive trouble there, because his feet was off the ground. But it's lifted the Everton fans a little bit. We'll see if it's lifted the Everton players.
Yeah, thunderous noise now inside Goodison Park. Mikalenko side foots a pass to Doucouré. Doucouré turns inside the Chelsea half, gets away from Caicedo. Great feet here, still going. 3 Chelsea players in front of him. Eventually Caicedo wins the battle. Forward to Jackson it goes. Jackson running away from Mangala. Finds Sancho. Malo Gusto's busting a gut to get beyond him on the left-hand side. Gets onto the ball. Fizzes it back to Sancho. Sancho with those dancing feet. Skips past Ashley Young. Tackled by Harrison. And it goes out for a throw into Chelsea in an attacking position on the left. It's taken quickly to Enzo Fernandez. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. 10 minutes gone in the second half. The ball is at the feet of Tosin. Forward to Palmer. Palmer has dropped deep for Chelsea here. Back on the halfway line. Half challenged by Doucouré. Chelsea keep it. Across to Tosin. Everton stand off for the moment. Enzo Fernandez strokes it forward to Malo Gusto in the midfield role. That pass intercepted by Jack Harrison. What can Everton do with this? Harrison holds off Gusto. Finds Idrissa Gueye into the feet of Calvert-Lewin. Thought he was getting away from Caicedo, who is there again for Chelsea. The game's opening up. Here's Palmer. Palmer, lovely measured pass, finds Sancho. Sancho easily beats Ashley Young. Young dangled out a leg. Sancho dances past it. Young catches him this time. That'll be a free kick to Chelsea. Let's check in on Leicester Wolves. Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Rudin and Nistelrooy made 2 changes at the break. Winks and Fast taken off, brought on, for Skip and Vestergaard. And just 7 minutes into the second half, he's hooked Justin and Alcanus and replaced them with De Cordova-Reid and Chowdhury. It's Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
Ashley Young booked here for that challenge on Jadon Sancho. Ashley Young will miss Everton's next game. Manchester City away. Everton will not have Ashley Young.
Do you know what? And it's a really stupid one, isn't it? Because he's lunged in at one tackle, he's got away with it, and he's chased back. And all you do then is slow the player down. But he's lunged in again. It almost looked like a player who wanted to get booked out. Not suggesting anybody wants any time off over the Christmas period.
12 minutes got in the second half. Free kick for Chelsea. Coming in from wide on the left. Fernandez with his right foot. In swinger to the far post. Jackson can't control it at the far post. That is going to be a goal kick to Everton, to Craven Cottage. Fulham Southampton second half. Chris Wise.
12 minutes into it here as well. Fulham 0, Southampton 0. A sight of goal for Saints. Adam Armstrong slipped in from the angle. Shot straight at Bernd Leno at his near post. We've seen Saints changes as well. Cameron Archer on at half-time for Tyler Diblin. And Leslie Ugachukwu has just arrived on the scene as well from the bench. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Jordan Pickford takes the goal kick for Everton here. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. That holds up in the wind. Tosin easily wins the header. Falls to the feet of Sancho. Malo Gusto in support on the left. Takes the ball in his stride. Harrison comes sprinting back to help out for Everton. Gusto holds onto it. Then passes to Fernandez. Infield to Caicedo in a central position. He's caught by Abdoulaye Doucouré. It's going to be another free kick for Chelsea. 3 o'clock kickoff in the Gallagher Premiership this afternoon. Saracens Northampton being watched by Adam Whitty.
7-0 after 12 minutes against Northampton. Kicking key in this game, it seems, in blustery conditions. Fergus Burke on the end of a delightful kick from Tobias Elliott down the right wing. Saracens have a deserved 7-0 lead over Saints. 12 minutes gone.
Penalty at Old Trafford, Mike Mainey.
And it's gone the way of Bournemouth as well. Tricky play on the left-hand side. They link really well and they cut into the penalty area. Mazraoui takes down a player and it's given Bournemouth a chance from 12 yards to double their lead. Still 1-0 for now.
Okay, Mike, when the ball's on the spot, give us a shout. Chelsea have a free kick here. We'll go straight back to Old Trafford when the penalty is ready to be taken. This is clearly not a set piece of that nature for Chelsea, but again, on the win, could be tricky for Jordan Pickford, and Cole Palmer stands over the ball.
I mean, the player you want on that ball there is Cole Palmer. I mean, Enzo can hit it from those sort of areas as well, but Cole Palmer has got a wand of a left, he's got a wand of a right foot as well, let's be fair about it. But if he, similar to the first half, if he can get it up and down and over, bouncing before the keeper,
he's going to have a go with his left foot straight into the wall. The ball spins away to the left-hand side, bounces in front of Gusto, bounces twice, gets away from him, but he's happy to let that go behind for the corner to Chelsea. Cole Palmer's 50th Premier League appearance for Chelsea today.
Yeah, just a moment ago there, Doucouré was not booked for that tackle. He was very, very fortunate, by the way, haven't seen it again.
Yeah, stretched out a long left leg, completely got it wrong, and actually made heavy contact on the ankle. Palmer making a run on the outside. He's overhit that cross with his left foot, I think. Back to Old Trafford, Mike Maine.
So it will be Justin Kluivert from 12 yards. He was the man fouled by Mazraoui. A lot of conversation between Bruno Fernandes and the referee in the aftermath of that, Craig Pawson. But now the ball's on the spot. Onana with his feet planted on his goal line, bounces around. It's Kluivert, 2-0 Bournemouth, straight down the middle. Onana dives down to his left, no chance of saving it. And Bournemouth are sitting currently 3 points outside the top four of the Premier League. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 2.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Justin Kluivert, of course, the man who stuck 3 penalties away in one game this season, has another today.
Just a moment ago there, Pickford took a short goal kick there, and even before I took it, I'm thinking, do not even think about that. In these conditions with Chelsea players that high up, he thought about it and nearly completely blew it.
Hearts 1, St Johnstone 0. That was a 3 o'clock kickoff in the Scottish Premiership. Manchester United Bournemouth commentary is over on Sports Extra. Bournemouth 2-0 up now, thanks to the penalty. Calvert-Lewin's down, no free kick. Tarkowski trying to block the run of Jackson. That was risky, wasn't looking at the ball. Jackson battling for that ball on the edge of the box. Helped out by Branthwaite is Tarkowski. The ball is loose inside the Everton half. This game is really livening up in the second half. Hope you're enjoying it on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. Neto, big white plastic bag billowing its way past Disasi as Chelsea play the ball across the Everton half. Lovely first touch from Sancho, sees the run here of Fernandes, chased by Mangala. Fernandes stops in his tracks, corner of the box, right-footed drive straight at Pickford, who palms it out and then falls on the rebound inside his 6-yard box.
You mentioned just a few moments ago about the game opening up, and you're kind of expecting that and wanting that to happen, but it's still playing absolute havoc with the players passing the ball to each other quickly. On that occasion, Fernandes, who's not had a great involvement in the game today, but that's one of the things you could say about that. There's nobody played brilliantly today. It's hard to play brilliantly in these conditions. It's about the battling, and when that mistake's made or when that half chance comes, you've got to be able to take it. It's not happened yet.
Ball is loose inside the Everton half. Palmer's little turn around the corner finds Neto. Mikalenko makes a block. The ball goes high up in the air from Mikalenko's clearance. No one can get on the end of that. It bounces twice before Calvert-Lewin wins the header. So tricky for the players here, and Jai gets the ball on the floor. That's where he wants it. He's running across the halfway line. Doesn't really see any other option than finding Ashley Young, his right back, down the right-hand touchline to Harrison, back to Young. Chelsea continue to chase here through Sancho. Young runs into the challenge of Gusto, wins the ball, and it goes out for an Everton throw, which they take quickly. And Doucouré plays the ball back into his own half. Another goal at Old Trafford, Mike Maine.
Listen to this, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, just like it was last year in this fixture. A game played down Bournemouth's left. They cut into the penalty area. Semenyo had it on a plate. His first goal since he scored against another Manchester club, City, earlier this season. Bournemouth 0, Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3.
Some scorelines this afternoon in the 2 o'clock kickoffs. Wolves 3-0 up at Leicester. Bournemouth now 3-0 up at Old Trafford.
Do you know, we live in an alternate universe where Manchester City are having an utter nightmare, and Manchester United are 13th, 14th. They're still looking up 13th. As opposed to down, I think.
Yeah. And this is Everton 0, Chelsea 0. All the goals, match of the day 2 tonight, BBC 1, 10:30. Brilliant from Sancho, gets away from Ashley Young, gets his head up, gets this cross into the Everton box. Neto's going to try and attack it. Branthwaite is there, just held up on the wind, which enabled, in fact, Mikalenko to win the header, nods it out for a Chelsea on the right.
The ball was laid up there, but you could see him coming in, attacking it, thinking, where's it going? Because it was all over the place. We could see from here. We had a great angle for him. The ball just all over the place. There's no way you can take a first touch there. You just need to go and kick it down and then hit it. But Mikalenko defended very well.
Cole Palmer seems rather bemused he doesn't win a free kick there. He felt he was rugby tackled wide on the right in possession for Chelsea. They're attacking here with Enzo Fernandez. Great skill from the Argentine. Slides it through to Palmer. Sliding challenge on Palmer was not a good one on the edge of the box. It was outside the penalty area. Palmer is down hurt. He may need some treatment. Chelsea will get a free kick. It gives us time to get to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham-Liverpool. Full commentary at 4:30. John Murray has the team news.
Tottenham are actually unchanged from Thursday here in the Cup. Udogie is back from injury, but as a substitute, so Spence continues at left back, and Liverpool makes 7 changes from their Cup match at Southampton, but it's just 1 change from last week in the league, and that is McAllister back into the midfield for Jones, who is a substitute.
Thank you, John. Clinton Morrison alongside John for commentary of that one. Pat Nevin.
Panic stations there. That's the first time for probably about 40-50 minutes that Cole Palmer's got the ball to be able to attack the sort of D sort of area, and as soon as he gets the ball under control, you know, Mykolenko dives in there, thinks of nothing else, just has to stop him. Doucouré's in there, diving in there, make sure he has to stop him. They were always going to give a free kick away there. It's 19-20 yards out, and Cole Palmer cannot wait to have a go from here.
Cole Palmer, 11 goals to his name so far this season, 3 of those from the penalty spot. He and Enzo Fernandez once again deep in discussion on the edge of the box, and Jordan Pickford is leaning on his right-hand post, and I mean, he can't see the ball from where he's standing there, middle of his goal, because there's the Everton wall, 4 players in the blue shirts. There's a 2-man Chelsea wall in front of them. There's a whole clutch of players to the right as well. Palmer's got his hands on his hips. The whistle blows. It's Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Can Palmer find the magic? No, Enzo Fernandez hits it, glancing blow off the wall. And behind it goes for the corner. Jordan Pickford applauds the efforts of his defensive wall.
Yeah, the wall got it right there. Funnily enough, I thought the wall was lined up incorrectly. They had the tallest player on the far side to where we are. He should be on the near side, because that was the ball was going to go over. It didn't go over, but that's where it went.
25 minutes to play at Goodison Park. Palmer with the corner towards the far post. Hits a couple of bodies in there. And then the whistle blows. There was a foul in there on an Everton player. That is going to be a free kick to Everton. Apparently the Bournemouth fans at the moment at Old Trafford, Pat, singing just like last year. It's happened again. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3.
It is absolutely extraordinary. I mean, do not forget how much money has been spent in that Manchester United squad in comparison to the Bournemouth squad. You should never forget that.
Yeah,
it's incredible that sort of stuff's still happening.
And also the words that Ruben Amorim said. I remember commentating, Pat, on their first home game, beat Everton by 4-0, but he's kept saying this is not going to be easy. This is not going to be quick.
You and I were together at that
Exactly.
game, and the first half, Everton were the better team.
Yes. The ball is inside the Chelsea half here. Caicedo running away from Doucouré. Caicedo does his own bit of refereeing. Before the whistle blew, bent down, stopped the ball with his hand and said, I'm going to get a free kick for that. And he did.
To be fair, he's almost arguably been the pick of the players out there anyway. It's a day to do ugly stuff.
Yeah.
And he does ugly stuff very, very well.
Yeah.
And his covering's been great, reading the play's been great. You often talk about maybe the easiest position in the park to be that sitting midfielder. Well, have a look at what Manchester City are like without Rodri. It's not easy. You need to have a really good football brain. Caicedo's got that.
Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Caicedo receives the ball under no pressure, plays back here to Tosin. Tosin at walking pace across to Disassi inside the Chelsea half. Plenty of the Everton and Chelsea substitutes have been warming up, so we may see some changes soon.
Surprised that no one's on yet. 67 minutes, 67.5 minutes. I thought Madueke, he was the obvious one for me, but Neto's done well.
Fernandez's pass slicing through the Everton defenders. Palmer on the dribble, still going. They couldn't get the ball off him. Eventually he's tackled inside the Everton penalty area. Fernandez is back there for Chelsea, gets a foot on the ball, knocks it back into his own half to Tosin. Tosin stops, rolls it forward to Gusto, right on the centre spot here, and plays back to Tosin again.
Do you know what, you watch Palmer going through 2 and 3 players like that, and it's not like Hazard who are way of going through. He's like an eel. You just can't get near him. He just slips by players. It's a stunning skill he's got.
Moises Caicedo slipped as he played that pass, and it was still inch perfect out to the left, and it's found Sancho, double step over. Finds Enzo Fernandez, 25 yards from goal, curling low past to Disassi. Chelsea have switched this quickly to the right. Neto's one-on-one against Mykolenko. Early ball with the left foot, delivery to the far post. Young's header on the ball. Pickford goes scampering across the byline, but Harrison gets there first for Everton. Risky this, dribbling right down in that right-back position. Sancho tries to make the tackle. It's gone behind in the end. for a goal kick. Everton 0, Chelsea 0.
Actually, that's really hard. Really good work there by Harrison, isn't it? The horrible position the ball was put into, and it goes over to the right-hand side there. He has to try and keep it in. He's under massive amounts of pressure, but it's the travails of the modern winger, isn't it? You have to play right full-back as well as right wing.
Changes are a-coming here at Goodison Park. The first player I can see getting stripped off. It might be a triple change for Everton here, but I can see Beto is getting ready to go. He'll be coming on for Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Just over 20 minutes to play. I can also see Jesper Lindstrom getting stripped off and getting ready to go as Pickford drives the goal kick downfield. Calvert-Lewin tries to win the flick on. The ball clears in. Colwill plays back to Sanchez. Sanchez, low pass from him, finds Disasi. Disasi sees lots of open space in front of him, charging forward with the ball at his feet, and Jai tries to stick with him. Across here to Neto. Neto running infield, just lays it off to Caicedo. Seamus Coleman's going to make a rare appearance for Everton in the late stages of this game too. Here's Caicedo, prods the ball into the path of Gusto, looking for Palmer. Gay makes the tackle on Palmer. Doucouré is there, lays it off to Njai. Back it comes to Mikalenko under a bit of pressure. Goes back to his goalkeeper. Pickford takes one touch, not taking any chances there. Clatters the ball downfield with his left foot, and Tosin heads it forward. Caicedo is there, passes to Gusto, and Gusto comes back to Robert Sanchez. Let's check in quickly at Craven Cottage. Fulham Southampton, Chris Wise.
Still 0-0, but we've just seen a great save from Aaron Ramsdale, the Southampton goalkeeper. Traore with a clip ball up to the far post. Harry Wilson coming onto it on the stretch, half volley. The reactions from Ramsdale, supreme to flick it over the bar. Fulham 0, Southampton 0.
Seamus Coleman's coming on for Ashley Young, 39 years old and on a yellow card, of course. Great dribbling from Jack Harrison on the right. Gets the cross in. Sanchez stretches, palms it away. Falls to Njai, decides not to hit it just yet. Has the ball at his feet, lays it back to the edge of the box and can't find a teammate, and suddenly Chelsea are coming on the counter. Cole Palmer striding away from Mikalenko, desperately trying to keep up with him. Palmer, ball at his feet. Branthwaite sliding in, wins that for Everton. Jesper Lindstrom is going to come on for Harrison, who just created a real moment of danger for Everton there. Here he is again. That is a good ball into the path of Doucouré. Doucouré's first touch just takes him a little wide, and Tosin comes across to cover. Doucouré runs at him into the box, chops it onto his left foot. Tosin gets a foot in and knocks it behind for the Everton corner. Pat Nevitt.
It's amazing how lively Everton got since those three substitutes stood up there. Everyone in their blue strips thinking, I'm going to work hard, see if I can stay on this field. And they've really lifted it. Two brilliant breaks. Really decent chance there for Njai. I mean, obviously in hindsight, he should have had it first time, tried to take it inside and didn't get a chance. And in the midst of that, what a beautiful tackle by Branthwaite down in the left back area. He's got the one player you don't want running at you, Cole Palmer, and he's waited his time and dealt with him perfectly.
Now, this is what Goodison Park can be like. New executive chairman of the Friedkin Group, Mark Watts, is sitting down there beneath us, probably scribbling notes. We'll be reporting back. Was pretty quiet in the first half. It's got going in the second half. It is still 0-0.
Not many corners that Everton had. This is one of the few of the game so far. You have to make good use of it.
Tarkowski making a run for the far post. In it comes. Headed away to the edge of the box. Idrissa Gueye nods it powerfully to his left. The ball bounces beyond the control of Njai. Palmer's there, and Palmer just knocks one down the right-hand side. Mikalenko's got it covered. Beats Sancho to it. Knocks it into the stands in front of us. And that will be a throw into Chelsea. Here come the changes then, just to remind you. Beto coming on for Calvert-Lewin, Jesper Lindstrom coming on for Jack Harrison, and Seamus Coleman is coming on for Ashley Young. Sean Dyche applauding his players off the field, but he's also sort of mimicking that take lungfuls of fresh air, come on, let's go again. Big 15 minutes to come here for Everton. It's still Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Let's check in at Leicester again, Tom Gale.
Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Scoreline the same as it was at the break, Ali. Both sides have hit the side netting in the second half. Vardy rounded the keeper, but the shot angle was too tight. Wolves defender Bueno saw his header flash inches wide. Leicester 0, Wolves 3.
And what about Saracens Northampton? Kicked off at 3 in the Gallagher Premiership. Adam Whitty.
And Saracens have got their second try. They lead 12-0 after 26 minutes. They're scrumming home for Christmas. They want a penalty against the head on the Saints 5-metre line. Catch and drive. Rhys Carré scoring the loose head. Saracens playing at a ferocious pace. They lead 12-0 with 26 minutes gone.
Very good, Adam. I've not heard that one before. Like that.
But we will be hearing it again because we're all going to feel it.
Disasi waiting to take the throw for Chelsea. NFL action tonight, by the way. Usual coverage, 9 o'clock on Sports Extra. Vikings at the Seahawks. Hawks this evening. Chelsea player down hurt, wide on the right. At the moment, Chris Kavanagh's playing an advantage, and Chelsea have switched the ball to the left. 17 minutes plus added time to go. Chelsea looking, if they can get the win, to go top of the Premier League table ahead of our second Premier League commentary this afternoon, which is Tottenham-Liverpool, kicking off at 4:30. Palmer plays the 1-2 with Disasi. Back it comes to Tosin, under pressure from Beto. Across to Colwill. Colwill shifts the ball out to the left. Sancho's going to have a run at Coleman here. Brings the ball infield, then right-footed pass. Goes wide to Enzo Fernandez. Fernandez now running at Coleman, crossing towards the far post. Neto tries to attack it. Glancing header. The ball runs wide to the right. Disasi gets there. Plays this back to Caicedo. Caicedo edge of the Everton penalty area. Finds Palmer. Palmer sees Gusto in space. Wants it back from Gusto. Here he is, and then tries to slide one in between the Everton defenders. And that will go all the way through for a goal kick to the Hawthorns. 3 o'clock kick-off in the Championship. Aaron Paul is watching West Brom, Bristol City.
West Brom 0, Bristol City 0. Driving rain down here in the West Midlands, but this game really hasn't hit the high notes. John Swift has had the best opportunity of the game. A long-range fizzer saved awkwardly by the legs of Max O'Leary. But as I predicted, this one, it's just a draw over, Ali. It really is 0-0.
Double change coming for Chelsea here. Nicholas Jackson is coming off. Christopher Nkunku is coming on. Neto's coming off. Madueke's coming on. What's happening at Old Trafford, Mike Maine?
United are chasing to get one back in this game. Garnacho's gone down the middle one-on-one, but his shot around the goalkeeper was weak and easy enough for Kepa. Hoyland's got a cross goal with an effort. Here is Garnacho in the penalty area again now. Sliding challenge comes in. Corner kick. Just a moment ago, Kluivert, who got Bournemouth second, tried to round Onana, thought he'd done it, but the goalkeeper recovered, diving along the floor to smother the ball. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3.
Commentary continues on Radio 5 Sports Extra. Theo Walcott, a guest on the Monday Night Club tomorrow night. Gay nearly loses the ball inside his own half, keeps his footing and keeps the ball. Kelly Cates presenting the Monday Night Club tomorrow. Starts at 7 o'clock. 2 hours of football discussion following the weekend. Theo Walcott with Chris Sutton and Rory Smith here as Mangala has the ball on the right, bobbles his pass in on the right-hand side. Cross from Lindstrom, blocked by Sanchez, and Jai, his shot's blocked from 5 yards out. Somehow Chelsea got bodies in the way, and Jai is down hurt in the 6-yard box. Goodison was ready to explode with joy, and Madueke's running with the ball down the right, and Chris Kavanagh has stopped the game because Njai is down hurt. And you could see 2 of the Everton medical team racing down this touchline, thinking they might have to get on the field. Pat Nevin, see if you can unpack a bit of that.
Yeah, it was madness in front of us. A really good play there from Everton. Once again, it's a very good chance. I would say the second very good chance of the second half there. Played it on the right-hand side. The ball into there, it was impossible for the keeper to catch. He got a hand to it. But that's another chance for Njai to come in. And I'm trying to see if he does enough. Tosin. I think he sees that there's a tackle coming in, doesn't he? And who was it? Was it Tosin? Yeah,
Tosin
maybe. Yeah, I mean, if you're going in there, it's a 50-50 between Tosin and Njai. You kind of know who's probably going to win that one there.
14 minutes remaining in this second half. Goal in the Championship, Aaron Paul.
Albion 1, Bristol City 0. Really good ball in from the right-hand side from Tom Fellows, dinking into the back post, and there rising highest was Mikey Johnston to head home past Max O'Leary in the Bristol City goal. West Brom 1, Bristol City 0.
Busy 5 Live Premier League Sunday. Full commentary of Tottenham Liverpool on the way. After that, Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage taking the calls on 6:06 from 6:30 through until 8 o'clock. Madueke, the Chelsea sub, tackled on the edge of the Everton box. Doucouré tries to take it past Disasi. Telegraph that. Disasi makes the tackle. Little 1-2 with Madueke. Are we going to get a winner in this game? Feels like a 1-goal game potentially. Madueke's pass intercepted inside the Everton half. Gay back to Mikalenko. Here's Doucouré. Doucouré to Branthwaite. Branthwaite turns, plays back to Pickford. Pickford again swings a left leg at that, smashes it downfield. Tosin heads it away. Doucouré sticks a long right leg up in the air, and Nkunku is caught by Idrissa Gueye. That's going to be a free kick. Chelsea 10 yards inside the Everton half.
I have suspicion that Gueye does not agree with that. Just a moment ago, Branthwaite just cleared the ball. It's funny, we've not spoken about him a lot today, and he doesn't seem to have done a great deal. That's the thing about really good defenders. They don't look as if they're doing a hell of a lot because they're covering the right areas all the time, and they seem to waltz onto balls, and he's quietly had a very, very good afternoon again, young Branthwaite.
Chelsea have scored in their last 15 Premier League games. It's 0-0 here at Goodison Park at the moment. They're trying to work something down the left. Enzo Fernandez appears out there, plays the ball back to Colwill. Infield to Caicedo, 40 yards out in a central position. Disasi's ball forward to Palmer. Quicksilver turn from him. And he's stumbling forward. Not going to win a free kick for that. Tarkowski shovels a pass out to the left. Mikolenko just happy to clear that up in the air. Beto is battling with Tosin. Two tall men, strong men, shoulder to shoulder. Then Branthwaite's gone down off the ball. Everton fans have spotted something here. Chris Kavanagh's giving Everton a free kick. Cole Palmer could be in a little bit of hot water. We'll have a look at the replay monitors. 0-0.
As we're trying to see what's going on here, we've got the Everton technical people in front of us. They're trying to watch it. To be honest, there's a smile on Cole Palmer's face, and you get the suspicion there's not going to be a huge amount in it.
There's always a smile on Cole Palmer's face. Let's see what happened here.
It's just dragged Branthwaite over. Right. It's almost like a wrestling throw, and with as much reality involved in it.
Cole Palmer never seems like one who's going to get too het up about anything, which is possibly why he's as good as he is.
And as chilled, I think, as he is.
Yeah, exactly. Pickford's taken the free kick, and it's arrived at the feet of Lindstrom. He's kept it in play. He's got Seamus Coleman behind him, so that's a completely new partnership down the right-hand side for Everton with 10 minutes to play in this second half. Full commentary of Tottenham, Liverpool on the way. Coleman chases this ball down the right. Sliding challenge by Gusto. It goes behind for the Everton corner. Cue another massive roar from the home fans.
They've got a wee lift down that right-hand side, haven't they, Everton? They've made the changes. Lindstrom's already got one very, very good crossing from that right-hand side. And Coleman, always willing to overlap. We know he's been like that all the way through his career, and he ain't stopped yet.
Everton have won 5 of their last 6 games against Chelsea at Goodison Park. Are they going to get a late winner here? We're into the last 10 minutes. 5 Live and BBC Sounds, it's 0-0. Everton trying to pull further clear of the bottom 3. Right old wrestling match going on now between Disasi and Tarkowski just inside the Chelsea penalty area. Tarkowski's flat on his back.
It's not the first time that's happened, is it? There's a lot going on in that penalty box. The referee's having a word with Disasi, who has to be careful. He can look a little bit clumsy sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And he's holding now. Stupid.
Yeah. Here he goes. Tarkowski trying to make that run to the far post. Delivery into the near post is headed away. The great Bill McLaren would have described that, Pat, as a little bit of jiggery pokery.
Yes. Not bad accent. I'm impressed with that. Very Hoyek.
Here's Mikolenko down the left for Everton, looking for Njai. Njai may have got a little shove in the back from Disasi. Turns away from Disasi and wins the free kick. Disasi is having a bit of a tough time of it here. He goes in the book, but more importantly for Everton, they've got a free kick in a really good position, just about level with the edge of the Chelsea penalty area on the left.
It's twice in the second half he's managed to isolate the defender, and it's not even close. You know he's going to get by him. It's whether he's going to get by him and cut a cross in, or whether he's going to get fouled. That time fouled, and the referee's given a yellow card as well. Dangerous, dangerous area. It's all about the delivery now from Everton.
Just 1 win in their last 7 games. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3, Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Fulham and Southampton remains goalless.
I think Tarkowski's gone over to have a word with Lindstrom, and my suspicion, he said to him, do not give it to the goalkeeper.
Okay.
Anything but do not put it into the keeper's hands.
Although there's a tempting space there, Pat. Looking where Sanchez is standing, he's left the near post.
If you're a professional footballer, you should be able to put it into that gap.
Yeah. Now Sanchez is just moving to his right again. He's just checking. He's got one man there, and Kunku is trying to block that gap at the near post. And Kunku can't hear him. Now he does. Moves to his right. Another player down inside the penalty area. This time it's Disasi. So that's 1-1 then. It's like Furiusic last night, Pat.
Honestly, they just roll over. Do you remember Weebles?
Yeah, that's right. They always bounced back up again, didn't they? Here's Lindstrom. Goes for that near post, headed away by Caicedo. Ball straight up in the air, and Kunku jumps, completely mistimes the header. Mikolenko nods it forward, edge of the box. First time ball was looking for Doucouré. Caicedo plays it back to Robert Sanchez, who clears with his right foot. We've got 8 minutes to play, plus added time. Enzo Fernandez chasing hard. Oh, he's won the ball for Chelsea. Takes it into the Everton penalty area. Seamus Coleman is trying to hold him up. Plays it back here to Sancho. Idrissa Gueye is back there, trying to block off any route to goal for Sancho, and Everton have just about survived it. It was Gueye's mistake. Fernandez took the ball off him. He just couldn't quite take it on as quickly as he wanted to.
And the reason being, nothing got to do with lack of ability. That was the wind. It dragged the ball back. Pickford had gone to run out to take the play himself, but the ball just stopped in mid-air. So difficult sometimes for the players. Gueye almost caught it there. Everton get lucky.
Everton fans right into it at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. 7 minutes remaining in the game. Here's Tosin, low pass to the right to Madueke. Madueke rolls the ball infield to Disasi. Now Caicedo inside the centre circle, back to Tosin, walking pace.
Very funny down in the box there. Sean Dyche is shouting and bawling and screaming at Beto, who's been given orders before he came on, and had clearly forgotten them because he was shouting and bawling him to get over and cover on the right.
Cheeky pass from Palmer, finds Nkunku. Palmer runs onto this ball. Tarkowski slides in. Clearance only finds Caicedo. Leaps into a pass, drives it to his right to Madueke. Back to Disasi. Chelsea pushing here, looking for a goal to try and win the game, to go top of the Premier League for the first time in just over 3 years. Last time 2021, managed by Thomas Tuchel, then ended up finishing third in the Premier League. Tosin's ball through the Everton back line. Seamus Coleman is able to shepherd it out of play, and that goes behind for a goal kick to Everton.
It's a feeling I get used to here, certainly over the last 2 or 3 years, getting near the end of a game. And in times gone by, it was, right, push for the win, push for the win. It isn't like that around here, is it? There's a nervousness. It's hold on for the 0-0. I'm not saying the players, I mean, a lot of the fans talked to them beforehand. The Evertonians are saying, we'll take a point now. Absolutely take a point now. And with just over 5 minutes to go, I think they feel the same way.
Yeah, Jack Harrison had the one brilliant chance early in the second half. Robert Sanchez made the save. Jackson with some chances in the first half for Chelsea. Doucouré's being forced back to Pickford here, and Nkunku closes in. Pickford takes a chance, beats him though, then tries to clear with his right foot off balance, slices that a bit, but Coleman keeps it in play, still deep inside his own half. Chelsea are pressing here, and back they come to Pickford again. It is getting heated down on the touchline. Steve Stone, Everton coach, has also picked up a yellow card. Tosin's header to his left, Gusto's touch, lets in Njai running at Chelsea defenders, tackled on the edge of the box, comes back here, left-footed strike, Sanchez makes the save. It was Mangala who hit it first time with his left foot, but Sanchez is a big man, spread himself well and covered it pretty easily.
He's got to save that one, but once again the game, as you say there, it's opened up a little bit. Mistakes are beginning to be made. And certainly Chelsea are trying to go for the win, but so are those Everton players, even if our fans, as I say, would take that point right now.
Here's Coleman, clears with his right foot. Pat Nevin with us at Goodison Park. Beto lets the ball run beyond him, hoping that might fool Colwell. It didn't. Here's Gusto, gives the ball to Colwell across the halfway line to Caicedo. Here come Chelsea. Caicedo goes wide to Madueke, up against Mikalenko. Mikalenko just jockeying for position. Madueke moves infield. Mikalenko gets a foot on the ball. It runs to Disasi. Back here to Caicedo. Caicedo plays back to the halfway line to Tosin. Tosin strokes it forward to Fernandes. Fernandes running from right to left. Jadon Sancho holding the width on the left. Here's Gusto playing back to the halfway line. And now Chelsea with Colwell into Caicedo. Everton fans watching with bated breath at the moment. Still Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Next break in play, we're taking it to the Hawthorns in the Championship. There's been another goal in the game between West Brom and Bristol City. Here's Sancho on the move though, down the left, getting away from Lindstrom. Coleman's out there to team up with his Everton teammate, and they've won the battle. It's gone behind for the goal kick. So Aaron Paul, who scored that next goal at the Hawthorns?
It's a second for Albion and a stunning second for Mikey Johnson, cutting in off the left. He received the ball, drove into the area and just fired in the most sumptuous shot, curled past Max O'Leary in the Bristol City goal. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0.
3 minutes remaining here. Everton 0, Chelsea 0. Pat,
you know, there are some games a few minutes to go and we turn around and say there's going to be a chance before the end. There might be one here. I'm not saying there only might be one. It's not been one of those games so far, but the tension's certainly in this ground from the Everton fans.
Yeah, that's Beto. Beto's gone sliding in on Colwell as Colwell was about to clear with his left foot. Heavy challenge, and Beto's the latest player to get booked. Saracens Northampton latest in the rugby. Adam Whitty.
Saracens get the bonus point in a fourth try before half-time. They lead 24-0 over Northampton. Fergus Burke scoring underneath the post. Saracens 24, a stunned Saints 0, 38 minutes gone.
You're definitely going to need the BBC Sounds app, because you'll be listening to your 5 Live and Sports Extra and everything else on the move this Christmas. Smart speakers as well, just tell them to play BBC Radio 5 Live. Football commentaries will pop up there for you. This is Everton 0, Chelsea 0. You can go back and listen to radio again as well. I'm going to give you a little recommendation in a second for that. Something that caught my ear on the radio this morning. Madueke's ball into the Everton box is easily dealt with by Jordan Pickford. The latest edition, Pat, of the Great Football Songbook, which had the Tijuana Taxi song that is played at Leyton Orient. What a brilliant story that is.
It is a fantastic story, and certainly every club, seen anyone that I meet going around the clubs and grounds that haven't been done on the songbook.
Yeah,
they want to hear their song being done, and certainly that's a cracker.
Yeah, great feature. 10:30 every Sunday morning. So get yourself on the BBC Sounds app, click the stations and schedules, and you can go back and find that discussion this morning.
Who is it? Does it's Colin Murray and some
Colin
other
Murray
bloke,
and
can't remember.
Yeah, some Scottish fella who used to play a bit of football. Couple of minutes of added time. That's all coming at the end of this second half. Looks like we're heading for another Everton 0-0, but as Pat has been saying, I think that's a 0-0 that Everton will take quite gladly, because a point against Arsenal and a point against Chelsea, considering the way Everton started this season particularly, would not be bad going. Long ball forward. Could this turn into something for Beto? Tosin has it covered. Tries to find Disasi. Under pressure from Njai. Disasi is strong though and holds him off. Doucouré comes racing in. Gets a toe on the ball. That's given as a Chelsea throw.
Yeah, it's devastating for them, because they thought they'd won the ball high up the pitch. They've not done that often, but they thought they had there.
Here's Colwill. Closing stages of all the 2 o'clock kickoffs you can listen to right now. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 3 is over on Sports Extra. Sancho's chasing a long ball downfield, won't get to that. It bounces once inside the Everton box, and Pickford is there.
Yeah, he came out for a Pickford, but he's come out for 2 or 3 in this game and thought, well, actually, I better not come there. This occasion, he had to come. I've never seen him looking so nervous, but it's not because he fears his own ability. He's just scared of the wind, what he's going to do with the ball.
Beto wins a header, nods it straight up in the air. Toss in, 2 headers, gets it away. Misplaced header from Gay, falls to Madueke, just inside his own half. Gay goes charging in to try and win it back. 2 minutes of added time has just been announced inside the ground. Here's Gusto, forward to Madueke. Madueke, I think, might lose that to Doucouré. Gay tackled by Madueke and foul. That is going to be a free kick to Everton. Leicester 0, Wolves 3. Closing stages of that you can hear in full on the BBC Sports website and online. And Fulham and Southampton remains goalless. Pat Nevin.
Now, we've had a disappointment there for Everton. They did win the ball well there. Madueke, 3 players round them, but he tripped up one Gay when he was trying to get away. It's a real shame for Everton, because there was a little half break on for them.
5 Premier League wins in a row for Chelsea, coming into this one against Leicester, Villa, Southampton, Tottenham and Brentford. It looks like Everton have been able to stop them this afternoon, and that is a point, again, in terms of the relegation battle, gained on Leicester, who are losing at home to Wolves. Wolves gaining 3 points for the win, of course, as Pickford launches this high into the wind, looking for Lindstrom, and it's gone straight out for a throw.
As soon as he went, he's left his bit, I thought, you're putting too much on that.
Yeah.
You don't need to. There's a big gap behind that line. There was an easy area just to dink it in behind there. Anyway, Everton have chased up.
Half-time at the Hawthorns. West Brom are leading Bristol City by 2-0. We've got about 30 seconds, I think, to play here at Goodison Park, and it's Chelsea who are going to have the last attack of the game, it looks like. Madueke on the right. Disasi making a run for him. Wall of blue shirts in front of him. Madueke just didn't have anywhere to go. Comes back to Palmer on the halfway line. 15 seconds to play. Here's Palmer. Rolls it across to Colwill. Palmer just chasing Colwill there, wanting the ball back, but it goes wide to Sancho. Tries to dart down the outside, heading for the byline. Lindstrom makes the tackle, keeps the ball in play, and then slides it away, and that goes out for a throw to Chelsea. They'll take it quickly. Have they got time here to get an effort on goal? Palmer, clever turn, wide on.